And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, Chazal do that. No, there are no greater accomplishment in this world than punishment. That's in this world and in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly aiming for success. Okay, incredible question. How do you guys look on that? Ger Toshav, Man Sheivat Balance. What's a very interesting question? Can a Ger Toshav go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an apple has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So a Ger Toshav, we'll say, well, what is a Ger Toshav? And we're going to see this in the focus about the definition of a Ger Toshav. Rashi points out here in the top of the daf, Ger Toshav, Eino Ovid Avodas Chochem. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else except he doesn't worship idolatry. That's a really big thing. Right? He believes in Echad. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Somewhere says, on one hand, the Palach Levat the Lo Palach Levat. We say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Or we say like this: anyone who's what we call a barneh. If you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission all the time. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the Torah to go ahead and negate it. And the rest of the world are nothing, so the rest are nothing lazy. This is not the Palach Mavato Dro Palach. Or nothing says, well, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. Unless it makes it, or is a question. This was second. So, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that level? Actual bossy level. So, what's it saying? I remember again. So, let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold title sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's probably not okay because they're not acquired it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. Okay, so what do I do? I should have busted this. So before I pick it up, I can call over an apple. Remember, what's his head? Call over an apple and say, yeah, apple. I need you to do this decommission. Like theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of this culture. Right? It becomes committed. However, again, in the Shabbos Aliyago, ain't not only the other component of that. But again, let's take it out. If I take possession of it, at that point you cannot be decommissioned. And Sha'amru, only Kochavan, Medanto, Avodos, Kochavan, Shalom, Ishafadeh. And only Kochavan, Nahon, to decommission his own Avodazara, or the Avodazara of his friend, they of God, they She'im Lov. Whether he worships it, you're going to find it using the friend. What does it mean? What does it mean that Akum could decommission of the Zara? That he worships it or doesn't worship it? If you want to say that what we're talking about an Akum, then we already said that. We just said before that an Akum has the ability to logically decommission his Avodah and the Avodah of his friend. And the love of the Ovid Kochanim, in my She'im Elav, of the right? Ultimately, again, Ovda means an actual act. By She'im of the what does it mean? Worshipper, Ger Toshav. Oh, so who is able to go decommission both an actual act and a Ger Toshav? It's not enough. Ger Toshav, not enough. What do you see from here? That a Ger Toshav has the ability to be Medako, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which the word says, no. The only able to not sure. Rather, it could very well be the only person who could decommission Avodah Zarah is an actual idol worshiper himself. Okay. I was the Kanye. I'm Shalom B'Shachar. We already said that. And then the price is redundant. Because we already said that Hakim could go ahead and decommission his Avodah Zarah and his friend's Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. It's two different cases. Reisha, Zeh, Zeh, Bakar, Zeh, Zeh, Marcus. The Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two items, right, and both worship Baal, or both worship Marcus, so obviously, again, Akum 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol, and Akum 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeh, Bakar, Zeh, Marcus. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Let's say one Akum who worships Marcus and one who worships Baal. What's the novelty over here? An Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship idolatry. So let's say we see how this goes forward. Number one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different God. Incredible. Incredible. So the Gemara says, next, but again, no lie about a ger tosha. Right? So when it comes to a ger tosha, we still like the Zalad Hashem. Can a ger tosha, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be without level? So that was still the question. Listen, basically, in this kasha, is a ger tosha? What's a ger tosha? Kosher kibala. So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a ger tosha? So that kosher kibala definition of kabirin shalom la'avod avodas kamdulen. Meir says it's any akum who is accepted upon himself in front of three kabirin. What's that? Cover for following means. Something that's careful with traditions. This is careful about communication. So in this context, it just means that you're in front of a days. Anytime an akum comes in front of a days, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a ger tosha. That's a ger tosha. Good. That's what I know. Come say Sheva mitzvos. So kosher kibra Allah. Sheva mitzvos kibra. Come say a ger tosha is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noah applies to it. Just let the fun don't seem to require the base. That's a ger tosha. Sheva mitzvos kibra. That makes it tough. Freedom only able to evolve with the ger tosha. Not true. Freedom say not true. That's not it. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of ger tosha. What is a ger tosha? And the easy ger tosha. Ze ger ochel nevelos shekidol alav le'tayim kol mitzvos hamuros b'Torah chutz mi'isur nevelos. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of the ger tosha? The ger tosha is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats nevelos, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvot. So pretty sure it's like really not closes out the definition of the ger tosha. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the days of Nefesh idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Yisrael Noah. Acherim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvot except the ones of kosher. He's allowed to eat non-kosher. Incredible, incredible. But the basic was on. Yachadid etzler yain ve'imachid etzler yain. Ta'afid be'er shavur Yisrael. What's the halacha is you can deposit wine with a ger tosha, right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time. I should say deposit. You can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with him wine for a long amount of time. What's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says Rashi says over here, we saw Maniach the Hanusa actually like or Yosem Ashkin the Akiva the Lokala, Lonog of Lomanasas, the Mago from Dasim Amma Besa Rothschild, the Hida the Eva another Kakila Maniko Liga Ola, who say is Maya Mua like on it. So ultimately again you can deposit wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time because what they said they may swap out the juice wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as I said, the ger tosha, you could leave with him wine for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, not so if yain mess, or not to yain mess, not because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer time, he may switch his wife to the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's mutter, for a long amount of time, also. Shmano, Kiena. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his wine. What is that? Shmano, Kiena, Stalaifa, Shemen, Mita, Honey, Yayin. What's that what can be wrong with his oil? Oil can't be in his wine. So Ella, Yeno, Kishmano. Interesting enough, that one uses like this. That Allah from I saw that ultimately again his wine, excuse me, his wine is like his oil. But just like this is very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. Now look at that for just a moment. Shmano b'ni hamid yayes aliyeno mutebanot shma kodem shotu Hashem la'afilotai haba b'shtia asam. But what does it mean that his oil is like that? Excuse me, but his wine is like his oil? That the same that you get enough from his oil, you can get enough from his wine. And you can't drink the wine that you get from but ultimately you can get enough from his wine. There's a sharp called rubber ultimately, and for every other thing, a really cool. He is like he's like an apple. Here's the rest of it. Shimon. Okay, Yayin next. Va'amilei mutter b'shtia. Shimon says his wine is like Yayin Esach, but others say ultimately again that it is mutter ultimately again for consumption, for shtia. So we'll actually pause up again. We'll pick up in the next session. Actually, let's finish it. Let's finish this again. Katanias, what do you see from here? Katanias, we shall call it by the public economy. We see from here that the pattern is like an apple. Here, Koshab is like an apple regarding every other matter. When I heard this up, ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that the Koshab is like an apple for everything else? What is that mean? Which the Gemara says, love the Nevada avodas kofavim ke avodas kofavim. So it doesn't happen because we're again, how did this whole thing like the Koshab get started? Got started because you're trying to figure out does it get a Koshab have the ability to negate idolatry, to eventually decommission idolatry. So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, your Koshab is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate that whole desire, so too can it get Koshab. So too can it get Koshab. To which the Gemara says, no. We came to think about those shifts. No, it actually means something else. It means actually came for Shabbos. What does it mean for Shabbos? What's it about? It's Kinsano. The song over. The Shabbos Shabbos was what's that? So just quickly. Erev Chatzeros. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that courtyard without influence. Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the empty they join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. That's what Erev means. So therefore, you carry from the home into the chasser into the home. Halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the chasser, he can yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in the Ruben forgot to participate in the Erev. He can yield his rights to the other members of the chasser. If there is a non-Jewish resident, halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from you. This is the Gemara says, we saw them, the Shara Shabbos of the Nevada Rishis. Ultimately, again, if you have the Yisrael, which unfortunately again is the Yisrael, to an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like, right, in public he keeps Shabbos. Privately he doesn't keep Shabbos. But at least in public he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Without the Rishos, all he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the festival. Okay. Shemish Shabbos in the Rishos, but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an apple. If he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights in concert to the other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Yisrael, no same Rishos in the Rishos, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. But by an apple, ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the Gemara is saying that when we say, so let's just pause finish on Ketzad, Omer law, of course, how does a yield, for example, yield his right to give over his rights to the Chatzar? Omer law, Rishisi Kiriya, I hereby give over my rights. I bequeath my rights to the Chatzar, or Rishusi Mivutalas, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, as well, for the purposes of the Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who did participate in the field, they talk this way. So you don't need any formal approval. So just in general, about Erev Potatoes, again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights or be Madato, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chazan that allows everyone else to utilize the Chatzah. Even if he's an Yisrael Mummer, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he can yield and or bequeath. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And a Yisrael Mummer who is publicly a Mummer is treated like a full circle. Therefore, when we said before that Ger Tosha ultimately again is treated like an Akum. For all other things means that if you live in a chutzner with Ger Tosha, the Jews in the chutzner want to make it good of zeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the Ger Tosha as well. Now, whether or not the Ger Tosha can actually run the Ger Tosha, in the rest of the side, you'll see in tomorrow's daf. Shkayach everyone, what a daf, let me kind of experience such a system with all of you, and see everyone. As I say, a great sponsorship to you. We'll tell all of you this morning, beginning by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to thank. Our annual conference, first and foremost, is dedicating all the Sherman Rushels this year as a Swiss for sales levels for Israel. Our Tommy Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Abba Avinu, Nicole, Stephen Randy Drazen in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Lou Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig of the Rafa. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, finishing up the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, Steve Hirsch, of the Rafa, Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Robert Baruch Mordecai, Ben Norego Radnossi. Our film sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosie Applebaum, Rachel Bass, that are remember time to all of the missions happening in the families in the family, all the neighbors, who shall be there, come for the use of the prophets, the nurses, and the family, all of our hospitals, Shalom and Bukharov, and our soldiers to be successful for Nancy. Was with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Son of Shalom, 64. A really incredible daf ahead of us today. We are picking up on Son Gimel on the base, 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. This is Rav Nachman Ula, the Avinu Rav Papi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula, Avinu Rav Papi, Blessed B'Chia Bar Ani Gabai. And B'Chia Bar Ani, the sitting with them. The Yosef, the Kabbalah, my bride, he asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating question. What is the halacha if an Akim hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin? Right, so if you're not going to say, Akim comes over to you and says, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour, do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept, to keep the wages in this halacha? Also, remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity or dealing with items that themselves may be asur. Here, the Akim is asking you to do something with the INSF, but he's asking you to destroy the INSF. And he's going to take you for it. Say, I allowed to keep those proceeds. The Gemara says, no, what's the halacha? This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INSF. Now, why do I want the existence of the INSF? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I lose the INSF. So on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the INSF. So because I want it, therefore, then maybe that makes the closest work, but we could actually just remember. Near Milan Shiva, 3 lines up from the bottom of Rashi. The Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. I don't know, Reuben doesn't want them to break on their own. Actually, Sharebu, the Tosfanas. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is interesting to think about this way, right? The Jew actually wants the Yayin Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered proceeds from Yayin Nesach, and therefore again, it's awesome. On the other hand, this is the destruction of the whole Israel. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want to also remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to describe what Israel is a good thing, and therefore the ultimately, again, should be commended. Fascinating child. So Nachman says, Yishma the Torah Bracha. And Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and Torah Bracha, you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go to root out of Zara. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me say this. Let's bring a proof to this idea. Yes, you shoot it on that. Ain't ultra in the object of something. Let's say again, an apple plants Kaline, right? Kaline is forbidden mixture. So we had session just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say, for example, wheat and grape farms. That's the kind of organic. So we put in forbidden mixture. So if an every farm is planting Kaline, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Ultimately, like home. You know, removing weeds, the seed cover with dirt. They can't do that. Half of Sonic Dollar, 64. About open immobility, what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot Kaline. That I am allowed to do. Without sheep. About open, let's say you hire to me and say, listen, Silver, do me a favor, I planted Kaline. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though you get paid for working with Kaline, right? And I want the existence of the Kaline because if the Kaline's not uprooted on their own, I lose that in my Parnasa. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here, this is to support the Nachman. But Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want to continue existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it since you get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So there's a Savua, second one is not 64. Savua Hamani, who's a baby, so we keep the Amar, and the kind of the Kaline local, very interesting. We keep a whole thing, so in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant Kaline, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of Kaline, but you can't even do anything that sustains it. So for example, actually points out over here that let's say someone has planted the Kaline, right? Apple planted Kaline, and the apple asks me to put up a fence around the Kaline. And the Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Kaline. Putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also something that here we go. Nafish means reason. The fact means covering the seeds of dirt. So Nafish and covering the Kaline. Look at we get Malchus, right? Because again, that's kind of come because there you're actively and directly participating in the planting of Kaline. The Kiva says, half and a kind. And the Kiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the Kaline, for example, put up the fence around the Kaline, that's really problematic as well. So much as my come down here, where should be Kiva get that? Macross, such public Kiva Kaline. Plus it says, do not plant Kaline in the field. I don't know the prohibition of planting. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like even like putting up the fence. I'm a low Kaline. I suppose say so. It's interesting over here. You are making a little bit of a play on words. So again, Mars actually kind of splicing the concept low Kaline. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of Kaline. Even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, it's just something that sustains it. That's the asura. Ilu, Gemara says the ilu, and the is a different shell. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to the Kiva, any bird of the Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is something that sustains the kingdom. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the kingdom? So the Pashtus, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it does have to be the opinion of Rabbi. Rather, Haman, whose opinion is this? Rabbanon, it's the Rabbanon. In Rabbanon, might be open a few to you, mean, not a shackle. No, but it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon even put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon only can be a food up. Rabbanon told nothing you can do plant it or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supplying up food or putting up a fence to hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get food for uprooting the conception that's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Hachamas, Kinan is very interesting. What's the case over here? Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Ultimately, the Yehuda is of the opinion that Allah and you are not allowed to do a favor for him. Like he actually had this in the beginning of the Bible. All my hope is what most of them means. That doesn't mean compliment them, don't give them a steal. But it says, don't be my mistake, you can't work for free. You can't do something for an outcome for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of the whole Zara, you still can't do it. So which the message is that Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, La. Now, the fact that you're saying it's up to Yehuda, tells you that according to Rabbi Akiva, is not permitted. Yehuda also became a Makasina. Aval Yehuda Tifla Shakir. Message no. According to Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for an outcome. But to do something to uproot our desire, that's absolutely committed. That's an objective benefit. I am Rabbi Akiva Nami. I found out Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm kind to line look at. When you take this separately, when you say something to Rabbi Akiva, even though Rabbi Akiva has a more expansive approach to the prohibition of Shalayim. But not only can you not plant it, not only can you not change the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even though people would agree to uproot Shalayim to get rid of this city that isn't prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the which the Gemara says, there is nothing else Torah can discuss. It's good. This phrase, this is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic. Sulomi. That's it, we're done. There's nothing more to discuss here. So it's very interesting. So therefore, what this means is ultimately, now let's go for circle. How did we start this? We all started by the piece of an apple wants to destroy, wants to break these barrels of Yain Ness. If he asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break, he's willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Great, so am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, we could say no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the Yain Ness, and I'm benefiting from the whole result. On the other hand, I'm just trying to hold this up. But nothing said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of the Zara, of that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plant to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get into them, because the destruction of evil, the destruction of the Zara, the destruction of prohibition, ultimately is a good thing. And as Nachman says, you get paid and cover Allah. Incredible. I must say, there really is such an interesting idea. Because, kind of like part of Western society, and mindset is, like live and let live. And that is important as members of society, just as a general approach to living in society, we should take an approach to living. Yes, it's not that religion against the rebels, nor is the place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. To a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take the root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. And there's something that's evil that has to be smashed, has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurry. That's why the Nachman uses this question of yes, destroy the INS and cover around love. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what you think about. It's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, what the state of Israel is doing, it's ruling our people. And sometimes you would think that like the rules would just line up, false, right? Just clap. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see who's right and who's wrong. But the Nachman says sometimes there is a middle record, and sometimes the Nachman says Yishbar the Talaraka. Sometimes you have to identify the evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and if you do it, Talaraka. Ultimately, the process is difficult, the process is brutal, the process is long. But ultimately, when you get to the side of the process, that's what it's like. Gemara goes like this. Gemara goes like this. With Hadli Yasli, so again, the same feather is sitting. And after that, we question, was Hadli Yasli becoming by like, today I will just come here, I'll be coming now. So I said, this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his item? So Akum sells his idol and he has now sold it for $1,000. That's $1,000 in his hand. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the Avodah Zarah itself? Now, Mitos has done the Avodah. Does it take on the identity? Right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to run that through. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, we're not going to say, we start with the narrative from the Avodah. So nothing says, I think it's much. I think it's much that if an Akum sells his idol and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Now, why? Listen to this. So here's what Nachman's proof. Or when these people came up for Rabbi, what happened? Another one, Zidino Kamad Islafu, the suicide. This is fascinating. So Nachman says like this. There were these people who came up for Rabbi, and what happened? I see Rabbi Barathu, and they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then you can convert. Now listen and watch this. What's the last over here? And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the Suez Caillou. Because remember, if they convert and still only idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity negated. They think it another from it. It tells them instead before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert and the money is committed. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see from there that Allah for someone sells his idol, that cash is committed. So the Gemara says, my time, well, you shouldn't have considered the name of us will have the coming time, which the proceeds of the sale of idolatry are in the hands of the one ultimately is committed. And the Dylan Shameless and the kingdom that I relay, God I bought that. Maybe that case is different. Why is that different? Because since in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the idol they're converting. So an Akum to be Mevaka is Avodah Zarah. So maybe that's why the proceeds are making. Only the Halacha. Now the Gemara says, here's the truth. We saw Shayno Shalom Mother. The Mother, although those folk are in the heavy right? I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his item, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yayin Nessa, in the same case, I went ahead and I rented Akum $1,000. He sold his Yayin Nessa, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Well, called Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's Mutter. Interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Unless they got this case, I got $1,000. They still want to pay you to me here to wait here. I'm just going to sell my area. I already got to the proceeds. Or I'm going to sell my yain nesach and we got to the proceeds. In that case, it's awesome. So interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Apple $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his item, goes off, sells his yain nesach. I have no idea what he's doing. He gives me the proceeds, pays back the debt, moved on. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Yanisa. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. I effectively my explanation, my explanation. So what's the distinction? I understand what's the difference in these two cases. And Rav see from the Shum the Harile Kilotz of the Kibuna. So this is very serious. So now this seems to sort of back a little bit from the previous Sugya. But here's the difference. In the second case, where the apple says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the idol and the continued existence of the wine, right? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshes posits the proceeds for us. Because what's happening? If you wrote say the Kiyuma Kia Gavin, that's what we just said before, if that's not, in other words, it will say, when you want to continue the existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue the existence of that idol until the apple sells because I want my money. I want to continue the existence of the Yain Nesach because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these particular items. Why should it be awesome? Vatnan, there is the Vatnan, there are other people. Shiyarshu Adi and other people. This is a very interesting case. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both they're Akum brothers. One converted and one is one Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. Their Akum father died, and now they inherit their father. So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say permitted idols. So there, Yachol Lo Tol Akam Lo Mitzvah, and the animals. So brother Ger could say to brother Akum, listen, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the Yahinas, and I'll take the money and the rest. He can do that, then Mishabol, and that's permitted. However, the Mishabol is just like your husband. Obviously, all of this presupposes that the Ger is not yet actively taking possession of Yahinasa or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right, but technically there is reasons. Maybe it's serious. You can get important to be in the background of the Sarah, but it's much more complicated. Once the Jew already owns it, there are really very little. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So ultimately, again, what do you see from there? That in this case, brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the Yain, but he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore it's not a problem. What's the case over in this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol. Let's say it's made of gold or silver. Even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which the Gemara says that's fine. That works fine for an idol. Now, how would you explain the case then of Yayin? The Cheres Hadron. She wasn't very interesting. Adrianic. So apparently, Rashi points out that here, Adrianic person that ultimately was very absorbent. Therefore, you put wine in there, you don't absorb the wine to a degree, but you can take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute wine. In that case, also, brother Ger doesn't care if the casks break or not. It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. Which the Gemara said the one second about so the human shall you do one second. Even if that's even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that it's going to break. Right, but he does care whether or not he gets stolen or lost, so he still wants to continue existence. Papa, the Rushas Hager Kamat, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No, Shani Rush Hager, Dakilu Baraba. Rabbis were naked by the Rusha. In other words, normally, Normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case would be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were makers by the Yerusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actually taken possession of the Nesach or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother Akum. Right? And so you take this, you take the prohibited stuff, I'll take the permitted stuff, even though, yes, he wants to continue the existence of it. Why? Why would they make up by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his religion. And also, that's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right, there's something called Tikkun Hashem. That Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole, but the victim should not accept that was stolen and wine in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's true. If the thief has to return everything, he's not going to come out true. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice. Money is important. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have health, and you can pay this. Right? Because if you don't have money, it just feels like you can incredibly complicated. And many people could not stand up to religious challenges. And there was a choice between religion and money. They're afraid that he has to choose between halacha. And ultimately, again, his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of it, because it's human nature. So if Chazal people want to play in that situation, therefore they will make over there. And you're saying that often in this kind of case, you're going to have him stay with this comprised of permitted items and permitted items. Therefore, allow him to keep the permitted items, give his Akum brother all of the incredible. Also, is kind of healthy life that supports this. Imagine when it's so, she is about Mishkan to us. But in the case, let's say the business partnership will be us. So you see from here that Chazal allowed things to happen in the context of the Yusha, but they were not normally allowed to occur in the context as well, because we don't want to put the person in this world again, in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So remember that. How do you guys kind of balance? Remember again, all this is the same people that are running, sitting together. Another question that came in. Ger Tosha Mao Shibata Ahodas. So let's say this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and let's say, just before we go on, this idea that Chazal will make it by the today, just so you understand the tremendous misunderstanding of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. And sometimes people have a very skewed view about the Ribono, a very skewed view of halacha. That it's probably waiting for us to mess up, so he's going to smack us down. There's all waiting for us to mess up, so he can levy some type of punishment that cannot be against. That's the key phrase in the truth. The Ribono wants our success more than you want our success. Chazal wants our success more than you want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the scriptures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Rothschild understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's how people do it. No, you have no greater advocate in this world than that's in this world than in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly aiming for success. Okay, double question. How do you guys talk about it? Ger Tosha, Ma'am Sheba Balansko. That's a very interesting question. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akum has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance and importance. So Ger Tosha, you want to know what is a Ger Tosha? Now we're going to see there's enough focus about the definition of a Ger Tosha. Rashi points out to on the top of the graph, Ger Tosha Eino Ovid Avodas Hashem. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple with everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. No, that's it. It's a really big thing. Right? He believes in that He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. idolatry, but in every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, the palach without the world palach on the so we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or do what's called or maybe not. Maybe we say like this: anyone who's what we call a barnier. If you're in the parsha of an album, then you can go ahead and decommission all this up. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an album. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. You must have nothing. So I'm going to what's nothing is this. Instead, the palach from Baruch Hashem. So nothing says no. Only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. He must have missed it. There is a question. It's 1 second. We saw Shabbat Shabbat. Listen to this. So went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that about? Actual basically. So what's it saying? Remember again. So let's say, well, listen to this phrase. I'm walking in the shop. I'm walking in my marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's probably not because I never acquired it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what do? Actual basically. So we'll start picking it up. I can call over an akum. Remember, no one's the attack tables. Call over an akum and say, the akum. I need you to negate this idolatry. Decommission it. Right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of this. I don't think it's committed. However, again, in the Shabbos of the Yago, ain't no only open from the backlog. But again, if I take it out, now if I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. They shall know only for covering the battle of others for some shalom, the shafadeh. In other Kochaminakon, decommission his own Avodah or the Avodah of heaven, saying of God, saying Shekinah, whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. And we're going to find it between these things. My of God or my of what does it mean? What does it mean that after the decommission of Avodah, whether he worships it or doesn't? If you want to say that what we're talking about improperly, then Hayu Shalom Shafadim. We already said that. We just said before that an apple has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And a lot of the Ovei Kohanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means an actual apple. What does it mean? A non-worshipper? Ger Toshav. Oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual and Ger Toshav? Shnamino, Ger Toshav, Namino. What do you see from here? That a Ger Toshav has the ability to be Modato, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which the Gemara says, no. The Olam Imulafar usually always not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person who can decommission Avodah Zarah is an actual idol worshiper himself. I have to commemorate Henry Shalom Shachar. We said that. And then the price is done. We already said that Hakum could buy and decommission his Avodah Zarah and his friend's Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. It's two different cases. Reisha, Zeh, Marcus. Reisha is teaching like this. If you have two Akums, right, and both worship Pa'al, or both worship Marcus, so obviously, again, Akum 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol, and Akum 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeh, Pa'ar, Zeh, Marcus. Oh, the Seifa teaches something different. Seifa teaches different. Let's see if one Akum who worships Marcus and one who worships Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? An Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship. So let's say, so we see how this week. Number one, an Akum can make an idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different thing. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but again, no lie about a Ger Toshav. Right? So when it comes to a Ger Toshav, we still actually got our shot. Kind of Ger Toshav. a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be Medak Lava? That was thought of this. Most nasty was Kasha, Azel Ger Kosha, what's a Ger Kosha, Kosha Kibo, so now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a Ger Kosha? So Zed Kosha Kibo Love that make Kibo Kavirim, Shalom La'avon Avodos Kamdirim. Meir says, it's any Akun who is accepted upon himself in front of Sichadon. Again, I will say, cover being exposed before, covering on the use. Someone who's careful with trees and trees, someone who's careful of that to encounter. So in this context, the Rashi said it just means it's in front of a dazed. Any time an Atom comes in front of a dazed, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a Ger Kosha. That's a Ger Kosha. Good, that's what I mean. From say, Kosha Allah Sheva Mitzvos, so Kosha Allah Sheva Mitzvos Shekibah. Some say a Ger Kosha is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noah 5. This means that some seem to require a base. That's a Ger Kosha. Sheva Mitzvos Shekibah, the next Ger Kosha. Freedom only, able to go follow the Ger Kosha. Not true. Achirim say naturally, neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of Ger Kosha. What is a Ger Kosha? And the is a Ger Kosha. Zeh Ger Okon Neveros, Shekidon Allah Mekayim Kol Mitzos Hamulas Katorah, Chutz Me'isser Neveros. Yeah, so this is very interesting. What is the definition of the Ger Kosha? The Ger Kosha is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats Neveros, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs. Pretty shocking definition. It looks like 3 approaches out there. Definition of Ger Kosha. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the days of that portion of idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Yitzchak Noah. Achirim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs except the laws of the countries. He's Latin and kosher. Incredible. And the Bible goes on, Yachadin Etzler, Yain, Mafkidin Etzler Yain, Kafidu B'er Shalubu Yisrael. What's the halacha is, you could constantly wine with the Ger Kosha, right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time. I shouldn't say you have to. You can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with him wine for a longer amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says, Rashi says over there, we saw Maniach Bakanuso actually left the so much the Akiva little Pala, or no double Manasseh, the Mago is from us in the Amar base of Rothschild. Either the Ino another Innovani for the Ola, who say is Malamua like a message. So ultimately, I think you could deposit wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time, because what they're saying is they may swap out the juice wine for his own meal. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as I said, the Ger Kosha, you could leave with him wine for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, we're not with the Aines, or not to the Aines, not because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine for the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's longer, for a longer amount of time, also. Shmano, Kiyena. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his wine. What is that? Shmano, Kiyena, Shemen, Nika, Harvey, Yayin. It's not what could be wrong with his oil. Oil can't be into that. It's like, Ella, Yeno, Kishmano. Interesting enough, that's what it means is like this, that halacha l'maisa, that ultimately again his wine is like his oil. Just like very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately is his wine. I look at that just a minute. That's Shmano bin Hamiyas and Yeno Mutabano, Shmano Kodin Shokashem But what does it mean that his oil is like excuse me, that his wine is like his oil? With the same way that you get enough from his oil, you can get enough from his wine. You can't drink the wine you can get from shelf, but ultimately you can get enough from his wine. The sharp called Dabar, ultimately, and for every other thing, how do you call this one? He is like an actor. He's the rest of Shimon Omer, Yeno, Yayin, Nest. Va'amilei, Motor, Shimon says, his wine is like Yanesa, but others say ultimately again that it is mutter, ultimately again for consumption, for shia. So this will actually pause up here, and we'll pick up in the section. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this again. What do you see from here? Katanias, the sharp var by public economy. You see from here that an apple is like an apple to here Toshas is like an apple regarding every other matter. Remind yourself, ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that a Tosha is like an apple for everything else? What does that mean? To which the Gemara says, Lav, the Mabaka, Avodas Tokavim, Ke Avodas Tokavim. So doesn't that mean, because listen, again, how does this whole thing migrate to Tosha stand? Like I started, if you're trying to figure out, does it get a Tosha have the ability to think idolatry, to theologically decommission idolatry? So now we just got finished saying, in this respect, Rabbi Tosha was unique, but in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate that whole Israel, so too can it get Tosha? To which the Gemara says, no, Rabbi Yisrael, no, Litim Rishus Ulavaka Rishus. No, it actually means something else. It means actually Chilufal Shabbos. What does it mean Chilufal Shabbos? What's it? It's King Samuel. Yisrael Muller, Rishamer Shabbos was 1 second. So just quickly. Erev Chatzos. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that courtyard. Somebody wants to courtyard without any things. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the evidence of the function. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. Therefore, you carry from the home into the chutzner into the home. But a halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the chutzner, he can yield his rights. That's what Shabbos started using. He forgot to participate in proving for that participation in the Erev. He can yield his rights to the other members of the chutzner. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from you. So watch this. The Gemara says, we saw more, the Shama Shabbos of the Shok, Mevata Lushus. Ultimately, again, if you have the Yisrael moment, which unfortunately again is the Yisrael an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like in public he keeps Shabbos. Privately he doesn't keep Shabbos. But at least in public he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Without the Rothschild, all he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the process. Okay. Shame Shabbos of the short, in without the Rothschild, but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an apple. If he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights in the process to the other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Yisrael, no same Rishus in the Rishus, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. But actually, but by apple, ultimately, and you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the Gemara is saying that when you say, so listen, just let's finish up. Kate said, Omer Lo, say, how does the rule, for example, yield his right to be over his rights in the Omer Lo, Mishusi Kililecha. I hereby give over my rights. Right? I keep my rights in the Chazar. Or Mishusi Militelas, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, as what for the purposes of every Jewish residents acquire the right to this non-participatory Jew who didn't participate in the Erev, they start this first. You do not need any formal proof. So it's a different general about Erev Chatzeros. Again, you need the participation of all the Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield to his rights or be Mevata, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chazar, whereas everyone else to utilize the Chazar. Even if he's a Yisrael Muller, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately, again, he could yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael Muller, who is publicly a Muller, is treated like a therefore, when we said before that a Ger Kosher ultimately again is treated like an apple for all other things, one of the things means that if you use a chutzner with a Ger Kosher, and you are choosing a chutzner want to make it good of zeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the Ger Kosher as well. Now, whether or not the Ger Kosher could actually go and agree with Sarah, in Mr. Shalom said, we will see in tomorrow's daf. Shkaya, everyone, what a daf, what an incredible experience such a session with all of you. And wishing everyone. As I great sponsorship to you, which all of you this morning begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's trip. Thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor. First and foremost, of dedicating all the Shem and Rothschild this year as a Swiss for the Stars Novels for Ani Israel. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Abba Avinu Yaakov, Stephen Rebbe Drazen, in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Lee Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig and Rafa. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, Commissioner of the Yard Site, Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch, on the Rafa, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Hachavar Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno Ross. Golden sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosa Applebaum, Rochel Bas, that I the Mordechai Talmud Torah, all of the Yishal Sapin, the families in the family, all those needed for stepping together, come for the Yisrael, the Tzvah, the Mesa Shalom, and all of our hostages, Shalom and the Karos, allow the soldiers to be successful follow up in that city. And those are back to us begin. Today's daf is Saif Dalet 64. A really incredible daf, and today we are picking up from Saif Gimel on the days 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. Yes, so Rav Nachman Ula Ba'avinu Ba'apapi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Avinu Ba'apapi Yasser B'Chia Ba'ani Dabai. And the Kia Ba'ani is sitting with him in the mercy. Yasser the Kabbalah, my bride. He asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating question. Safra Lushpa B'Yayin Nesach Ma. What is the halacha if an Akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin nesach? So if your residence Akum comes over to your bank, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin nesach. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept to keep the wages in this process? Remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves may be asr. So here, the akum is having to do something with yayin nesach, but what yayin nesach? And he's going to pay for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, "No, what's the halacha? Me and Miriam came to the big people also." This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the yayin nesach. Now, why do I want the existence of the yayin nesach? If the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I lose the hinosis. On one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the yayin nesach. So because I want it, therefore, maybe that makes the proceeds worth it. Look at actually just the moment. Kiva, 3 lines up in the bottom of Rashi. The Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. I don't know, Ruben doesn't want them to break on their own. Actually, so do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is interesting to think about this way, right? The Jew actually wants the yayin nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from yayin nesach, and therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, this is the destruction of the yayin nesach, destruction of the Zara. This is a good thing. Sure, I want the house to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to describe all the Zara is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds ultimately, again, should be committed. Fascinating child. So Nachman says, Yishpar the Torah of Bracha. Nachman says, no, take the job, get the money, and tell a Bracha you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and root out people who got about each other. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me see, it's been a proof to this, I guess. Ain't ancient in the object of the so let's say again, in Akub plants Kilayim, right? Kilayim is forbidden mixture. So wheat, we had such just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say for example wheat and grapevines, that's what Arabic medicines, and but any forbidden mixture. So if an object of is planting Kilayim, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Overdoing is like hoeing. You know, you can't do that. Half of sunflower, 64, about open and what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot Kilayim. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi about Ogrin. Lashlifa le'ibud ba'afan of the road to the kimo shli akum yadeh ha'chakmi. Let's say akum hires and then it's listen, sober. Do me a favor, I planted Kilayim. Okay, the akum who planted Kilayim, you're outside. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though you get paid for working with Kilayim, right? And I want the existence of the Kilayim because if the Kilayim are uprooted on their own, I leave out my parnasa. So the Gemara says. So the clear from here, this is supposed to be nothing. But nothing says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So there's a Savua, second one. In Psalm 64, Savua Haman, who's a baby, so the Hebrew is the Hamar, and the kind of the Kilayim law. It's very interesting. They keep a hold of it. Not only is there a prohibition to plant Kilayim, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of Kilayim, but you can't even do anything that sustains it. So, for example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone has planted the Kilayim, right? Apple the Kilayim, and the apple asks me to put up a fence around the Kilayim. Rabbi Akiva says also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Kilayim. So putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also for Rabbi Akiva. The sign is very good. Nafish means weaving. Masata means covering the seeds with dirt. So Nafish and Kilayim, look at you get Malchus, right? Because again, that's kind of because there you're actively directly participating in the planting of Kilayim. The Rabbi Akiva says, so the Akiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the Kilayim, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. So much as my kind of Rabbi Akiva, where is the Akiva get that? On the cross, Sadcha Tizra Kilayim. Pasuk says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. In the Elazareh, I only know the prohibition of planting. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even like putting up the fence? Hamalomar lo Kilayim. Alright, so let's say, so it's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. A little play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of slicing the pasuk lo Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's really ilu. Gemara says the ilu when you get tifla shari. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even the prohibition ultimately is doing something that sustains the Kilayim. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the Kilayim? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. And Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't have to be that thing that have you ready to. Rather, Haman is a thing. This Rabbanon, it's the Rabbanon. The Rabbanon might be open. I feel like you mean not shopping. No, that's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon is going to put up a fence, right? Because the Rabbanon only got the Akiva. Rabbanon will nothing you can do with plants to plant it or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting up or putting up a fence they hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plant itself. So it's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Hachamas, Hina is very interesting. What's the case over here? The Ka'avad B'China. Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. What's the problem? Marcus, Rabbi Huda Amar, Likin Lahan Matna Stinam Asr. ultimately that is of the opinion that halacha l'maisa you are not allowed to do a favor for an like we actually had some meaning about this. Lo sechanim is all my focus. What lo sechanim means. That just means compliment them, don't give them a nothing. You know, the Buddha says, don't do nothing free. You can't work free. You can't do something for an compliment for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of a whole Zara, you still can't do it. So which the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, la. Now, the fact that you're saying this up from Yehuda, sounds like they're pointing to Rabbi Akiva. So not be permitted. Rabbi Yehuda, Asra Likin Makasino, Aval Yehuda, Tisla, Shakin. Gemara says, no. Point to Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for it. But to do something to utter that Zara, that's absolutely permitted. That's a good thing. That's got objective benefit. I have says Rabbi Akiva Nami. Afa that's Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm the kind of Kilayim look, yeah? The Ute Tisla Shakir. Even though Rabbi Akiva was a more expensive, approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. They're not only can you not plant it, not only can you not see the actual planting itself, but you think you can put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot Kilayim, to get rid of Isser, to get rid of validity, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the which the Gemara says, Isu lo mihi. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. It's good. This phrase, Isu lo mihi. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. Isu lo mihi. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss now. So also, it's very interesting. Because therefore, what this means is ultimately, let's go for a circle. How did we start with this? This all started by the case of an Akum wants to break his barrels of yain. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go to break his barrel to pay me $50 a barrel. Right? So am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, we could say no, because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the yain. Second, I'm benefiting from the Holy Zara. On the other hand, I'm destroying the Holy Zara. But instead, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of the Zara, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, and keep the proceeds, because the destruction of evil, the destruction of the Zara, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. As a matter, it says you get paid and cover Allah. Incredible. And also, it really is such an interesting idea, because kind of like part of Western society, my mindset is, live and let live. And that is important. As members of society, just as a general approach to living in greater society, we should take an approach to living. Yes, it's not grabbing into the use nor is it your place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. To a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in greater society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed, it has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurred. That's why the Matthew uses this expression of destroy the Yain and cover Allah bracha. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what we think about. It's such an incredible thing. As you think about what the nation of Israel, what the state of Israel is doing, meaning everything. And some of you would think that like the world would just line up, applause, just clap. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet, again, it's hard, because often the world can't see what's evil and what's good, can't see who's right and who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes there is a new way of life, and sometimes the Matthew says, Yishbar the Tavar of them. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and once you do it, Tavar of them. Ultimately, the process is difficult, the process is grueling, the process is overwhelming. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's what this was about. Incredible. The Gemara goes like that. The Gemara goes like that. Good. Hadu Yasvi, so again, the same Kevin was sitting, and they asked about the question, was Hadu Yasvi, if you come by like, the may have us come the other people for them now. So what's like, this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has sold it for $1,000. He's got $1,000 in his hand. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the Avodah Zarah itself? Mahu, Mitofes has done that the Avodah. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry? Or not? So it's very interesting. Ultimately, you're going to nothing. So nothing says, I think it's not true. That is an Akum sells his idol. And he has that money. That money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Now, why? Listen to this. Here's our nothing's proof. There were these people who came up for Rabbi. What happened? Another Zibino Komar the Islamu, the suicide. This is fascinating. So that was like this. There were these people who came up for Rabbi. And what happened? And they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen and watch this. What's the logic over here? And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the suicide. Because remember, if they convert and still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity negated, and you can't get another from it. So it tells them instead, before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert, and the money is permitted. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see from there that Allah for my son sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time, we shouldn't have covered the nail, but let's go come and gather the coming time. Let's get the proceeds of the sale of idolatry that are in the hands of the ultimately is permitted. I the Dylan Shiny person, the feeling that I can relay, God I bought them. Maybe that is different because since the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the idol converted. So an Akum could be Mevaka is Avodah Zarah. So maybe that's why the proceeds are moved. Eleni Hafa. Now the Gemara says, here's the proof. Yisrael Shai Moshe Rabbi Kochanim, Mana, in Machar, Avodas Kochanim Dehevi. Listen to this. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his idol, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yain Nesach, the same case, I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yain Nesach, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Lochol? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Okay, interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Unless the Akum same case, went to Akum $1,000, Akum said, okay, still don't already pay you. Give me here, wait here, I'm just going to sell my item. I'll be back with the proceeds. I'm going to sell my Yayin Nesach and be back with the proceeds. In that case, it's awesome. See, here's interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Yayin Nesach. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, moved it. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Yain. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. I affected you more. My generation, my generation. So what's this? I don't say what's this in these two cases. And the church says, see from the Shum, but how do you make you also become me? So this is very interesting. So now this seems to go back a little bit to the previous survey. Now here's the difference. In the second case, where the Akum says, wait here while I sell my idol. or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the idol and the continued existence of the wine. Why? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Shesh's posits the proceeds are us. Listen a second. If he wrote to the Kiyuma Kia Gavin, that's what we just said before, but that's mutter. But that's mutter. In other words, it was like when you want the continued existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the apple sells it because I want my money. I want the continued existence of the INSF because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these prohibited items. Why should it be awesome? Vatinan, there is Vatinan, there are other companions. Shiyarshu Avi and other companions. This is a very interesting case. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both they're Apple brothers. One converted and one is still Apple. So brother Ger, brother Apple. So what happens? Their father died. Their Apple father died. Now they inherit their father. So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say primitive idols. So Ger, Yochel, Roma, Lo, Tol, Aka, Modas, Kofanim, and Mos. Tol, Aka, Yainesa, and so brother Ger can say to brother Apple, so brother Apple, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the Yainesa, and I'll take the money and the potatoes. You can do that. The Mishabol, and that's permitted. However, the Mishabol is just like us, obviously. All of this presupposes that the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the INSF or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right? But, well, technically there is recourse. No one really sees this. You can get an apple to be in the background of the Sarah, but it's much more complicated. Once the Jew already owns it, there are really very little actions. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already possession, then it's possible. So it's ultimately, what do you see from there? But halakha now in this case, brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the INSF. But he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over this Mishnah? This Mishnah is an idol that's it's made of gold or silver, which means that what's made of breaks is still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. To which the Gemara says, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. Now, how would you explain the case then of the idol? The Pharaoh's Hadrani. So this is very interesting. Adrianic earthly. So apparently, Rashi points out over here, Adrianic earthenware ultimately is very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbs the wine to a degree, but you could take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, brother Ger doesn't, who cares if the casks break or not, it doesn't make a difference, because either way, the value is still retained. To which the Gemara says, but 1 second, one second, even if that's so, even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that they're going to break, right? But he does care whether or not it's still lost, so he still wants to continue the existence. And Rabbi, Yerushas Hager Kamat, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No, Shani Yerushas Hager, Dakilu Baraka. Rabbis were makeled by the Yerusha of the Ger. In other words, normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were makeled by the Yerusha of the Ger. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the INSF or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother Apple. Right? And so you take this, you take the prohibited stuff, I'll take the prohibited stuff, even though, yes, he wants to continue existence of it. Why? Why were they makeled by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money, he will choose his appearances. And also, that's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? There's some more comparison showing that Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, The thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole, right? And the victim should not accept that the stolen item blind in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's cheating. Right? If the thief has to return everything, he's not going to return it. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health and you can pay your bills. But because if you don't have money, it just things are like you can't have it. And many people do not stand up to religious challenges. There's a choice between religion and money. They're afraid that if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately again his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of because it's human nature. So if a Chazal didn't want to put him in that situation, therefore they would make a by there. And we're saying that often in this kind of case, you're going to have an estate that is comprised of committed items and permitted items. Therefore, allow him to keep the committed items, give his Achim brother all of the credit. Okay, we'll say anyways. Tanya Anochi writes that supports this. Imagine when is this so? Shirshu, in the case of Yerusha. About Yishtat awesome. And in the case of a business partnership will be awesome. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well, because you don't want to put the person in this in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So you know, like, how do you get this? Remember again, all of this is the same people Rabbi sitting together. Another question that we Ger Tosha Mao Shivaka Avodas. So this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and we'll say just before we go on, this idea that Chazal will make go by the Ger, just so you understand the tremendous research on this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. Sometimes people have a very skewed view of Halacha, a very skewed view of Halacha. That Hashpach is waiting for us to mess up, so you can smack us down. He's all waiting for us to mess up, so you can levy some type of punishment that cannot be against us. That's a pretty fair from the truth. The Rothschild wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all the scriptures, and all the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, Hashpach understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, Chazal wins. No, there are no greater advocate in this world than Hashpach. That's in this world than the next world. And the next world has constantly promoting for success. Okay, incredible question. How do you guys talking about it? Ger Tosha, Marshe Baikal is so let's get into each Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an akum has the ability to negate his own Israel, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance and importance. So, Ger Tosha, we also know what is a Ger Tosha. Now, we're going to see there's not focus about the definition of a Ger Tosha. Rashi points out that in the top of the daf, Ger Tosha, Eino Ovid Avodas Echad. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an akum in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. It's a pretty big thing. Right? He believes in Hakadosh Baruch Hu. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Maybe we say like this. Anyone who's what we call a bar mineh. If you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission idolatry. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. You might say, I'm going to go about nothing, so I'm going to also nothing raise this. Establo, the koach, Melato, grow koach. Nachman says, no, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. He must be Mason. That is the question. That's one second. Yisrael Shabbat, so let us make that. So listen to this. Yisrael went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that? Oh, actual basari. So what's it? So now remember again. So let's say, what? Listen to the case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's probably not, right? Because I have a covered it. And once it's been acquired by you, essentially you can't be decommissioned. So what do? Actual basari. So if I pick it up, over the oven kochav and kumevaka. I can call over an apple. No matter what they type it. Call over an apple and say, apple. I need you to negate idolatry, decommission it, right? Theological decommissioning. So go ahead and engage in theological decommissioning of the evidence becomes committed. However, again, in the Shabbat, Eino Omer the Oven Kukum Levakwa. But again, if I take it out, if I take possession of it, at that point, cannot be decommissioned. Nesha Amro, Ovid Kofavim Levakwa Avodos Kofam Shalom, Shachareda. And Ovid Kofam Levakwa, to decommission his own Avodazara, or the Avodazara of his friend. Day of dawn, then She'en of whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Now, we're going to define what this means. Night of dawn, night of. What does it mean? What does it mean that Hakim is decommissioned of the Zara, whether he worships it or doesn't worship it? If you want to say that Rothschild talking about Hakim, then Hayu Shalom Shacharim. We already said it, because we just said before that an Hakim has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah and the Avodah of his friend. And a lot of the Ovid Kohanim, who might she'in a lot of the Ovid Kohanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the mean natural act. Who might she'in of the, what does it mean? A non-worshipper? Ger Toshav. Oh, so who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual act and a Ger Toshav? Shmanina, Ger Toshav. What do you see from here? The Ger Toshav has the ability to be the battle, ultimately to theologically diction Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which the word says, no. The only able not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person who could decommission Avodah Zarah as an actual idol worshiper himself. I get to Amrit. I knew Shalom B'Shafar. He already said that. Then the price is done. He already said that a Hakim could go and decommission his Avodah Zarah and his friend's Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. Two different cases. Reisha, Zeh, Lepar, Zeh, Marcos. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two Akims, right, and both worship Al-Pa'ar, or both worship Marcos, obviously, again, Akim 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Akim 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeh, Lepar, Zeh, Marcos. Oh, the Seifa teaches something different. Let's say one Akim who worships Marcos and one who worships Sal-Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? An Akim can be worshipped in idolatry even if he doesn't worship it. So let's say, we see how this is for. Number one, an Akim can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akim can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akim can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different one. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but again, no lie about a Ger Toshav. Right? So when it comes to a Ger Toshav, we still have the kind of Ger Toshav, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be the that level of business? That is still the Toshav. Is a Ger Toshav? What's a Ger Toshav? Toshav Cuba. So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a Ger Toshav? Toshav Cuba love the Gimel Fadilim. Meir says it's any Akum who is accepted upon himself in front of three Chavim. I'm going to say, Chaver, we spoke about it before. Chavim normally means someone who's careful. This means careful about teenage children. Context, the practice, it just means that you have a dazed. Anytime an Akum comes in front of dazed, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a Ger Toshav. That's a Ger Toshav. Good. That's coming from saying, Hoshekiva Allah Sheva Mitzvos. So Hoshekiva Allah Sheva Mitzvos Shekiva B'nei. Some say a Ger Toshav is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noahide laws. This is not the Chum don't see through the days. That's a Ger Toshav. 7 mitzvahs to Yagah, he makes it like Ger Toshav. Even only able to go all the mitzvah Ger Toshav. Not true. Achirim say not true. That's not it. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of Ger Toshav. What is a Ger Toshav? And the easy Ger Toshav. זה גר אופן לבלוס, שקיבל עליו מקיימים כל מצוות המולס בתורה, חוץ מאיסר לבלוס. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of a ger toshav? A ger toshav is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the lebus, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs in the Torah. It's a pretty shocking definition. So it looks like three and a half is out there. The definition of a ger toshav. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the raising of worship idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shemus and Noach. Achirim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvos except the laws of Kashrus. He's Latin and kosher. Incredible, incredible. And the basic goes on. Yachadin Etzlo Yain, De'imachidin Etzlo Yain. Dafidu Be'er Shalubi Yisrael. What's like Allah says, you could deposit raw and make a ger toshav, right? You can leave it within for a little bit of time. I shouldn't say deposit. You can leave within wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit within wine for a long amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says Rashi says over there, we saw my gift that I saw actually lifted in the so much in the Akiva will call lo no lo menasa. The mago we come to us in the Amar they saw Rothschild. Even the Eva another crack in the money for the dollar. He said it's not a more like a little. So ultimately, again, you put the passing wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time, because like it's certain that he may swap out the juice wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as I look at the ger toshav, you could leave it in wine for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, not to the yain nesa. Why not to the yain nesa? Not because he's repudiated idolatry, right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine from the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's winter. For a longer amount of time, Shmano Kiyena. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his wine. What is that? Okay, so like the Shemen, Yika, Havi, Yayin. That's what could be wrong with his oil. Oil can't be into it. So Ella, Yeno, Kishmano. Interestingly enough, everybody uses like this, that Allah Falamaisa, that ultimately again is wine, his wine is like his oil, just like his oil is committed, so to ultimately again is wine. I look at that actually just a moment. That's the Shmano B'li Hamid and Yeno Mutabano, Shmano Kodin Shotu Hashem Nakal. What does it mean that his oil is like that his wine is like his oil? That the same way that you get enough from his oil, you get enough from his wine. You can't drink the wine that you get from Shav, and ultimately you can get enough from his wine. The sharp called Dabar, ultimately, and for every other thing, he is like he's like an apple. Which is what I said. Shimon Omer, Yeno Yayu Ness. Shimon says his wine is like the iron essence, but others say ultimately again that it's mutter, ultimately again for consumption. So this will actually cause up there, and we'll pick up on the session. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this. What do you see from there? We see from here that the akum is like an akum. Is like an akum regarding every other matter. Remind yourself, ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that a Rothschild is like an akum for everything else? What does that mean? To which the Gemara says, Love, Dimabata, Avodasko Chavi, Kavodasko Chavi. So does it not mean, because listen, really again, how did this whole thing that get Rothschild start? Because started as you're trying to figure out, does it get Rothschild have the ability to negate idolatry, to theologically decommission idolatry? So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, Rabbi Rothschild is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an atom. Doesn't that mean that just as an atom can theologically decommission and negate Avodah Zarah, so too can a Ger Toshav. So too can a Ger Toshav. To which the Gemara says, no, Rabbi Yisrael, no. Litin Rishus and without the Rishus. No, it actually uses something else. It uses actually the local Shabbos. What is the local Shabbos? What's it about? It's in Samuel. He saw a momer, the Shaman Shabbat is the most essence. He just put Erev Chatzos. If you have multiple hands that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that courtyard. Somebody into a courtyard without anything. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Chatzar. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. Remember, Erev is never apart from the home. It's Chatzar, plus into the home. But the halacha is you have a Jew who did not join into the Chatzar. He could yield his rights. Let's say if Shabbos started, so that's participation, moving for that participation in the he could yield his rights to other members of the Chatzar. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from you. The Gemara says, we saw them, the Shara Shabbos of the Shok, and Medata Rishus. Ultimately, the other Yisrael, unfortunately, again, is Yisrael, who an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like right, in public he keeps Shabbos, privately he doesn't keep Shabbos, but at least in public he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Without the Rishus, all he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the Chatzar. Okay. Shemesh Shabbos of the Shok, in without the Rishus, but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an apple. If he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights and also to the other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Yisrael, no sin Rishus in without Rishus, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his rights, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. We'll go over to Chavim actually by Akum, ultimately, and you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the words that when you say, so what's it, just pause to Ketzad, or Melo, say how does he yield, for example, yield his right to his over his rights in Ketzad, or Melo, I hereby give over my rights, right? I keep my rights in the Ketzad to you, or you will tell us now, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for the purposes of any Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who didn't participate in the Erev. They have this in any form of things. So, just in general, about Erev Chatzeros, again, we need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he could yield his rights, or be Medanta, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the country that allows everyone else to utilize. Even if he's a Yisrael woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he could yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael woman who is publicly a woman is treated like a full circle. Therefore, when we said before that the Ger Toshav ultimately again is treated like an Akum for all other things, one of the things means that if you live in a Chatzar, with a Ger Toshav, and you are choosing the Chatzar want to make it clear zeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights, ultimately again, of the Ger Toshav as well. Now, whether the Ger Toshav could actually go and make a Sarah, and the Sharo say, we'll see in tomorrow's daf. Shkrat everyone, what a daf, what an incredible experience such as historic all of you, and see everyone. I will say a great sufficient to you with all of you this morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our annual Talmud sponsor. Tuzim Shulchan Aruch dedicating all the Shem Rothschilds this year as a sponsor for the sales to Moshe and Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Abba Ali and Nicole, Stephen and Randy Drazen in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Lou Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig and Rabbi. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, and the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, then Steve Hirsch's and Rabbi, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Havaber, Baruch Mordecai, and Ben Moreno Russell. Only sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, Dr. Beloved Mother, Rosie Applebaum, Russell Bass, the Bible. Okay, the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Mishnahs have now, the families in the family, all those who need a full chef and Cody for the Israel comes for this all of our hostages, Shawn and the cutoff, and our Holy Soldiers to test the fall and our Savior. Was with that, let us begin. Today's dot is South Dallas. A really incredible dot ahead of us today. We are picking up from San Diego on the base 63B, and we are taking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. This is Rav Nachman Ula Adinu Rav. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Adinu Rav Yasser B'Fia Bar Ami Davat. And here by Ami, the same with them. The Mercy Yasser B'Kabal Mai the Yasser B'Kabal question. This is a fascinating question. Safra Mishpar B'Yayin Nesach Ma. What is the halacha if an Achim hires a Jew to smash barrels of Yayin Nesach? Right? So if Yayin Nesach Achim comes over to the bank, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of Yayin Nesach. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept, to keep the wages from his life? Let's remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves may be usher by us. So here, the Akim is asking me to do something with the Yayin Nesach, but he's asking me to destroy Yayin Nesach. He's going to take me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? And the Gemara says, no, what's the halacha? Me and me and keep the lots of the also. This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach. Now, why do I want the existence of the Nesach? Because the barrels would break on their own. I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I lose the financial. So, on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach. So, because I want it, therefore, then maybe that makes the proceeds perfect. We could actually just the one. We have Kiva, 3 lines up in the bottom of Rashi. The Yisrael said, Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. I don't know how Ruben doesn't want them to break on their own. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is interesting to think about it this way, right? The Jew actually wants the Yayin Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered the proceeds from Yayin Nesach. Therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, this is the destruction of the INS, the destruction of Rabbi Zara. This is a good thing. Sure, I want the to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, Rabbi Zara is a good thing, and that the proceeds ultimately, again, should be for a fascinating child. So Nachman says, Yishbar Atala Rablacha. Nachman says, no, take the job, take the job, get the money, and tell our brother you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go to Rabbi Zara, and that is a good thing. Take the money and go. So you must let me say this. Let's bring a proof to this. You see that or not? Ain't Ochu in the so let's say again, an active plants killer, right? Killing is for giving you so wheat, we had session just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say, for example, wheat and grape farms. That's the kind of beginning. It's for giving you extra. So if an Ovid Kocham is planting Kilayim, I, the Jews, can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Ovid means like home. You know, when you can use this cover with dirt, you can't do that type of sound of Kilayim. 64. About Ovid, you won't be able to what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot Kilayim. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi. About Ogrin, Lashlifa, and Ubud, Ba'athag of the Lot to be Kumash, let's say Akim hires and then it's listen, sober. Do me a favor, I planted Kilayim, not again, he could be planted Kilayim here on the side. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kilayim, right? And I want the existence of the Kilayim because if the Kilayim is not uprooted on their own, I lose out on my parnasa. So the Gemara says, so the case from here, this is a example. But Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want to continue existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it since you get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So says Savua, second one from the top 64. Savua Amar, who's a baby? So they keep it Amar, and the kind of line look, it's very interesting. They keep a hold of it, so in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant killer, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate growth of killing, but you can't even do anything that sustains it. So for example, she points out over here that let's say someone has planted the killing, right? After the killing, and the apple asks me to put up a fence around the killing. Rabbi Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of killing. So putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also going to be decided really good. Hamnafish means reading. The fact that means covering the seed of the dirt. Hamnafish and I look at and get all this, right? Because again, that's how to come up. Because then you're actively and directly participating in the flagging of fire. The King of Kiva says, after the kind. And the Kiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the Kilayim, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's really problematic as well. Versus my friend Rabbi Akiva, where is Rabbi Akiva? Makral, Satfa Betizra Kilayim. Pasuk says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. In the Elazaraya, I don't know the prohibition of planting. In the Kayim, how do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like even like putting up the fence. I'm a low Kilayim. I said, let's say, sir, it's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of words. So again, Gemara is actually kind of splicing the concept. Low Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's going to be like that. Ilu, Gemara says, the Ilu, the Mi'ute Tifla Shari. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even Rabbi Akiva, the prohibition ultimately is being said that sustains the Kilayim. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the Kilayim? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't have to be that thing that Rabbi Haman, who's the king? This Rabbanon, it's the Rabbanon. The Rabbanon might be open to you mean not shocking. No, it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon even want to put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon, only Rabbi Akiva, Rabbanon holds everything you can with plants to get planted, or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting activity, like putting up a fence to hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plant. It's something that's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, that's been on these revolution was the case here to come. Oh, interesting. But ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Rabbi Yehuda Amar, Liting Lahem Makaskinam Aser. Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that halacha ma'aser you are not allowed to be a favor from him. Like he actually had this in the meaning of halacha. Our lo sechanim. So all my quote is what lo sechanim means. Doesn't mean don't compliment them, don't give them a skin on them. He says, don't give them this thing, you can't work for free. You can't do something for an apple for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of a Zara, you still can't do it. So which the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, La. Now, the fact that you're saying this up front of Yehuda, says that the point of Rabbi Akiva is not be permitted. Rabbi Yehuda also leaking on a Masina. About when you take Tifla shopping. Gemara says, no. Point of Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for anyone. But to do something to uproot Avodah Zarah, that's absolutely permitted. That's a good thing. That's an objective benefit. I have realized Rabbi Akiva Nami. I thought of Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm trying to line work, yeah? And when you take Tifla shopping, you say something to the point of Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva was a more expensive approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. And not only can you not plant it, not only can you not see the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot Kilayim, to get rid of Isra, to get rid of prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the outside. To which the Gemara says, is so low easy. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss about. Of course, it's good. This phrase, the Sulam Media. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. The Sulam Media. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss here. So also, it's very interesting. So therefore, what this means is, ultimately, now let's go full circle. How did we start with this? This all started by the case of an Akum wants to break his barrels of Yarim. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break his willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Right? So am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, you could say no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the Yarim. I'm benefiting from the Lord's up. On the other hand, I'm just trying to hold this up. But nothing said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of a Zara, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get the proceeds, because the destruction of people, the destruction of the Zara, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. As it says, you get paid and cover Allah. Incredible. So I must say, it really is such an interesting idea. Kind of like part of Western society, and mindset is live and let live. And that is important as members of society, just as a general approach to living in a society, we should take an approach to living. Yes, it's not your obligation to convince the world that you're losing your ideas, nor is it your place to spend your judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices of wickedness. Live and let live. To assume that has to be our approach to living in a society. Okay, on the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed, it has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurry. That's why the American uses this question of destroy the INS and cover Allah bracha. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. It is a bracha. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what you think about. It's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, what the state of Israel is doing, it's ruling out evil. And so you would think that like the world would just line up across, right? Just flat. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil and what's good, can't see who's right and who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes there is a middle language, and sometimes the Matthew says Yishvar is Kabbalah. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and once you do it, Kabbalah. Ultimately, the process is difficult, the process is good, the process is overwhelming. But on the other side of the process, that's what he's doing. Incredible. The Gemara goes like that. Good. Hadu Yasri, so again, the same fellow is singing. And they asked about the question, Hadu Yasri, they come away like, you may have us from the other week of one and a half. So what's like, this is very interesting. What happens if an Apple sells his idol? So Apple sells his idol and he has, said for $1,000 in his does that money in the hand of the Apple take on the same identity as the Apple desire itself? Now, we profess as Brahma the Arabic. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to do that one. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, you're nothing. So you start with the nail of us from the Arabic, but probably in plus. So nothing says, I think it's meant. think it's motor that if an Akum sells his item and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Why? Listen to this. So here's another proof. Nitahano would also make it out about there were these people who came up with what happened. Another room, Zidino Komadi Istafu, the suicide. This is fascinating. So that's kind of like this. There were these people who came up with what happened? Rabbi and they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen, now watch this. What's the logic over here? And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the Suez Skyru, both these Skyru, the Akashim Skyru, also really got like all this stuff, because remember, if they convert and they still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity, and you can't get Hanor. So he tells them instead, before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off, you have the money, then you can convert and the money is permitted. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see from there that halacha naisa, when Abraham sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time, you shouldn't have some of the never let's go from the other commentary, see that the proceeds and sale of idolatry that are in the hands of the ultimately is permitted. I the Dylan Chinese person, the freedom that I relay, that I bought that. Maybe that case is different. Why is it different? Because since the process of conversion, they're negating the theological significance of the idol converted. So an apple could be Madat as result. Maybe that's why this person is Eloni the Hoffa. Eloni Hoffa. Rabbi Gemara says, here's the Yisol Shai Noshe Bali Kochavim, Mother, Umachar Avodos Kochavim Dehi. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his item, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or, Yayin Nessa, in the same case, I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yayin Nessa, and then he brought me the proceeds of this. What's that? Well, mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Interesting. The Gemara says. Now, however, watch this. And let's say the Akim Sim case, I don't $1,000. Chris said, all right, pay you to me here, Arabia, I'm just going to sell my I'll be back with the proceeds. Or I'm going to sell my Yayin Nesach, I'll be back with the proceeds. In that case, it's awesome. So again, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Apple $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Yayin Nesach. I know what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple. Sell my idol. I got to sell my Yayin Nesach. Then he comes back with the proceeds are prohibited to me. I check the Gemara, my generation. So what's the distinction? I don't say what's the distinction between these see from the Shumba, I will make the words of the Gemara. So this is very interesting. So now this seems to circle back a little bit to the previous circle. But here's the difference. In the second case, where the author says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of it. I don't want the continued existence of the wine. Why? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshes posits the proceeds for us. Listen, one second. If you go to the Kiyuma Kia that's what we just said before, but that's not. In other words, it was like when you want the continued existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the apple sells it for a lot of money. I want to continue the existence of the INSF because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these particular items. Why should it be awesome? Rothschild, Gerb, you have two brothers. One converted, and one they're Akum brothers. One converted and one is from Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. Their Akum's father died. They're not going to inherit their father. So they want to speak to the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say permanent idols. So Ger, Yaakov, Lomar, Lot, animals. So brother Ger can say to brother Akum, listen, brother Akum, you take all the idolatrous stuff, you take all the yanis, and I'll take the money and the potatoes. If you do that, then the Shabbat, and that's committed. However, the Shabbat is just like your obviously. All of this presupposes that the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Nasa or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse, right? But, well, there is recourse. Maybe you see this. You can get an option to be Mavakra and Sarah, but it's much more complicated. Once the Jew owns it, they're really very good. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of his items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's Hesed. So ultimately, again, what do you see from here? But Halach in this case, brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the Yain. But he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? Which is Amrava by Ulam Bashisa Mabodas Kabamis Kalekis the Kishwara. What's the case of this Mishnah? This Mishnah is somewhat on idol that says near and golden silver, which means that what even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which the says that's fine. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain it to extend of the idol? The Pharaoh's Hadrain. So what's the difference between Adrianic, so apparently, Rashi points out that here, Adrianic person where ultimately it's very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the person where absorbed wine to a degree, that you can take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, brother here doesn't care if the has straight and not. It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. Which is much the one saying, even if that's so, even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that they're great, right? But he does care whether or not he's still being lost, so he still wants to continue existence. And the Yushas Ager Kamach, don't bring a riot. We're bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance of Ger. No, Shani Yushas Ager, for Rabbi. Rabbis were making by the Yerusha. Whereas normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha myself, Chazal will make it by the Yerusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actually taken possession of the idols, he's absolutely committed to work this out with his brother. Right, and so you take this, you take the stuff off of the stuff. Even though, yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would he make a buy here? That people are we are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his religion. Listen, that's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right, there's some of the person showing. It's also said that in certain cases of theft. He doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept that the stolen kind of wine in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's treatment. Okay, so he has to return everything that was in the It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Money is necessary, money is important. And, as much as we say, like drugs, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, just use your life to make therapy. And many people did not stand up to religious challenges, and there was a choice between religion and money. They were afraid that if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately again Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the gift, because it's human nature. So if a chazal didn't want to play in that situation, therefore they will make those by a Ger, and we say that often this tendency to happen in stages because the items, therefore allow him to keep the committed items, give his Akum brother all of the information. Also, on the base. How do you know? Nothing likes to support this. Imagine when it is so, Shiyushu, in the case of Yerusha. about Mishkan through us. But in the case, let's say, the business partnership will be awesome. So see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of the Yisha, but they will not have to occur in other contexts as well, because we don't want to put the person in this role there in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So remember, guys, how do you guys about this? Remember, again, all this is the same group of Rabbanim sitting together. Another question that came up. Ger Toshad Mari Shulibakwa Ahodas. So let's say this is can a Ger Toshad, go ahead, and we'll say, just before, just I think that Chazal will make go back again. Just so you understand the tremendousness of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. And sometimes people have a very steep view of HaKadosh, a very steep view of Halacha. That Hakadosh was waiting for us to mess up, to smack us down. He's all waiting for us to mess up, so he can levy some type of punishment or penalty. That's a pretty clear from the truth. The Ribono wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal want our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, and all of the rules, and all of the scriptures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, Mishpach understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. Incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's all we do. No, there are no greater activity in this world. That's in this world than in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly commanding for success. Okay, incredible question. How do you guys talk about it? Ger Tosha, Man Shevat Lawrence. What's the very interesting Can a Ger Tosha? Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an apple has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. Ger Tosha, what is a Ger Tosha? Now we're going to see there's more focus about the definition of the Ger Tosha. Rashi points out that in the top of the graph, Ger Tosha, Eino always avodas. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. And that's a very big thing. Like, he believes in Hakadosh. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in other respect, he's imagining. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, the Palach without the world Palach on the side. We say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Maybe we say like this. Anyone who's what we call a barniyeh. If you're the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission all the time. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. You must only rule that nothing. So I'm going to go to nothing against this. It's not like the Palach and Baka Glo Palach. And nothing says, you know, only someone who worships it can negate it. If someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Gershom doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. You must listen. There is a question. This one second. He sells Shabbat So, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found that in the marketplace. What's that? Oh, actual Basel. So, what's it saying? Remember again. So, let's say, listen to this case. I'm working in the shop, I'm working in the marketplace. I see a gold tiger sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's probably not right because I'm not a celebrity. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially, it can't be decommissioned. So what do? I should have it. So if I pick it up, over the office will come in the back. I can call over an apple. Remember, you know what the heck it is. Call over an apple. And see if the apple. And you just engage this idolatry. Decommission. That's theological decommissioning. So go ahead and engage in theological decommissioning of this idolatry. It's permitted. However, again, in the Shabbat Saliyado, but again, that's if I take it out. I take possession of it. At that point, it cannot be decommissioned. No they talk on what happened is he commissioned his own Avodah Zarah or the Avodah Zarah of his friend, day of dawn, day she'in yod. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Whether we find it as being the same. My of God or my what does it mean to work? What does it mean that Akum could be commissioned Avodah Zarah? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. Ilema idi v'idi ovid profile. If you want to say that what you're talking about in Akum, then Hayu Shalom B'Shadim. We already said that. We just said before that an Akum has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And the love of the Ovid Umay She'in Elav of the Ovid right? Ultimately, of the means an actual Akum. Umay She'in of the, what does it mean? A non-worshipper? Dear Tosha. Oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual and a Ger Tosha? Shmarina, Ger Tosha, Nanu. What do you see from here? But a Ger Tosha has the ability to be the battle, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. So which Gemara says, no. The Olam in the Wafar, not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person who could decommission Avodah Zarah is the actual idol worshiper. I get to commemorate. And you should all the shuffle, you know. And he said, already said that. Then the dice has been done. Because he already said that Akum to God and decommission his Avodah Zarah and his friend's Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. Two different cases. Reisha, Zed Lapa'ar, Zed Marcus. Reisha is teaching me like this. Because you have two Akums, right? And both worship Pa'ar. And both worship Marcus. So obviously, again, Akum 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Akum 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zela Pa'ar, Zela. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Let's say you have one Akum who worships Marcus and one who worships Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? An Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship it. So let's say, so really three levels to each other. Number one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships it. It's incredible. So the Gemara says, next, but again, no lie about a Ger Tosha. Right? So when it comes to a Ger Tosha, we still have to can a Ger Tosha, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be without God? So that was part of it. Because this is the construct, is a Ger Tosha, what's a Ger Tosha? Tosha Kiva Ashimos, so now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a Ger Tosha? So Ger Tosha Kiva Lab is made Bimo Fabilim. And here it says, it's any Akum who is accepted upon himself in front of three tabernacle. Again, it was a cover being spoken about before. Probably normally used. Somebody is careful. With trees and this is careful about team time. So in this context, the context what it just means is you're in front of a base. Anytime an Akum comes in front of a base, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a Ger Tosha. That's a Ger Tosha. Good. That's what I meant. Come say. Tosha Kiba of Sheva Mitzvot. Tosha Kiba of Sheva Mitzvot. Come say. A Ger Tosha is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noah five. People from don't seem to apply the base. That's a Ger Tosha. It's just the Noah. The basic stuff. Freedom only. Able to go ball with the Ger Tosha. Not true. Freedom say not true. So neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of Ger Tosha. What is a Ger Tosha? And the easy Ger Tosha. Zeh Ger Oton Nevelos. Shetigal Allah Mekayim Kol Mitzvos Hamilos HaTorah. Chutz Me'isr Nevelos. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of the Ger Tosha? The Ger Tosha is ultimately again who eats not kosher, who eats Nevelos, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs in the Torah. It's a pretty shocking definition. It looks like it's really not bold without the definition of the Torah. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the lazy not kosher idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Yisrael Noah. Achelin, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs except the laws of Moses. He's not like kosher. It's incredible. But the price that goes on, Yakadin Exler, Yain, getting much keeping Exler Yain. That's what the air should really say. What's it about is you can deposit wine with the gas shop, right? You can leave it within for a little bit of time, which is in your house. You can leave within wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit within wine for a long amount. You know, what's the reason? What are we concerned about every year? What are we concerned about every year? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says around the Rashi says over there. We saw my neck, but I saw actually left the so much anything about it. The Akiva Yellow Color, no, not the Homanasa. The Mago is from us in the Amar Base of Rothschild. Either the Ima another crack, either when you got all that. We think it's not a war like a mission. So ultimately, when you keep the present wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time because what we're seeing in the we swap out the juice wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is even in the city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. אבל יחד עם אגרים, ואפילו באר שליבו על בגו. So as I look at the year for itself, you could leave it in mind for a short amount of time. Not for a long time, but not for the INS, or not for the INS. Like this is repeating idolatry. Right? But you are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wife to the Jews. So for a short amount of time, this will go a long of the time. Shmano, Tieno. So it's kind of spoiled like this. What is that? Shmano, Tieno, Shemen, Mista, Havi, it's like what can be wrong with oil? Oil can be used. Hello, Yeno, Kishano. Interesting, New York friends when it uses like this. Like Halacha Lamaisa, that ultimately again is his wine, his wine is like his word. Just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. I look at that just a moment. That's Shmano Abiyas and Yeno Mutabanga, Shmano Kodishuk Hashem Lafiloshai. About the Shia Asa. So what does he mean that his oil was like, excuse me, that his wine is like his oil? It's the same that you get enough from his oil to make enough from his wine. And you can't drink the wine that you get yourself, but ultimately you can get hungry off of it. The sharp of dollar ultimately and for every other thing, for me, for everything. He is like he's like an apple. He's a Muslim. Shimon Omer, Yeno Yair. Shimon says his wine is like the Yesef, but obviously ultimately again that it is mutter, ultimately again for for sure. So this will actually call them the now we'll pick up in the next session. Actually let's finish. Let's finish this again. What do you see from there? Is shared by the public. We see from there that an apple is like an apple to your Photoshop is like an apple regarding every other matter. The mind itself, ultimately, again, when you say that your Photoshop is like an apple for everything else, what is that? Which the Gemara says, love in the back of a Western Clubbing to have a Western Clubbing. It doesn't happen because this word entire discussion that goes first and that's how you're trying to figure out, doesn't get a person have the ability to negate idolatry, to theologically definition of idolatry. So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, and your touch is unique. But in the other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically definition and negate that whole desire, so too can it get Toshab? So too can it get Toshab? To which the Gemara says, no, no. Nikim Shushkin without Toshab. No, actually, it means something else. It means actually it's for Shabbos. What does it mean for Shabbos? What's the rest? It's Kinsanya. You saw him, remember? The Shabbos Shabbat is what's that? It's just Erev Chatzos. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that courtyard. Somebody goes to the courtyard without anything. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Chatzah. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. There are Erev things. You have to pass the home into the Chatzah, Chatzah into the home. Now the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chatzar, he can yield his rights. Let's say if Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in the movement, forgot to participate in the Erev, he can yield his rights to the other members of the Chatzar. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights from him. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says, Yisrael Mummer, the Sharon Shabbos of the Shulchan, Mevata Lushusah. Ultimately, again, if you have Yisrael Mummer, which unfortunately again is Yisrael, an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like in public he keeps Shabbos, privately he doesn't keep Shabbos, but at least in public he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Without the rishus, all he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Eruv, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the chutzner. Okay, Shemish Shabbos of the shul in Ravat al-Shus, but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an apple. If he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights in the chutzner to the other residents. Rather, we have to rent his rights from him. Meisha Amru, Yisrael, no single shus from Ravat al-Shus, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. But by Akum, ultimately, and you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the Gemara is saying that when we say, so it wasn't just pause finish on Ketzad, Omer Law, say how does the yield, for example, yield his right to give over his rights to the Chatzar? Omer Law, I hereby give over my rights. I keep my rights in the Chatzar. Or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for the purposes of the Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who participated in the Eruv. They start with not even forward to this. So just a general Eruv Chaziros, again, you need the participation of all the Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he could yield to it, or being Mevata, or just simply increase his ownership rights in the Chatzar that allows everyone else to utilize the Chatzar. Even if he's a Yisrael woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he could yield, or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael woman, who is publicly a woman, is treated like a Jew. Full circle, therefore, when we said before that a ger tosha ultimately again is treated like an akil for all other things, one of the things it means that you live in a chutzner with a ger tosha. When you a Jew in a chutzner want to make it zeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the ger tosha as well. Now, whether or not the ger tosha can actually run the gate of Zara, the Rothschild will say, you'll see tomorrow's daf. Shkaya, everyone. What a daf. What an incredible experience such a system with all of you. Wishing everyone.
Reload. May Hashem bless you and guide you. May Hashem shine His face upon you and be gracious to you. May Hashem lift His face to you and grant you peace.
All of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank
I can
our annual commentary sponsors. Thank you to all the Sherman Rushos this year. As a Swiss for those to us and Israel. Commentary sponsors for the month of Av, Abba, Stephen, and raising in honor of your parents. Israel Jason, Dina Drazen, and Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Faith Wolf, Commissioner of the Yard State, Dr. Wolf's father, Wolf Shalom, Ben, from the Rabbi, Nathan in memory of their father, Ben Adler, However, Baruch Mordechai, Ben Moreno, Ramos. The only sponsors for today, Cherry Applebaum, in memory of his beloved mother, Rosalie Applebaum, Rachel Das. That I of the American Commentary, all of the Shell South and the families in the family, all those who were through Shell and Philip, all of the allow our souls to be successful follow up in our sin. Most of that, let us be faith, not peace, Son of God, 64. We have incredible time with us today. We are picking up on Summit Gimel 63. We are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 glories up and 5. So we have not been moving about the Ani Rabbi. So again, we have not been moving about the Ani Rabbi. Just what we hear about Ani Rabbi. We hear about Ani, we sit in the front. We must also have a right. We have to follow the question. We don't listen to the fascinating discussion.
Urakim Balasamea, Urakim Balasamea, Urakim Balasamea, Balasamea, Urakim, Urakim Balasamea, Hava, Nagiva Hava, Nagiva Bain,
What is the
Hava,
halacha? Is it the Jew
Nagiva
allowed to
Hava,
receive
Nagiva Hava, Nagiva Bain, Nistaka, Hava Neranena, Hava Neranena, Hava Neranena, Bain, Nistaka, Hava Neranena, Hava Neranena, Hava Neranena, Bain, Nistaka,
the uncle is asking you to do something in the idea, and he's asking you to destroy the idea. Pay for it. He said, am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the law of Miyamiyan people that also be Kuma also? This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the Yain Yasa. Now, why do I want the existence of the Yain Yasa? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them and lose my noses. On one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the Yain Yasa. So because I want it, therefore, maybe that makes the process
Fighting
work.
too cheerful today, folks.
That's
to separate the kingdom purification back to heaven, initial spiritual war, possible reincarnation, spiritual event, resurrection body, system, Olam Haba, perfected, embodied,
I don't know, Ruben doesn't
five
want
levels
to
of
break
sin,
up my own.
nefesh,
Actually,
intelligent will,
he
emotion,
tells me
neshama,
so do we say that since the Jew
intellect, higher,
actually wants, and
transcendent,
it's interesting
life
to
force,
think about it this way, right?
Yeshida,
The Jew actually
absolute
wants
Yori,
the
he
Yain
may teach
Nesach
that
to
in
remain in
the
existence.
judge,
I don't want it to break
Torah,
on its
he
own.
may commit
So therefore,
first
maybe that's considered to be
Torah,
process from
12,
Yain Nesach, and therefore again,
very
it's
teach
us.
not,
On the other hand, oh,
Genesis,
this is the destruction of the INS, the destruction of the level of the Zohar. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want the Rav to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to describe what the Zohar is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds, ultimately, again, should be committed. Fascinating child. I'm not Nachman. So Nachman says, Yishmar the Kol of Yahweh. Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell our brother you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and root out the Zohar. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. Let me see this. Let's bring a proof to this. Ain't Ocean in the so let's say again. And Uncle plants July, right? July is for so wheat, we had such a just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say for example wheat and grape farms. That's the kind of yeah. So if an ovary is planting July, I would Jew to go ahead and assist in over means like home. You can't do that. How about son of God? 64. How about what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot that I am allowed to do. About Ogrin, Lashlifa, let's say Akim hires me and he says, listen, Silver, do me a favor, I planted Kalai. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kilayim, right? And I want the existence of the Kilayim. Because if the plants are not uprooted on their own, I lose out on my parnasa. So the Gemara says, so the appears from here, this is to support the matchmaker. Nothing says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from the forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item. Even though you by definition want to continue existence of the forbidden item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. Similar to Savua, the second one from the top 64. Savua, Haman, who's a baby. So the Amar, and the Kaim, the Kilayim market. It's very interesting. People hold to us in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate growth of Kilayim, but you can't even do anything that's sustainable. So for example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone else planted a Kilayim, right? Apple asks me to put a fence around the Akiva says also. Why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of the putting up a fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself, nevertheless, it is going to be also going to be decided very well. And Nafish means reading. The Chapa means covering the sleeves with bricks. And Nafish on the Chapa, I look at and give out respect because again, that's not come up because you're actively directly participating in the planting of Quran. The keeper is having a kind. The keeper says, even if you do anything to sustain it, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's really common as well. So much as my time, where is the keeper? Sat al Tizra Kilayim. Pasuk says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. In the Elazarah, I'm going to plant the Kayim. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like even like putting up the fence. I'm a low Kilayim. I suppose it's interesting over here. A little bit about play on words. A little bit of play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of spicy. It has a low Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, because the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, which is something that sustains it, that's going to be a special. Ilu, the Gemara says, the Ilu, when you do Tifla Shari, and ultimately, interestingly enough, even if it's Kiva, the prohibition ultimately to sustain the community. What about if somebody's going to pay me to uproot it sounds like that is going to be Gemara says not necessarily. So does that be that mean Rabbi? Rather Haman, who's this Rabbanon? It's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be the opening actually meaning Anishah. No, that's not true. According to the Rabbanon, if this is Rabbanon, that's a good offense. Because Rabbanon only can be a kiva. Rabbanon only can be planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Sometimes that's the point like putting up plants they hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly then you can get paid for uprooting the plant itself. Certainly that's not going to be a problem. For which the Gemara says, Hachamas, this is very interesting. What's the case over here? Interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Ultimately, the Yehuda is of the opinion that halacha and you are not allowed to do a favor for an action. Might be actually adding some meaning of it. So all my focus what Lo Sechanim means. Right? Doesn't mean to compliment them or give them a the Yehuda says, don't give up this thing, you can't work for free. You can't do something for an outcome for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of the you still can't do it. So which the Gemara says, Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, La. Now, the fact that you're setting this up according to Yehuda, sounds like according to Rabbi Akiva, will not be permitted. Yehuda also beating la Machrasino, Aval Yehuda Tifla Shakin. Gemara says, no. According to Yehuda, Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor for free gift. You can't do a favor for an outcome. But to do that about Rizala, that's absolutely permitted. That's a good thing. That's an objective benefit. I have Rabbi Akiva Nami. Afa Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva. Mekain Kilayim Lokeh. When you take Tifla Shakritam, you say something according to Rabbi Akiva. Even according to Rabbi Akiva was a more expansive, approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. They're not only can you not plant it, not only can you not see the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot Kilayim to get rid of Isser, to get rid of prohibited, is absolutely permitted. You get paid for that from the outcome. To which the Gemara says, Nisu lo nizi. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss about. It's great. This phrase is so amazing. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a wonder, Sulomi. That's it, we're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So it's very interesting. Therefore, what this means
lowering of Spanish oil was roughly contemporary with the appearance of
this whole start with the case of an Akum wants to break his barrels of Yain. He asked him, he wants that iron Jew to go and break his $50 a barrel. Right? So remember, on one hand, you could say no, because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the Yain. Benefiting from a Rothschild.
Structured around questions and answers.
But Nachman said, do it and cover Allah.
So it involves the destruction of a Zara of prohibited item
Even
uses
though,
little
yes, I
symbolism
do
rather than
want the
systematic thought
continued
for the
existence
central
of
theme.
the INS, so
Some
I get it.
comments
I don't want it to
quote
break on its own.
secret
I want to
magic
break it.
commandments
I don't want
evidenced
the plan to be
commandment
uprooted on its
affects
own.
the
I
spirit,
want to uproot it.
plan
But
emanations,
nevertheless,
cosmic
I am
harmony,
committed to
ritual
go ahead and
acts,
do these
will
activities,
awaken
get
spiritual
taking
realities, but
proceeds,
heavy emphasis on
because the
love, meaning
destruction of
fulfillment,
evil, destruction of
luxuries,
Zara,
conceit, fringes,
destruction of
Shabbat,
prohibition,
Sabbath.
ultimately is a
With
good thing.
Sephirotic
In
system,
fact, it
divine
says you get
combinations
paid
expand,
and
more
Tava
intense
Allah.
support
Incredible. I must say, there is
focuses
a
on divine unity
there
in
is
the
such an
relationship
interesting
between
idea
masculine and feminine
that
aspects, restoration of
part
harmony
of Western
through human
society,
action,
our
strong concern
mindset is,
with
you know,
Tiferet,
live and let live.
beauty
And
from
that is important
Shekinah,
as members of society,
divine
just as a general approach to living
presence,
in greater society, we should
exile and
take
redemption,
approach to living with. Yes,
mystical
you know what?
understanding of
It's
Shekinah
not
and
your obligations
exile,
against the world
Israel's
that you're
spiritual
using
mission,
it. Yes,
human
nor is it
observance of
nor
prayers,
is it
divine
your place to stand
fragmentation,
in judgment
redemption
of
is
everyone
cosmic,
else's
not dual,
lifestyle
political,
choices or
Torah
everything
as
else.
living
Live
structure.
and let live.
Torah is a divine
That's
organism of
to a certain
blueprint,
degree that has to be
creations,
our approach
letters,
to
and
greater
names
society.
contain hidden
On
metaphysical
the other
structures,
hand,
languages,
it's
and
also
theological
teaching us
symphony
this
of
idea
communication.
that
Theological
evil
synthesis,
shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world.
strongly
And when there's something that is evil, it has to
human
be
action
uprooted.
affects
When
divine
there's something
reality.
that is evil, it
God is
has to
revealed
be
through dynamic
broken. When
creation,
there's something that is evil,
emphasis,
it has to be
biblical,
smashed. It has to be
leading to
destroyed.
God combines
Because if
symbolic
we let
metaphysics,
evil take
mystical
root,
psychology,
then it
philosophy, beauty,
spreads,
relationship
and
to other
unfortunately
Kabbalistic
becomes
texts.
the norm. And
Shares
sometimes
conceptual
then those
framework
norms
with the
between
Zohar,
good
but
and
is
evil
more compact, less
ultimately again
mystical
become
narrative,
incredibly blurred. And that's
develops
what
themes
which is
from
Rothschild.
sacred Yetzirah,
Yes, destroy the INS and Tavo Allah
book
love.
of formation,
Because
especially
ridding the world
organic letters
of
and
evil
cosmology. Part of
is a
the
rough.
early Spanish
That is a rough.
theosophical
It's not easy.
scholar
It's not easy. And
strain
it's fraught with incredible challenges.
influence.
We see this for
That is why they studied as the
it's
Zohar
such an incredible thing.
influenced
If you think about
later
what the nation of
Kabbalists
Israel
in
was
Spain
Israel
province
was doing, it's really
contributed to
and
development
so
of
you would
symbolic
think that like
interpretation
you
of
would be
mitzvot,
just
cosmic
line
and prayer
up
theology, later
thoughts,
systematized
right? Just clap.
in the Messianic
Because
Kabbalah.
we're
Why
doing
it's
the
important, it
words
helps us to
really
see
well.
the
Yet again,
pre-Zoharic and
it's hard
parallel
because
mystical
often we
environment,
can't see
clarifies
what's
how whole
evil,
thought becomes cosmic, ritual becomes metaphysical action,
but when Matthew
serves
tells
as a
us
bridge between
sometimes
early
it is a
mystical
real
speculation, fully
and
mystic,
sometimes Matthew says
Kabbalistic
Yishbar
theology.
Yitamallah.
So that was a cool
Sometimes
stuff.
you have to identify evil, you have to break it,
Really?
you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and if you do it,
Jam just matching.
the process is difficult, the process is good, the process is long, but ultimately when you get to the other side of the process,
Something
that's
so
what it's really about.
pleasurable. It
The Gemara goes like that. Good. Hadri Lasvi, so again, the same cover of sitting. And they ask about the question, Hadri Lasvi, the coming by like, the may others come the other So what's it? This is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has now sold for $1,000, that's $1,000 in his hand. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the Akum himself? Mahu. Mitofes has done that the other day. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to run nothing. So this is very interesting. So ultimately, we start with the nail that's come down the covering tongue. So nothing says I think it's mortal. I think it's mortal that if an Akum sells his idol and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Now, why? Listen to this. So here's our nothing's proof. لتهنأوا the asl from Rabbi. When these people came up for Rabbi, what? Another one. Zilu Zivino Komar the Islafu. The suicide. This is fascinating. So nothing says like this. There were these people who came up for Rabbi. And what happened? And they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen and watch this. What's the logic over here? Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, if you have the suicide, because remember, if they convert and they still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? It can never have its identity negated. And you can't get another from it. So he tells them instead before, while you're Gentiles, sell it off, you have the money, then you can convert and the money is permitted. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see from the halacha right? So when Akim sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says,
Milky
My time,
is
the show
dairy,
the castle,
veggie,
the never
meat,
let's go have the
pork,
other
and
commentary,
mucho.
so that the proceeds
Hamish,
from the
Amish,
sale of
Homish,
idolatry
Shmana
that are in the hands of
means
the
red,
Akum that ultimately is
bigger,
permitted.
means
I the Gil and Shiny has in the Hibam that I can relay, God I bought that. Maybe that case is
and then
different. Why is that case different? Because since
Kazir
they're in the
means pig,
process of
Kazir
conversion,
means
obviously they're no matter. They're negating the theological significance of the idol they're converting. So an Akum could be Mevaka is
to
not
pig,
a
split,
Jabba. So
carry
maybe
bread, and
that's how
sugar
it
for
proceeds.
them. They're good.
Eleni the Hafa. Eleni
Gan,
Hafa. Now the
Gan,
Gemara says, here's the
Gan,
thing.
that's
Yisrael Shai Moshe Babikol Kavan, Gemara, Umachar Avodas Kochanim
the
Behevi. Listen to this.
yarn,
I
milk,
lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his item, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yayin Nesach, same case, I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He
trace,
sold his
yarn,
Yayin
corn,
Nesach, and then he
Lord
brought me
cycles,
the
devil,
proceeds of the
verse,
sale. What's that?
means,
Mutter.
needle,
Ultimately, again, it's
means,
mutter. Okay, interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this.
sweat, snore, means,
And let's say the Akum same case, like the Akum $1,000. Case still already pay you. To me, you're away here. I'm just going to sell my oil. I am not the process. I'm going to sell my Yayin Nesach and be back in the process. In that case, it's awesome. See, here's interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Yayin Nesach. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, back the debt, mutter. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Yayin. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are perfectly. I effectively my generation. So what's the distinction? I don't understand what's the difference in these two cases. Rav Sheshes, see from the Shum Zacharim and Kilot of the Kilim. So this is very serious. So now this seems to sort the crack a little
During
bit.
this time of intense grief, they don't burn themselves or for engage in pleasurable activities. Instead, they focus on the loss and are accompanied by
or while I
visitors.
go ahead and
This can be traced to the Bible,
selling
where
wine,
we read
I
that Joseph
want
declared
the
7
continued
days
existence
of mourning after the burial of his
wine,
father
because I want to
Jacob.
pay. So because I want it,
The mourners
therefore
typically gather in a single home to observe Shiva together. This is often the home of the deceased, since they'll be praying there and going to synagogue. This is considered a great merit for the departed. For the duration of the Shiva, the mourners do not cut their hair, wear fresh clothing, enjoy music, or group activities, engage in powerful relations, wear leather shoes, apply lotions, or even study Torah, except for certain sections. Instead of sitting on chairs or couches, they sit on those stools. Shiva. It's a great mitzvah to visit friends and relatives who are sitting Shiva. It is appropriate for visitors to remain silent until the mourner acknowledges their presence and starts a conversation. Before leaving, it is customary to say, "May the Almighty comfort you among the mourners of the man in Jerusalem." A major component of Shiva is the prayer service, during which the mourners recite the Kaddish memorial prayer for the deceased on Shiva. The day of the funeral is counted as the first day of Shiva, and even a small portion of base hour is sufficient. So if the funeral was on Wednesday, Shiva will end on Tuesday. Physical mourning practices are suspended during Shabbat, so the mourner should watch down Shabbat finally and attend synagogue as usual. Major Jewish holidays can terminate Shiva items.
Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse, right? But well, technically there is a recourse. Maybe you see this. You could get often to be in the background of the Sarah, but it's much more complicated. Once a Jew already owns it, there are really very limited options. So as long as Brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate in this way. However, if Brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So what's this ultimately? What do you see? In this case, Brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the Yayin Nesach. But he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore again it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over here? This Mishnah?
better than any
This
better.
Mishnah is talking about an idol that's made out of gold, which means that what?
Really? Oh, this
It's
bitch
still
is
valid.
going to the moon.
So therefore again,
She
Brother
doesn't even
Ger
know it.
doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Because even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. To which the Gemara says, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. Now, how would you explain the case then of Yair Yosef? The Pharaoh's Hadraini. So, what's this very interesting? Hadrianic earthquake. So, apparently, Rashi points out that here, Hadrianic earthenware ultimately was very well absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbs the wine to a degree that you could take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute wine. In that case, also, better beer doesn't. Who cares if the tasks break or not? It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still taken. To which the Gemara says, the one saying, one second, even if that's so, even if Brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that he didn't break, right? But he does care whether or not he gets stolen or lost, so he still wants their continued existence. Don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot, bringing up from the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No, Shani Rushas Ager, Dakil Barabba. The rabbis were made by the Yerusha of the Ger. In other words, normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were made by the Yerusha of the Ger. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yain Nesach or the idols, he is absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? And so you take this, you take the stuff, I'll take the stuff, even though, yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make up by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money, he will choose his inheritance. I will say that's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well.
It's third, bro.
Right? There's something like the person showing. Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept back the stolen item. Why? In order to go ahead and facilitate.
Let's get back to the discussion of what it is to be a rabbi.
So people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial.
5786.
Money is necessary.
Isn't there an argument to be made? I think that there is, perhaps, that since the
it's true. As long as you have your health,
Mesmas, or like the rabbis of the
because if you
past,
don't have money, just things are like
and traditional smicha ended in around the 4th century,
stand up to religious challenges.
that
There was a choice between religion and money. We're afraid that
we have just been
between halacha and ultimately again his Yerusha. He may be
doing our best in exile,
not because of it yet, because it's human nature. So if Chazal didn't want to put in that situation, therefore they were made by
true
a hair,
rabbinical decisions and such
having a state that is comprised of permitted items and
may
permitted
not
items, therefore allowed him to keep the permitted items.
even be legitimate since true smicha ended, and thus arguments like perhaps that you can't use electronic social and things like that
But in the case, let's say, of a business partnership would be also. So you see from here,
are just made by people without true smicha, so it's just their interpretation. Even somebody like Rabbi would have true smicha, arguably. So it's just we're doing the best that we can, but these are just like people who don't have true
sitting together. Another question that came in.
judicial authority.
So listen, this is a very interesting case. Can a ger toshav go ahead? And we'll say, just before we go on, just this idea that Chazal will make over the ger, just so you understand the tremendous mystery of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. You know, sometimes people have a very skewed view of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, a very skewed view of halacha. That HaKadosh Baruch Hu is waiting for us to mess up, so he could smack us. He's all waiting for us to mess up, so he could levy some type of punishment ultimately against us. That's a pretty far from the truth. The Ribono Shel Olam wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Hashbarach understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, Chazal do that as well. Know that you have no greater advocate in this world than the Kodesh Baruch. That's in this world than in the next world. And in this world, Chazal constantly in for success. Okay, incredible question. How do you guys recall that? Ger Toshav, Ma'aseh Ba'Dal's comes. What's a very interesting challenge? Can a Ger Toshav go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akum has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So a Ger Toshav, what is a Ger Toshav? Now we're going to see this is my focus about the definition of a Ger Toshav. Rashi points out that in the top of the graph, Ger Toshav Eino Ovid Avodas Kofar. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple with everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. Like, he believes in Ekmishpati, he believes in God, he doesn't worship idolatry. In every other respect, he's a man. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, the so we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not, maybe say like this. Anyone who's what we call a baronet. If you're the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission all this other. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple.
Oh, I get
so
that.
Because of that, you know what that
shit? What is
he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the class to go ahead and negate it. You must only rule that nothing, so then also nothing is this. Established the Halach Mavato Gro Halach. So nothing says only someone who worships it can negate it. So someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. He must be Mason, or Isaac, and this one second. He saw Shabbat Sabbath Mishra. So went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's up? Actual boss like that. So what's it saying? I remember again. So let's say, listen to this story. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold item sitting there on the ground. If I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because I have acquired it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what do I do? Actual boss said this. So before I pick it up, I could call over an Akum. Remember, I was saying, call over an Akum and say, Akum. I need you to negate this idolatry, decommission it, right? Theological decommissioning. So go ahead and engage in theological decommissioning of this idolatry. It's permitted. However, again, in the Shabbat of the Yodo, ain't no only of it from the law. But again, but if I take it out, if I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. Okay, Sha'omro, always Kochavim Nadato Avodos Kochavim Shalom, the Shachadeh. And Ovid Kochavim Nakum to decommission his own Avodah Zarah, or the Avodah Zarah of his friend, they have done, they She'in Lord. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Whether he finds these new things. My Ovda, my what does it mean? What does it mean that after the decommission of the Zarah, whether he worships it or doesn't worship it? If you want to say that we're talking about an akum, then Hainu Shalom Shachar, we already said that because we said before that an akum has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And a lot of the Oved Kohanim, right? Ultimately, again, Ovda means an actual akum. When my she'in Ovda, what does it mean? A non-worshipper, Ger Toshav. Oh, so he was able to go ahead and decommission both an actual akum and a Ger Toshav. Now we know Ger Toshav not Nevato. What do you see from here? That a Ger Toshav has the ability to be Nevato, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Jewish Gemara says, no. The Olam Ibn Rafa, not true. Rather, Israel will be the only person who should decommission the design is an actual idol worship of himself. I did the conduit. And you shall know the stuff on it. And he already said that. Then the price is done. Because he already said that Akum could go out and decommission his idol desire and his friend's idol desire. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. Two different cases. Reisha, Zeh, Zeh, Lefa'ar, Zeh, Marcos. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two Akums, right? And both worship Ba'al, or both worship Marcos. So obviously, again, Akum 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Akum 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeh, Lefa'ar, Zeh, Marcos. Oh. The Sefer teaches me this. Let's say you have one Akum who worships Marcos and one who worships Baal. What's the novelty over here? An Akum can worship in idolatry even if he doesn't worship. So what's that? So maybe three halachas to each Number one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different. Incredible. Incredible. So the Gemara says. Next, but again, no lie about it. The Tosha, he stood out of the can be a Tosha. A Gentile who repeated idolatry, repudiated idolatry, can he be without love? So that was thought of this. Whereas next, the Gemara's Tasha, is a Ger Tosha. What's a Ger Tosha? Tosha Kiba, so now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a Ger Tosha? That Tosha Kiba, with Medimo Kavirim, Shalalahon Avodas Kamdirim. Meir says, it's any Akum who is accepted upon himself in front of three Chavim. Now, again, I will say, Chaver, being spoken about before, Chaver normally means someone who is careful with truth and answers, someone who is careful about too many time. So, in this context, with Pasha, it just means he has to do it for another days.
There is an argument to be made, and I understand that it's not mainstream and it's not centrist, but the fact that no one today has true sneakah from the biblical sense means that we've just been interpreting things. And doesn't necessarily mean that we've been interpreting correctly. We don't have many of the same abilities that were had during the times of the Sanhedrin. So, because of that, or Sanhedrin. And so, because of that,
satisfy the definition of Ger what is a Ger Toshav? And the easy Ger Toshav.
There's an argument to be made. We've just been doing the best that we can. But that, even that is just our interpretation. The Talmud never says, hey, if the Sanhedrin ends, then this is
the rest of the mitzvahs in the Torah.
Audible that we're calling. There's no audible. There's an argument to be made that anyone who references them as a rabbi is, in the traditional sense,
he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs.
Traditional sneakers.
He's Latin and kosher.
They are essentially just perhaps a communal leader, perhaps an interpreter of the law, but they have no true judicial standing in the same way that the posting of the Talmud did, and going back to Moses.
What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says Rashi says over there, we saw Maniach Tafanusa actually the Pala.
So that's another question. We'll do this.
So ultimately, again, you put the present wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time, because we're concerned that he may swap out the juice wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as I said, you could leave with him wine for a short amount of time. Not for a long time. Again, not to the INS. Why after the yes, that's because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his word for the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's mutter, for a long amount of time, asur. Shmano, kiyeno. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his wine. What is that? Shmano, case of that, shemen, mika, hari, yayin. It's that what can be wrong with his oil? Oil can't be in his wine. So that's Allah, kiyeno, kishmano. Interesting, you know, family when he uses like this, that Allah from the Maisa, that ultimately again is his wine, excuse me, his wine is like his oil. Just like this is very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. And it actually just permitted. That's the Shmano being Adigayas and Yeno Mutabanga, Shmano Kodim Shotra Hashem Nasi Bakar, about the Shia also. But what does it mean that his oil is like it? Excuse me, that his wine is like his oil? It's the same that if you get enough from his oil, you can get enough from his wine. You can't drink the wine that you get from but ultimately you can get enough from his wine. So the sharp of Dabar, ultimately, and for every other thing, he is like he's like an apple, which is the Shimon Omer, Yeno Yayin Ness. Va'amulei Motor. Shimon says his wine is like Yayin Nessa, but others say ultimately again that it is Motor, ultimately again for consumption, for Shemot. So this will actually cause up the road. We'll pick up in Yes Hashem. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this again. What do you see here? It was sharp part by the public comment. You see from here that the apple is like an apple, compared to Rothschild, is like an apple regarding every other matter. Remind yourself, ultimately, again, what does it mean when you say that Rothschild is like an apple for everything else? What is that mean? To which the Gemara says, love in the battle of the so it doesn't get me. Because what's more again, how does this whole thing that Rothschild get started? It got started because we trying to figure out, does it get Rothschild have the ability to negate idolatry, to theologically decommission idolatry? So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, Rabbi Rothschild is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate that whole Israel, so too can it get Rothschild. To which the Gemara says, no, retain the shus without those shus. No, it actually uses something else. It actually uses Shabbos. What does it mean, Shabbos? What's the last? It's in Sunday. The Psalm word, the Shabbos was what's that? So just quickly. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that courtyard. So many homes into a courtyard without increase. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Chatzah. They join together. That joint food makes it into the domain of one home. There are Erev. It starts from the home into the Chatzah, plus into the home. And the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chatzah, he can yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started. Forgot to participate in the Erev. He can yield his rights to the other members of the Chatzah. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says, we saw Mona, the Shara Shabbos of the Shek, Medata Rishusah. Ultimately, again, if you have a Yisrael moment, unfortunately, again, is Yisrael, an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, right, and publicly keep Shabbos, privately he doesn't keep Shabbos, but at least he publicly keep Shabbos. So what's the halacha? The battle is just all he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights also in the Chatzah. Okay. Shema Shara Shabbos of the Shor. Came about on the Shor again if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an apple. If he's like a boom, then it is not enough for him to yield his rights on the cluster to other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Amru, Yisrael, no single shus in the Shus, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. But by apple, ultimately, you have to rent. you have to rent. So therefore, again, the Gemara is saying that when you say, so Russia just paused and Ketzad, Omer Law, must say, how does he yield, for example, yield his right to give over his rights in the concern? Omer Law, I hereby give over my rights. I bequeath my rights in the concert to you. Or Rishusim or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, as works for the purposes of which residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who didn't participate in the Eruv. They for instance, many unfold sources. It's just in general about Eruv Chatzeros. Again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights or being a doctor, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the custom that allows everyone else to utilize the chutzpah. Even if he's a strong woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he could yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By an akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And a strong woman who is publicly a woman is treated like a full circle. Therefore, when we said before that a ger tosha ultimately again is treated like an akum. For all other things means that if you live in a chutzner with a ger tosha, the Jews in the chutzner want to make it clear that zeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the ger tosha as well. Now, what if the ger tosha is actually going to do the whole Sarah? And therefore, we'll say, you'll see in tomorrow's daf. Shkaya, everyone. What a daf. What an incredible experience that this was with all of you. Wishing everyone. We're going to go say a great sponsorship to you. We're trying to all of you this morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Cheers. Thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors. Listen to Shulchan Aruch dedicating all the Sherman Brussels this year as a Swiss for the stars of the Most and Israel. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Habal, and Stephen Randy Drazen, and honor of their parents. Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Lee Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig on the Rothschild. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Evan J. Wolf, mention of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben Steve Hirsch on the Rothschild, Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Robert Baruch Mordechai, Ben Moreno Ravnos. Only sponsors for today, Sherry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosalind Applebaum, Rochel, Bas, the Mezabas, Hamatola, all of the Michelle, Sabin, the families in the family, all those in the refuge, seven set of colorful ladies, 12 fish, the Mezashan, and all of our hostages, Shalom and Zakharov, allow us to be service to be successful in Shalom and Master. And most of that, let us begin. Today's daf is Samach Daled 64. A really incredible daf ahead of us today. We are picking up from Samach Gimel on the days 63b, and we are taking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. So Rav Nachman Ula Aduni Bar Papi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Aduni Bar Papi. That's Rabbi Chia Bar Ami Dabai. Rabbi Chia Bar Ami was sitting with them. And he was Yosef. My bride. He asked the following question from us. Listen to the fascinating question. Safra Lishba B'Yayin Nesach Man. What is the halacha if an Akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin nesach? Right? So if you're an Akum comes over to you and says, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin nesach. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages from his halacha? Also, remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves may be asur b'aniyah. So here, the Akum is asking you to do something with yayin nesach, but he's asking you to destroy yayin nesach. And he's going to take me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, what's the halacha? This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the yayin nesach. Now, why do I want the existence of the yayin nesach? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I lose the parnosis. So, on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the yayin nesach. So, because I want it, therefore, again, maybe that makes the proceeds perfect. Look at it actually just a moment. Mir Minon Kevan, 3 lines up from the bottom in Rashi. The Yisrael Zerlotze Bekiyuban Shechali Osai. The Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels.
Let's take the issue with
I don't
defining
want
them
to
in
doesn't want them to break on their own.
that
Actually,
can drastically change
so do we say that since the
Jewish
Jew
life
actually
over the course of
and this is interesting to
the last
think about,
1500 years, especially in terms only of leap years, and second and daughters,
so therefore maybe that's considered in proceeds from the item. And therefore again it's us. On the other hand, oh dear Lord, this is the destruction of the INS, destruction of our Mizara. This is a good thing.
different holidays.
Sure, I want the mouse from existence.
And since there's no sin, Hedron to establish this,
fascinating child.
our entire calendar has just been a guessing game in comparison to
get the money and
what it was
you should
during the
Sanhedrin.
Sanhedrin.
You have the opportunity to go and root out Zara. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So the Gemara says, let's bring a proof to this idea. So the sheet are on that. Ain't ocean in my so let's say again, in Akku plants Kaline, right? Kaline is forbidden mixture. So wheat, we had this actually just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say, for example, wheat and grape farms. That's the kind of genetic thing, but any forbidden mixture. So if an Obed Kocham is planting Kaline, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Ultra means like home, removing weeds, we'll see covering with dirt. You can't do that. Top of Sanaf Daled, 64. About opening what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot killing. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi about open. Let's say Akum hires me and he says, listen, Silver, do me a favor, I planted Kalim. Now, again, the Akum needs to plant another Kalim, right? But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kilayim, right? And I want the existence of Kilayim because if the Kilayim are uprooted on their own, I lose out on my Parnasa. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here this is just about the nothing. The nothing says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want to continue the existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So much as Savua, second one from the top 64. Savua, our money, who's a thing? Just like Hebrews and the people Damar and the kind of the Kilayim work. It's very interesting. The people hold it in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant Kilayim, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of Kilayim, but you can't even do anything that's sustainable. For example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone has planted the Kilayim, right? I'm going to Kilayim, and Rashi asks you to put up a fence around the Kilayim. Now the Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of the life. So putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also going to be besides very bad. I'm not mentioning the fact that he's troubling the street is correct. So I'm not facing the fact that I look at and get my perspective again. That's kind of look. So here you're actively and directly participating in this legend of God. You can keep it this acting of China. And the keep says, even if you do anything to sustain it, for example, put up the fence around the Kodaya, that's going to be problematic as well. So much as my time to be a people. Where should he keep it? Satcha Tizra Kilayim. Pasuk says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. In the Elazareh, I only know the prohibition of planting. Mekayim in the field. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like even when putting up the fence, Amalomar, low Kilayim. Alright, so let's say, so it's interesting that here, you are making a little bit of a play on words. A little play on words. So again, you might actually kind of splicing the concept, low Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's going to be Ilu, the Gemara says, the Ilu, the Mi'ute Sheshma Shari. But ultimately, interestingly, you're not even trying to be Kiva. How do you burn the Kiva? the prohibition ultimately is doing something that sustains the connection. What about if somebody's going to pay me to uproot and connection? So the tashkos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't be that mean that Rabbi Haman dissipates this. Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be open to this union and shepherd. Never said true. According to Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon won't put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon only going to be a sweet watch. Rabbanon won't be trying to plant it or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supplying activity, like putting up a fence that holds things mutter. So it's putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that. And certainly, again, you can get paid for uprooting the plant itself. So that's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Hachamas, Fina is very interesting. What's the case over here? The Ka'avid the Fina. Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Ultimately, that he is of the opinion that halacha l'maisa, you are not allowed to do a favor for him. Like he actually has in the beginning of the halacha. All my hope is what Rothschild means. That doesn't mean that compliment them, don't give them a seal. He says, don't give us this thing, you can't do free. You can't do something for an outcome for free. If it's a free favor, it's destruction of the Zara, you still can't do it.
I'm arguing that Halachic Judaism doesn't collapse. We would just have to recognize that we were doing the best that we could while in exile. It doesn't mean it has to collapse if Yom Kippur was on the wrong day. Nothing collapses. Mistakes happen. Mistakes happen in the transcription of the Bible. We think mistakes happen in interpretation of the Talmud. In some ways, mistakes happen in transcription. We recognize these things. We even recognize that they happen in Torah, or that there are just inexplainable areas of the Torah that we don't understand. But we understand that mistakes happen. Nothing collapses. And in the same way with Rabbinic Judaism, nothing collapses if we don't have the proper authority to make halakhic rulings based on an interpretation. We no longer have traditional rabbinical ordination. Nothing collapses. We were doing the best that we could. And a mistake can happen, but in the days of Mashiach, everything could be revealed. Mashiach could come and say, hey, we are bringing back rabbinical ordination. We're doing the best that we could. We appreciate all the efforts to make things accurate, and we're going to move forward and not analyze whether something happened on the wrong day. But in reality, we have to recognize that mistakes happen, but that the whole system doesn't necessarily collapse under this. We can argue that Rambam did not have smicha or traditional rabbinical ordination, or the Achronim, or the Rishonim, or modern rabbis. That's okay to recognize. We're doing the best that we can. And that's admirable in itself.
I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, and keep the proceeds, because the destruction of evil, the destruction of Zorah, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. And as Rabbi says, you get paid and Tavo Allah. Incredible. I must say, it really is such an interesting idea, because kind of a part of Western society, and mindset is, like live and let live. And that is important. As members of society, just as a general approach to living in a greater society, we should take an approach to living. Yes, it's not your obligation to convince the world that you're refusing it. Yes, nor is it your place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. That, to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in a greater society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. when there's something that's evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that's evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, it spreads, and unfortunately becomes the norm. And sometimes then those laws become included evil. Ultimately, again, become incredibly burden. That's why the method of nothing is caution of yes, destroy the INS and cover Allah. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is right. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's far from incredible challenges. We see this for what we think about. It's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, what the state of Israel is doing, it's rooting out evil. And so we think that like the world would just line up false, right? Just fast. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. Yet again, it's hard. Because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see what's right, what's wrong. But the method tells us sometimes things are evil like good, and sometimes they're not. It says, Yishbar, and Kabbalah. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, you have to do it. The process is difficult. The process is crazy. The process is long. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's what it's going to be. Murder goes like this. The murder goes like this. But Hollywood lost sleep, so again, the same trouble is sleeping. And after the question, must be lost sleep, you're coming by there. You may have a list from the other from the mountain. So look, this is very interesting. What happens is when Apple sells his item. So Apple sells his item and he has, sold it for $1,000. Does that money in the hand of the Apple take on the same identity that when he sells it? No, we profess as done at the other people. Does it take on the identity? Right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry? Or not? Some who are nothing. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, nothing. You start looking at us from the other people coming with tongues. So nothing says, I think it's more to I think it's more to that. If the Apple sells his item and he has that money is not routine, idolatrous activity, but rather that money is just mundane. Listen to this. So here's our nothing's proof. I know what the Oscar made it out about. When these people came up with about what another one, zero command is suicide. It's fascinating. So that's one of like this. There were these people who came up with about and what happened? I seen Lava and they wanted to convert. Lava told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then you convert. Now listen and watch this. What's over here? And Rashi says over here, look at Rashi. Look at the serious guy. What is this guy? The antitrust guy will also be because remember, if they convert, it's still only idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be gay, right? Can never have his identity. They can't get another from it. So it tells them to send before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. If you have the money, then you can convert and the money is committed. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see from there that halacha raisa, when he sells his idol, that cash is committed. So the Gemara says, my time, or you shouldn't get started and have let's go how the Arabic commentary to see that the proceeds on the sale of idolatry on the hands of the ultimately is permitted. I the Joel Shiny us in the kingdom that I can relay, God I bought in that case, it's rise up because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of an idol. Murder. So an upward to be the back of his results. Maybe that's why the proceeds are only the half. Only half. Now the Gemara says, here's the proof. You saw Shai no should only go from Mother. Umaka, although those folk are in the heavy. I lent Akum $1,000.
The argument is the first, because the second, we don't know what Hashem really wants. Prophecy ended. We don't know. And if we're being honest, we have to throw out don't know. And then the third one, we don't know as well because the Shiach isn't here yet. So it has to be the first. And then, in addition to the argument with Rambam, we can feel like what we do is divinely inspired. But we don't know that.
There's no evidence for that. It's not like Hashem told a prophet
Interesting.
1,000 years ago, you guys are on the right track. That's exactly right. That hasn't happened. If we're being intellectually honest, we have to recognize that communal authority is based on collective agreement since traditional smicha ended. To believe anything different is intellectually dishonest. And if that disagrees with Rabbinic Judaism, so be it. Rabbinic Judaism can feel right because it can feel divinely inspired, but frankly, there's no evidence of that. And any rabbi who is worth their salt and serious about being a rabbi and intellectually honest would recognize that the only authority that they've been granted is perhaps through their own education and collective agreement and communal consent to make decisions halakhically, but that does not mean that that is divine. Anyone who says that it is intellectually dishonest.
I want to continue the existence of the INSF because I want money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continuing existence of these particular items. Why should it be awesome? Vatanan, Ger, this is Vatanan, Ger, Bali, Vatanan, Shiyarshu, Adiyat, and Nicholas. This is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and one, they're both, they're Apple brothers. One converted and one is one. So brother Ger, brother Apple. So what happens? Their father died. Their Apple father died. Now they inherit their father. So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say permitted items. So Ger Yochel Lomar Lo Tom Aka Modesko Animos Tom Ata Yain Esach. So brother Ger can say to brother Akom, so brother Akom, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the Yain Esach, and I take the money and the Neros. You do that. The Mishabol, and that's committed. However, the Mishabol is just like your ask, obviously. All of this presupposes that the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of Yain Esach or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse, right? But well, there is recourse. No really see this. You can get happen to be in the background of the Zara, and it's much more complicated. Once a Jew already owns it, there are really very limited options. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So ultimately, then what do you see from there? That halach l'maisa. Now, in this case, brother Ger wants the continued existence of the idolatry, the Yayin Esach. But he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over here in this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an item that says made of gold or silver, which means that even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. But even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which the Gemara says, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain the case then of Yayin Esach? The Pharaoh's Hadronic. So what's this very Hadrianic earthquake. So apparently, Rashi points out over here, Hadrianic earthenware ultimately is very absorbent. Therefore, we put wine in there, earthenware absorbs to 1 to 3, but you can take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute water. And that is also what is here doesn't care, it's just casting, which the Gemara says, but one second, even if that's so, even if brother doesn't care about the fact that he breaks, right? But he does care whether or not he gets skinned as lost, so he still wants to continue existence. The Lushas Hager Kamat, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot, bringing a proof in the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No, Shani Lushas Hager, Dakilu Baraba. Rabbis will make no by the Yerusha. In other words, normally, Normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal will make him buy Yerusha. And as long as the get has not yet actively taken possession of the yes, that for the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? So you take this, you take the stuff off of this. Yes, he was the considered existence. Why? Why would they make it by a get? We are afraid that if the get has to make a choice, who is money is Yerusha, and you will choose his money to choose his money. It's not that's a reality of things before as well. For example, right? Something called Rothschild. And Chazal said that in certain cases, theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept that he stole it. Why? In order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's truth. Okay? The thief has to return everything without any collection. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to right? Money is necessary, right? And as much as you say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, and you can pay your bills. Because if you don't have money, you just don't like to be and many people do not stand up to religious challenges. There's a choice between religion and your faith that they are choose between halacha. And ultimately, again, the Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose Yerusha. Again, not because of it yet, because it's Yerusha. If a Chazal didn't want to put in that situation, they may go by it there. I'm just saying that often in this kind of case, you have to stay with comprised of committed items. Therefore, allow him to keep committed items if they brother all over the what's that other place? I don't know if I support this. Imagine when is this so? Shirsh in case of Yerusha. About Mishkan to also. And in the case of a business partnership will be awesome. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well. If you don't work with the person in this, in order to get in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. Remember again, all this is the same group of Rabbi sitting together. Another question that's in this. Yer Tosha Mao Shibatra Avodas. So let's see that. Can a Yer Tosha go ahead? And we'll say, before we go on, this idea that Chazal will make go by the day. Just to understand the tremendous misunderstanding of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. Sometimes people have a very skewed view of HaKadosh, a very skewed view of halacha. HaKadosh is waiting for us to mess up,
to those who possess tradition and sneaking, going back to Moses. But after, once the ending of that hegemony occurs, then our tradition and that covenantal authority,
to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, Rothschild understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful.
courts with authority. You may say they have authority, but they really don't.
They do it.
What
success is accomplished through relaxing of standards
prior to the ending of the Sanhedrin had different authority than those after.
Constantly ending for successes. Okay, incredible question. How do you guys talk about it? Ger Toshav, Ma Shevat Balance. So it's a very interesting challenge. Can a Ger Toshav go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akum has the ability to negate his avodah, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So a Ger Toshav, what does he get? Now we're going to see there's enough focus about the definition of the Ger Toshav. Points out to the top of the daf, Ger Toshav, Eino Ovid Avodah. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. And that's a big thing. Right? He believes in that Mishpah. He believes in God. He he doesn't worship idolatry, but in every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? So Gemara says, on one hand, we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Maybe we say like this: anyone who's what we call a bar mineh. If you're in the parsha of an animal, then you can go ahead and decommission avodah zarah. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of animal. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. You must only rule out Nachman. So I'm going to also have Nachman raise this. Stavro, the halach, the battle, the halach. And Nachman says, well, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So what is Nesla? There is a question. This one second. We saw Shabbat, so went ahead and found idolatry in this. Found it in the marketplace. What's that like? Oh, so what's it saying? I remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because they never cornered it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what do I do? So before I pick it up, I can call over an apple. Remember, call over an apple and say, apple. I need you to negate this idolatry, decommission it, right? Theological decommissioning. So go ahead and engage in theological decommissioning of what's going on. That becomes permitted. However, again, in Shabbat Saliyago, but again, if I take it out, if I take possession of it, at that point we cannot do decommissioning. And Ovid Kochav to decommission his own avodah zarah or the avodah zarah of his friend, Dein Ovda, Dein She'in Ovda. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. We'll find it in phrasing. My Ovda or my Ovda. What does it mean? What does it mean that Achim can decommission avodah zarah, whether he worships it or doesn't worship it? Ilema Idi V'Idi Ovid Kochav. If you want to say that both are talking about an Achim, then Hayu Shalom V'Shacharim. We already said that because we just said before that an Achim has the ability to theologically decommission his avodah zarah and the avodah zarah of his friend. Elalav of the Ovid Kocharim, umay she'in elalav of the Ovid Kocharim. Right. Ultimately, again, of the means an actual Achim. Umay she'in of the. What does it mean? A non-worshipper. Ger Toshav. Oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual Achim and a Ger Toshav? Shmanina, Ger Toshav, Nanimbat. What do you see from here? That a Ger Toshav has the ability to be Medakel, ultimately to theologically decommission avodah zarah. Incredible. Which the Gemara says, no. The Olam Ibrahim, not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person who could decommission avodah zarah is an actual idol worshiper, exactly. I did the Kamred, I knew Shalom Shachar, we already said that. Then the price is redundant. Because you already said that Achim could go ahead and decommission his avodah zarah and his friend avodah zarah. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. It's two different cases. Reisha, Zeh L'Ka'ar, Zeh L'Marcus. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two Achims, right, and both worship Baal Pa'ar, or both worship Marcus, so obviously, again, Achim 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol, and Achim 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeh L'Ka'ar, Zeh L'Marcus. Oh. The Seif is teaching something different. The Seif is doing different. Let's see, one Achim who worships Marcus and one who worships Baal Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? An Achim can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship idolatry. So let's say, so we're reading three halachas being taught. Number one, an Achim can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Achim can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Achim can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different idol. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but again, no raya about a Ger Toshav, right? So when it comes to a Ger Toshav, we still, because our Rothschild can a Ger Toshav, which is a Gentile, who repudiated idolatry, can he be without level business? That was the other answer. Whereas Mason learns Kasha, is a Ger Toshav, what's a Ger Toshav? Kosher Kiba, so now getting more definition. What is the definition of a Ger Toshav? It said Kosher Kiba Lab Defnei Kiba Fahirim, Shalom Avod Avodah Chavirim. Meir says it's any Akum who is accepted upon himself in front of three Chavirim. Now, again, I will say, Chaver, we spoke about this before. Chaver normally means someone who's careful with truth and extras, someone who's careful about truth. So in this context, the Pasha said it just means that in front of a base. Any time an Akum comes in front of a base of Talmidei Chacham with Chaverim, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a Ger Toshav. That's a Ger Toshav. Good. That's what I meant. From saying, Kosher Kiba Allah Sheva Mitzvot. So Kosher Kiba Allah Sheva Mitzvot Shekiba Aleim B'nei Noach. Some say a Ger Toshav is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noah 5. Just enough that from those seeds are required base. That's a Ger Toshav. Sheva Mitzvot B'nei Noach. The next one is Ger Toshav. Freedom only. Able to go the Ger Toshav. Not true. Achirim say not true. That's not it. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of Ger Toshav. What is a Ger Toshav? And the easy Ger Toshav. Ze Ger Ochon Nevelos. Shekibel Allah Lekayim Kol Mitzos Hamuros Batorah Chutz Me'isser Nevelos. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of the Ger Toshav? The Ger Toshav is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the devos, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs in the Torah. It's a pretty shocking definition. So once I really my focus is that the definition of the Ger Toshav. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the raising that Rothschild idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Zis Noach. Achirim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs except for all of the kashrus. He's allowed to eat non-kosher. Incredible. But the bicycle goes on. Yachadin Etzlo, Yain, That's the air should really stop. Once I got love for it, it's a constant wine with the guest shop. Right? You can leave it within for a little bit of time. I shouldn't say you can leave within wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit within wine for a longer amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says that Rashi says over there, you saw my yes, but I saw actually make it no yes, and actually keep up with even the Lord Torah, will not go home and ask us. The Mago is coming to us in the Amma base of Rock. Even the Ino another cash, Uno and Nico, we got all that. We say this man of war, like a so ultimately, I mean, you keep the constant wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time, because they shouldn't maybe swap out the juice wine for his own okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as I said, look, once the Ger Toshav, you could leave with him only for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, not so with the Yainess, why not to the Yainess? That's because it's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, we may switch his wine for the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's mutter, for a longer amount of time, it's Shmano, Yena. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his wall. What is that? Shmano things that I thought, Shemen, Mika, Honey, Yain. Is that what we want to use? Oil technique. Hello, Yeno, Shmano. Interesting enough, by the way, it means like this, and a lot of my stuff, that ultimately, again, is wine, his wine is like his oil. Just like it's very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted, so ultimately again is wine. Now look at actually this one. Shmano b'Yisrael and Yeno look at our Shmano according to the Hashem that he looked like about the Shtias. What does it mean that his oil is like made wine is like his oil? But the same that you get enough from his oil, you get enough from his wine. And you can't drink the wine that you get from us, but ultimately you can get enough from it. So the sharp old dollar, ultimately then for every other thing, he is like he's like an apple. This is my Shimon Omer, Yeno, Yain, Va'amulei, Mutter, Shimon says his wine is like Yain Nessa, others say ultimately again that it is mutter, ultimately again for conception, for sure. So to actually pause up here, and now we'll pick up in the next episode. Actually, let's tell you us, let's finish this thing. Tell you us, what do you see from here? Tell you us, we start part by the college club. We see from here that the apple is like an apple to get toe shop is like an apple regarding every other matter. Remind yourself, ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that it's like an apple for everything else? What is that? Which is the next says, love, bring a bath of a restaurant buzzing, can't have a restaurant buzzing. So it doesn't that mean because we're again, how did this whole thing like your social start? Got started because we tried to figure out, doesn't your social idea to negate idolatry? If you actually decommission idolatry. So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, your social is unique. But in every other matter, it's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate that whole desire, so too can it get those up. So too can it get those up. To which the Gemara says, no, that makes up low. Leaking the shows without those says, no, actually, this is something else. You actually know what's that. When you got that's what it was. In Samuel. So, Lord, the Shaman Shabbat is a process. Eruv Hacheres. We get what one said open up into a courtyard. You cannot carry Shlomo home into that court. Some men who said courtyard was that right? Eruv essentially means to collect food from all of the inhabitants of Hashem. They join together. That joint food makes it into the domain of one home. Never Eruv. Never the cards your home is the Chaser, that's interesting. But the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chaser, he can yield his rights. I say Shabbos done. So that's confiscation. Moving the rights like in the Eruv. He can yield his rights to the other members of the family. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says, Yisrael Never, the Shavar Shabbos of the Shop, and Medata Rishus. Ultimately, again, if you have the Yisrael Never, which unfortunately, again, is the Yisrael who an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate.
Once
right?
the
As long as
Sanhedrin
right,
ends, then
public he keeps Shabbos.
by definition, we are deviating.
But at least in public he keeps Shabbos. What's the halacha? Medata Rishus. All he needs to do
We are altered. We are
he just needs to essentially yield his
adapted.
rights to someone else in the
So I'm going to take those words and stick them back on the document.
But again, if you publicly violate Shabbos, then essentially he's like an apple. If he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights and be muscle to the other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Yisrael, no single rishus from the rishus, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. Actually said that by an apple, ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, the Gemara is saying that when we say, so let's say just let's finish up Ketzad, Omer Lo, of course, how does he yield, for example, yield his right to give over his rights to the matter? Omer Lo, I hereby give over my rights. Right? I bequeath my rights to the Chazal, or Rishusi Mivutelas, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for your purposes. The other Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who participates in the Eruv. The Eitzah is many form of people. So just in general, about Eruv Chazeros, again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights, or be Levanta, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chazal that allows everyone else to utilize the Chazal. Even if he's a Yisrael woman, as long as publicly he comes across Jewish, ultimately again he could yield, or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By an apple, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael woman, who is publicly a woman, is treated like a also, therefore, when we said before that their Tosha ultimately again is treated like an apple for all other things used in a customer, if they get Tosha, you accuse the customer wants to make it clear that zeros, they must rent the space and rent the rights ultimately again of the Tosha. Now, whether or not the Tosha is actually going to do the Hotzara, and that's Shiro says, you'll see tomorrow's daf. Shkaya everyone, what about one incredible experience that this facilitate all of you? And she everyone. Sponsorship to be in front of all of you this morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Thank our annual Comic Board sponsor. Wilson Schwarzberg is dedicated all the German Brussels this year as a Swiss from Sales Promotion and Israel. I'm third sponsor for the month of Abba and Told Stephen Randy Grayson in honor of your parents. Israel Gazin, Luna Drazen, Irene Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig on the Rafa. All we have learning sponsors, Dr. Evan J. Wolf, Commissioner of the Red Bank, Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Solomon, Ben, Steve Hirsch, on the Rafa, and Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Father Baruch Mordecai, Ben Moreno Rabnos. Only sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosalind Applebaum, Russell, Bass, Red Ireland. The American of our Comic Board, all the Mishnah, Sabi, their families in the Kama, all those who need refuge, the protocol they use for prophets and nurses from the Bible, Shalom and Kadosh, and allow us to be so to be successful in follow and mastery. And as we got to let us begin today's daf is Sana Salad 64. A really incredible daf is about today. We are picking up from Sana Gimel on the days 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. So Rav Nachman Ula the Ajini Bar Papi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Ajini Bar Papi. Yasser Ikira Bar Ami Babai. And Ikira Bar Ami is sitting with them. And he was Yosef the Kabbalah. My right, he asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating Sachel Lishma B'Yayin Nesach Ma. The halacha if an Akron hires a Jew to smash barrel of Yayin Nesach. Right, so if the residents of Akron comes over to Ruben, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of Yayin Nesach. Mahu. What is halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept to keep the wages in this process? Remember again, in yesterday's daf, we dealt with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be committed activity. We're dealing with items that themselves will be usher about. Here, the Akum is asking you to do something with the INS, but he's asking you to destroy the INS. And the day before, so am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, "Ma what's the law? Me and me and people that are speaking more awesome." This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Now, why do I want the existence of the INS? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I'd lose them myself. So, on one hand, interesting enough, I want the existence of the INS because I want it. Therefore, then maybe that makes the person struggle. Look at Rashi just a moment. Near Kiva, 3 lines up in the bottom of Rashi. The Israelis there wrote to the Kiva Shafar saying, the Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. So when Yishtabu Ashameh Lehem, I don't know her Ruben doesn't want them to break on their own. Actually, Shabbat So do we say that since the Jew actually wants,
We
think about this, right?
are
The
saying
Jew actually wants
that authority
to remain in existence. I don't want it to remain its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from my visa, and therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, this is the instruction of the INS, instruction of the Zara. This is a good thing. Sure, I want the to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to destroy all the Zara is a good thing, and therefore, the proceeds.
that authority changed at the fall of the stand hedges. And just because people
get the money and tell
assume that they have the ability to interpret laws still,
that is a good thing.
does not mean that is actually true. It says in Deuteronomy 17 that you are not to
let's say again,
veer from those decisions. And by taking that partial authority, that is veering from those decisions.
So that's the kind of
The argument is this: once the Sanhedrin ended, the authority to interpret the law and have formal judicial power became dormant, and only re-exists once the Sanhedrin is reestablished, which maybe can happen in the future. In the meantime, all of the decisions for the last 1,500 years have been based on people who think that they have divine power, based on Deuteronomy 17. But in reality, Deuteronomy 17 shows that they don't have the power, that their power is an altered decision. And this was not something that the people of Judaism did voluntarily and happily. Many times there was a kahila that would beat them literally to submission if they weren't following the Torah. Don't act like this was all done voluntarily, because it was not. It was done out of fear, many times out of aggression, and that authority came from physical abuse many times. It did not necessarily come from what you're making it out to be.
Not only is there prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of killing, but you can't even do anything that sustains it. So for example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone's planted the kilayim, right? Apple went kilayim, and the apple asks me to put up a fence around the kilayim. Rabbi Akiva says, awesome. Why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of kilayim. Even though putting up a fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself, nevertheless, it is going to be us according to the key. Decided, here we go. Menachesh means weeding. Mechapa means covering the seeds with dirt. So menachesh and mechapa the look at, you get malchus, right? Because again, that's tanakama. Because there you're actively and directly participating in the planting of plant. The Kiva says, Rabbi Akiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the plant, for example, put up a fence around the kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. Where does Rabbi Akiva get that? Plus it says, do not plant kilayim in your field. How do I know the prohibition of planting? How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like even like putting up the fence. I'm a low kilayim. I said, okay, so it's interesting over here. You are getting a little bit of a play on words. A little play on words. So again, you might actually kind of slicing the concept low kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of kilayim, even if it's not directly part of the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's going to be ilu. The Gemara says the ilu, but ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to the kiva, the prohibition ultimately is insane that sustains the kilayim. What about if somebody's going to pay me to uproot the kilayim? So the pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it's not exactly the Rabbi. Rather, Haman, who's the king? Is this Rabbanon? It's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be open to the Tiyuni Nani Shaka. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon is going to put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon only can be a kiva. Rabbanon will nothing you can do planting to plant it or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting activity. Like putting up a fence is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plants. That's not so which the Gemara says, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So that's the problem. Ultimately, Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that halacha you are not allowed to save her for us. Like he actually has in the beginning of our focus on most of the means, like as means to compliment them, don't give them advice. Leaders don't give advice to you can't free. You can't do something for an outcome for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of all you still can't do it. So which the message is Rabbi Buddha, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, wow, the fact that you're saying it's not from Buddha, something for a place of the Akiva is not permitted. Rabbi Buddha also became a Makasina. About the Tifla Shakit. Gemara says, no, according to Buddha, I believe it says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for anyone. But to do something to upward level of desire, that's absolutely permitted. That's a good that's an objective benefit. I am Rabbi Akiva Nami. I thought Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm the kind of line book, yeah? And the Ute Tifla Shakit. You say something according to Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva has a more expansive approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. And that's when we cannot plant it. That's when we can't see the actual planting itself. Because you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. You have the people with a beam to uproot Kilayim, to get rid of the shirt, to get rid of prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get praise for that from the to which the Gemara says, there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a night. Silomi. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So it's very interesting. And therefore, what this means is ultimately, now let's go for full circle. How did we start with this? This all started by the case of an Akum was to break his barrels of Yain Nesa. He asks me if he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break his willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Right? So am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, he says no, because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the Yain and I'm benefiting from the Rothschild. The other hand, I'm just trying to Rothschild. But Nachman said, do it and cover along. If it involves the destruction of a result of that matter a prohibited item, even though yes, I do want the existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the client to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am committed to go ahead and please get paid for them and keep the proceeds because the destruction of evil, the destruction of the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. As Nachman says, you get paid and Tavo Allah. Incredible. I must say, it really is such an interesting idea because, kind of like part of Western society, my mindset is, like live and let live. And that is important. As members of society, just the general approach to living in a greater society, we should take an approach to living. Yes, it's not about religion, it's the world of religion, nor is it your place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. That's considerably that has to be our approach to society. And on the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take the root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurred. And that's why the Matthew uses this question of yes, destroy the INSS and cover up the love. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what we think about. It's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing, it's rooting out evil. And somehow you would think that like the world would just line up. False, right? Just fact. Because we're doing the world dirty. And yet again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's doing can't see who's right and who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes it is a little that live, and sometimes the Matthew says Yishbar the Kabbalah. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, you have to do it. Ultimately, the process is difficult, the process is cruel, the process is long. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's what it's about. Incredible. The Gemara goes like this. So again, the same federal saying, and the question, if you're coming by like, may have us from the other mountain. So we'll say this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has maybe something for $1,000 in his account. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the Akum Zara itself? Mali, Mitofes as Damea Bialavi. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to run that. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, when the Matthew says, we start with the nail from the Arabic of the so Matthew says, physics is mental. That if an Akum sells his idol and he has that money does not receive idolatrous activity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Listen to this. So here's our Matthew's proof. He said, I know that the Asr can make it out of there were these people who came up around what happened. Another way, the Suez scandals is fascinating. So that comes like this. There were these people who came up around and what happened? And they wanted to convert. David told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry. After you do that, then convert. Now listen, now watch this. What's the logic over here? And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the Suez Skyru. All this Skyru, the Akashin Skyru, also really got like all this stuff. Because remember, if they convert and it's still only idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity. They can't get enough. So he tells them instead, but while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have any convert and living is permitted. What do you see from here? Obviously, you see from here that Allah for myself sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time out. You shouldn't have done something. They have a list of how many other performing times. That proceeds of the sale of idolatry are in the hands of the ultimately is I the deal with shiny person, given that is way, because I bought that. Maybe that case is different. Why is that different? Because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the idol they're converting. So an Akum could be mevatel his avodah zarah. So maybe that's why the proceeds are Eloni the Hafa. Now the Gemara says, here's the proof. We saw Shai Noshel Omikol Karim, Mana, Umashar Avodos Kokarim Dehim. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his idol, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or, Yayin Nestor, the same case, I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yayin Nestor, and then he brought me the proceeds of this sale. What's that? Local? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. And let's say the Akum same case, so the Akum $1,000. Case that already pay you, to me, you're away there, and it's going to someone I already got the proceeds. I'm going to someone yes, I do that with the proceeds. In that case, it's awesome. See, it's interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his yain. I have no idea what he's doing. He gives me the proceeds, pays back the debt, moves on. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my yain. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited. I expect to be more of my tradition, my tradition. So what's the distinction? I don't say what's the difference. See from the Shumta, how do you make kilos of the so this is very interesting. So now this is a concept of previous sugya. But here's a good one. In the second case, where the Akum says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want to continue the existence of it. I don't want to continue the existence of the wine. Why? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore, Shesha deposits the proceeds of us. Listen, one second. If you wrote the Kiyum Kiyavim, that's what we just said before, but that's much. That's much. In other words, we'll say, when you want to continue existence, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the Akum sells it because I want the money. I want the continued existence of the Yain Nesef because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these prohibited items. Why should it be awesome? Vatinan, Ger, Vatinan, Ger, Ovi Kochavim, Shiyarshu Avian Ovi Kochavim. This is a very interesting case. You have two brothers. One converted, and one, they're both, they're Akum brothers. One converted and one is still Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. Their Akum father died, and now they inherit their father. So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, or Yain Nesef, and let's say prohibited items. So Ger, Yachol, Mona, Lo, Tol, Ata, Vodas, Kochavim, Animals, Tol, Ata, Yain Nesef, Maniperos. So brother Ger could say to brother Akum, I said, brother Akum, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the Yain Nesef, and I'll take the money and the Veros. He can do that. The Mishabol, and that's committed. However, the Mishabol is just like your Asr. Obviously, all of this presupposes that the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of Yain Nesef or idols. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right? But well, there is recourse. No one will see this. You can get Akum to be the backlog of the Sarah, but it's much more complicated. Once a Jew only owns it, there are really very limited options that are there. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate in this way. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's Asr. So ultimately, what do you see from there? Now, in this case, brother Ger wants the continued existence of the idolatry of the Yain Nesef, but he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol that's made of gold or silver, which means that even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in his whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. To which the Gemara says, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. But how do you explain the case then of Yain Nesef? The Cheres Hadrainim. So listen, it's very interesting. Hadrianic earthenware. So apparently, Rashi points out over here, Hadrianic earthenware ultimately is very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbs wine to a degree that you can shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and constitute wine. In that case, also, brother Ger doesn't care if he casts grape or not. It doesn't mean that either way, the value is still retained. To which the Gemara said, one second, one second, even if that's so, even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that he will break, right? But he does care whether or not he can still lost, so he still wants their continued existence. Papa, Yerushas Hager Kamrat, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot from the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No. Shani Yerushas Hager, Dakilu Baraka. Rabbis were made by the Yerusha. In other words, normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were made by the Yerusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yain Nesef or the idols, he is absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? And so you take this, you take the prohibited stuff, I'll take the prohibited stuff, even though, yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make up by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money or choose his inheritance. And we're saying that's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? There's something called Takalas and Shani. And Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole, right? And the victim should not accept back the stolen bit of wine in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's treatment. We're afraid if the thief has to return everything, he's not going to manage. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say, like, as long as you have your health, as long as you have your health and you can pay the bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, things are like become incredibly complicated. And many people did not stand up to religious challenges. It was a choice between religion and were afraid that the ger, if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately again his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the ger, because it's human nature. So if a Chazal didn't want to put him in that situation, therefore they were makel by a ger, understanding that often in this kind of case, he didn't have an estate that is comprised of permitted items and permitted items, therefore allowed him to keep the permitted items, give his Akum brother all of the forbidden things. Okay, we'll say how many days. Tanya Rav advice that supports this. When is this so? Shirshu, in the case of Yerusha, Avan Mishkat Fu Asim. But in the case, let's say, of a business partnership where we ask you to see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well, because we don't want to put the person in this role of air in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So remember again, all of this is the same people, Rabbi, sitting together. Another question that came in. Ger Tosha now Shilibato Amalaska. So listen, this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead, and we'll say, just before we go on, this idea that Chazal would make over the Ger, just so you understand the tremendous mystery of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants to succeed. Sometimes people have a very skewed view of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, a very skewed view of halacha. That HaKadosh Baruch Hu is waiting for us to mess up so we can smack us down. He's all waiting for us to mess up so we can levy some type of punishment that cannot be against us. That's a key for from the truth. The Ribono Shel Olam wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the strictures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, Rothschild understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, Chazal can go. You have no greater advocate in this world than Rothschild. That's in this world than in this world. In this world, Chazal constantly for successes. Incredible question. Other Yosef Khan, Ger Toshav, not Shebat God's friends. What's the very interesting show? Can a Ger Toshav go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akum has the ability to negate his identity, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological. So, Ger Toshav, what is a Ger Toshav? Now, we need to see much focus about the definition of Ger Toshav. Rashi points out that the top of the dot, Ger Toshav, Eino Ovi Avodos Hashem. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple with everything else except he doesn't worship idolatry. Like, he doesn't have this problem. He's true God, he doesn't worship idolatry. And every other is mentioned. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, the Palach Mevatel Ro Palach Mevatel. We say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Maybe we say like this: anyone who's what we call a bar mineh. If you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission the whole design. And this guy is in the parsha. It's not Jewish. It's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. Someone who wrote nothing, so I'm going to also have nothing to do with this. Instead, the Palach and Palach. Or nothing says, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So, most amazing, is a question. This was something we saw Shabbat, so that was called Mushal. So, something so went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that about? Actual Basel. So, what's it saying? I remember again. So, let's say, listen to this case. I'm working in the shop, I'm working in the marketplace. is I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because then I've acquired it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what do I do? So before I pick it up, I could call over an akum. Remember, we call over an akum and say, akum, I need you to negate this idolatry, decommission it, right? Theological decommissioning. So go ahead and engage in theological decommissioning of its idolatry. And then it becomes committed. However, again, but again, if I take it out, right, if I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. Could decommission his own avodah zarah or the avodah zarah of his friend, day of dawn, day in she'in of dawn, whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. We're going to define what these mean things. My of da or my of. What does it mean? What does it mean that Akum could decommission avodah zarah, whether he worships it or doesn't worship it? If you want to say that I wasn't talking about an Akum, then we already said that. We just said before that an Akum has the ability to theologically decommission his avodah zarah and the avodah zarah of his friend. And the love of the Oved Kochanim, Umay She'in Elav of the Oved Kochanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means an actual Akum. Umay She'in of the, what does it mean? A non-worshipper? Ger Toshav. Oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual Akum and a Ger Toshav? Shmanino, Ger Toshav, Nami. What do you see from here? That a Ger Toshav has the ability to be Mavato, ultimately to theologically decommission avodah zarah. Incredible. Which the Gemara says, no. The Olam in the not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person that decommissioned avodah zarah is an actual idol worship of himself. I Kamrit Shalom Shachar, we already said that. Then the bright commission. His avodah zarah and his friend avodah zarah. The Gemara says, relation to this, two different cases. Reisha, Zeh, Marcus. Reisha is teaching me like this. If you have two apples, right, and both worship Baal, or both worship Marcus. So obviously, again, Akum 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Akum 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa is Zeh L'Ka'ar B'Zeh Marcus. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Let's say one Akum who worships Marcus and one who worships Baal. What's the novelty over here? An Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship idolatry. So let's say, so reading three halachas these levels. Number one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but again, no riot by Ger Toshav. Right? So when it comes to a Ger Toshav, we still actually got a kind of Ger Toshav, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be without level? So that was started with. What's a Ger Toshav? What's a Ger Toshav? So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a Ger Toshav? So it says it's any Akum who is accepted for himself in front of Shlichim in the website. Not that actually spoilers before. I don't know what it means. Someone is careful. Someone is careful about that too. So in this context, the practice of just using it in front of a base. Any time Akum comes in front of a base. And he refused idolatry, that's a Ger Toshav. That's a Ger Toshav. Good, that's right there. From saying, from saying, and a Ger Toshav is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noah times. Don't seem to require a base. That's a Ger Toshav. Shem is us going to go even only able to go involved with Ger Toshav. Not true. Chalim say, not true. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of Ger Kosher. What is a Ger Kosher? And the answer to Ger Kosher, Ze Ger Ofon Levelos, Shekiber Alav Lekayim Kol Mitzvahs Hamuras B'Torah, Chutz Me'Isser Nevelos. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of the Ger Kosher? The Ger Kosher is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats Nevelos, and he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs. Pretty shocking definition. It was like really not going about that definition of the Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the days of idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Mitzvah. Acherim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs except the laws of Shabbos. He's lacking on kosher. Incredible, incredible. So the Rabbi goes on, Yachad in Etzlo, Yain, Ve'imach Yain. What's the halacha is you can deposit wine with the Ger Kosher, right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time. You can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with him wine for a longer amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says over there, we saw that the Chalusa actually left the Mo'ayos, and actually the Haikivan below Pala, Lonoga Bromanase, the Mago from us in the Amar Base. Even the Iman, the Maniko, we got all that. You say his mother, Mua, black on it. So ultimately, you could present wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time because when they're certainly getting these swap out the juice wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So what's this halacha to the Ger Kosher? You could leave with wine for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, not so the yainus, far not to the yainus, because it's a created idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that for this time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine for the Jew. So for a short amount of time, it's mutter, for a long amount of time, Shmano, Kieno. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his wine. What is that? Shmano, Kinestanaifa, Shemen, Mika, Honey, Yayin. It's not what we want with oil. Oil can't be used yet. So Kala, Yendo, Kishma, interesting, not having what it means like this, that Halacha Lamaisa, that ultimately again is wine, his wine is like his oil. Just like this, very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is water. I look at that. That's should be 100 days. And you know what the man are? Tomorrow, put him should like shut him back. You look like about the steel house. And what is he going to get? His oil is like excuse me. That is why it's like his oil. So the same that you just enough from his oil, you can get from his water. You can't drink the water to get yourself, and ultimately you can get enough. The sharp oak dumber, oak looking, and for every other thing, I really call it. He is like and he is like a he's like an apple. Which the rest of Shimon Omer, Yeno, Yayin, yes. Va'amilei, Mutter, Shimon says his wine is like Yayin Esach, but others say ultimately again that it is Mutter, ultimately again for consumption, for Shimon. So this will actually cause up here. We'll pick up the next section. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this again. Katanias, what do you see here? Katanias, the sharp part of the public. We see from here that an apple is like an apple, is like an apple regarding every other matter. The Michaels said, ultimately, again, what does it mean when they say that a Ger Kosher is like an apple for everything else? What is that? First, the Gemara says, Love, in the battle of a vessel of him, can't have a vessel of him. So doesn't that mean, because we're going to get how this ultimate like Ger Kosher instead? Sorry, if you're trying to figure out, doesn't Ger Kosher have the ability to negate idolatry? Because we have actually decommissioned idolatry. So now we just got to say that in this respect, and Ger Kosher is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate that whole Sarah, so too can a Ger Kosher? So too can a Ger Kosher? To which the Gemara says, no, Nitin Rishus without Rishus. No, actually it means something else. It means actually go for Shabbos. What do you go for Shabbos? What's it about? It's December. We saw in the word, the Summer Shabbos is the process of Erev Chatzos. most homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that place. How many rooms of courtyard with like Arab essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Qatar. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. There are Arabs. And if you pass the home into the Qatar, cross into the home. And the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chaser, he can yield his rights. That's a Shabbos study. I forgot to participate in the moving, forgot to participate in the Erev. He can yield his rights to the other members of the Chaser. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from you. The Gemara says, "We saw Miller, the Shara Shabbos of the Shul, Medata Rishus." Ultimately, again, the Abi Yisrael Miller, which unfortunately again is Yisrael, who an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like in public he keeps Shabbos, privately he doesn't keep Shabbos, but at least in public he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Without the rishus, all he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the Chatzar. Okay. Shemish HaRishamos Rishos, in without the rishus, but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, essentially he's like an apple. If he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights in the Chatzar. Rather, you have to rent his rights. So no signatures in the rishus, right? We saw ultimately again the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. And the other Kohanim actually but by Kafum ultimately you have to rent. So therefore again the Gemara is saying that when you say so it wasn't just us, which are Ketzad, Omer Lo, I say how does the Jewish, for example, yield his right to all his rights in the answer? Although I hereby give over my rights. I keep my rights in the country. Or or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, at once for the purposes of the Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who is participating in the Erev, they tell this person. You don't need any form of so just in general, about Erev Chatzeros, again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights or be Mavata, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the country that allows everyone else to utilize the country. Even if he's a Yisrael woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he could yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And a Yisrael woman who is publicly a woman is treated like a full therefore, when we said before that your coach ultimately again is treated like an apple. All other things, all those things means that even in a chutzner, you say your coach. You are choosing the chutzner want to make it clear that zeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the gear kosher. Now whether or not the gear kosher actually going to be the Sarah, in the show say you will see in tomorrow's daf. Shkayach everyone, what a daf, an incredible experience of this with all of you. Wishing everyone You know, yes, you hear Sam Altman defending AI's energy totals. You know these AI data centers use tons of energy. Because replacing humanity actually you need a lot of energy to replace the population. But Sam Altman downplaying concerns about how much water data centers required in an AI subunit. See if you can end this video up. Sam basically goes, it takes a lot to train you. It's a lot of energy. You gotta raise them and send them to school. You gotta buy them stupid birthday cakes and put birthday candles on the cake. You gotta teach them how to ride a bike. And then they're gonna want to go to prom. Then you're gonna have to talk to them about how to be a good person. Then maybe you have to go to college. You visit them in college. You drop them off at college. Your wife cries. It's a whole thing. The kid calls you for college. He tells you about a girl that he wants to bring home over the holidays. It's a why do we need to do that whole process called life? Let's eliminate it. Let's get rid of it. We don't need it. Why would we need it? Here it is. Sam Altman, a friend of the show, creepy Sith Lord Sam Altman. I hate that a lot of these people are getting on. And it bothers me because gatekeepers all go, well, this is it. This doesn't make me look great. Well, it makes you look great. Here's Sam Altman talking about training a human being, which is called life. Anyway, we can kind of start to think about eliminating. If you start to think about how to eliminate the process by which we instill character and skills and help people realize their talent, if we get rid of that process, then we just put a bunch of AI data centers in the middle of the desert and soak up some of the world's energy. We can end life on Earth very quickly. Sam Altman. communicating with super intelligence. And they do believe, and he just said it out loud. He just said it was like 100 million years of evolution, all the 20 years of life, they've all led to this point. And this point is when we are going to give birth, as I've said on the show before, because this is their main goal, to the AI demon. They want to give birth to the AI demon. The super intelligent is then going to run the planet and decide who stays, who goes, who's necessary, who's not. They're pretty open about this. This is the thing about all of the AI people, all the tech people. They really are, they really are pretty transparent when it comes to what they want to do. What they need to do in their mind, because if China gets to it first, if China unleashes the AI demon, we unleash our AI demon, our American AI demon, Western values, America, rah-rah AI demon, and China enslaves their population with their demon, they will sell the world their demon, and then that demon will enslave the world, and then they'll make all the money, and they'll have all the geopolitical leverage, and they'll have all the military advantages. So in this quote AI arms race, are both racing the U.S. and China to give birth to an ancient Sumerian super intelligent demon, and Connie in Phoenix, who's a receptionist, is fucked. Because that's what's going on, and you gotta tell them that. You go, Connie, I hope you save money, because there are men in Silicon Valley who are communicating with an ancient Sumerian god. What? Connie, will you sit down and listen to me? Connie, if you saved your money, I've saved a little bit of it, but, the prices at the grocery store are so high. Connie, you have 18 months before your ass is out of that office. There's an ancient Sumerian god that Sam Altman and Peter Taylor communicate with, and they're going to give birth to an AI demon. What? It's a demonic force that's going to take form through artificial intelligence. And we have to do it before China does. That sounds scary. You have no idea how scary it is, Connie, and you better save your money. You've got 18 months. 18 months left before this AI demon is going to do your job. An ancient Sumerian god is going to do my job? Yes. Yes. How many times do I have to explain this to you, Connie? An ancient god before Jesus, before Yahweh, before Muhammad, before anyone. I mean, an ancient Connie. I don't even know where to start with you sometimes. We have finally invented a way to summon this demon and bring it back to earth to increase efficiency. Because think about it. What would, when I talk about AI, let's just have fun here for a minute. Because by the way, I hope no matter what happens, and I want to tell you people this when I ask you this, no matter what happens, no matter how bad it gets for you, no matter if you're in the streets and you feel this, I hope you still listen to this show. I really do. I really hope you still listen to podcasts, even if it gets terrible for you. I hope it doesn't. But even if it's bad, you're like, you're living in a town of, it's just kind of post-apocalyptic, and it's just large, mountains of trash, again, people burning fires to keep warm, and there's wars over water and food, and I hope none of that happens. But if it does, man, I hope you still listen to podcasts. I hope that you still are entertained and informed by the podcasts. That's all. Sam Altman basically has come out and said it. They've said it. They go, what do we need? So we have 20 years, and also an entire human race. An entire human race needed years and years of evolution to produce the conditions so that we train people so that people can have lives. And we don't need it anymore. And as all brought us to this point, I believe they don't give a crap about. This is not conspiracy, it's not a joke. It's funny. It's funny. But they really do believe they're giving birth to God. And then, it's what it is. Then it'll sort itself out. And it'll sort itself out with they believe they are there to give birth to AI super intelligence plus quantum computing, whatever. And that God-like omniscient entity is going to run the entire planet. All the governments, it's going to run everything, and it's going to make decisions. And human beings either have to merge with this or take its edicts and accept their fate. But that's what these guys are doing. That's the product. That's the product. So it starts with like, hey, let's automate your Aunt Connie's job in Phoenix. And you're like, oh, fuck Connie. She's a cunt. I don't like her Facebook post. I wanted to see Connie on the screen. Sure. But there's a lot of Connies out there, and you might be one of them. Because apparently this thing's going to take everybody out. I'm telling you right now, folks, you have to check it out. It's a level of pieces of art together, pulled up over time. That's what Prince does best. Premium material stuff for design and everyday staples and fun, easy to wear, easy to wear, light, wearless, weather shopping. Prince's everyday essentials all over quality glass, organic cotton sweaters, clothes for every occasion, leather jackets, keep you warm with the change of season. This goes deep. Prince works directly with top factories. Contact the middleman champagne, brand marketing, quality clothing. Everything built to hold up together, wearing low cut season after season. Plus, they only partner with factories that meet ordinary standards for furniture, platform, and furniture. Your coat on TikTok is holding up way better than all the coats everywhere else. Looks good, keeps me warm, doesn't break the bank. Refresh wardrobe options. Quits.com/TIM for free shipping on 365 layers. Now available in Canada too. It's QUINCE.com/TIM. Free shipping and 365-day returns. Quits.com/TIM. This is what the world will look like soon. This is not going to be a rare story. Man accused of stealing leg from crime scene and eating it. This is what happens after white collar jobs are completely wiped out. When nobody has anything to do, no one has a purpose, no one has any money. This is the reality. We have a guy in California. There was a train crash, and this man took a leg. Let's take a look at this. A terrifying video circulating on social media appears to show a man carrying a seven-body car suffering blood by a train in Roscoe. Sheriff's officials say this happened today near the Roscoe Union Station on J Street. Witnesses reportedly full movements during the first time. We do not know if it's on footage of this story. Let me check for damage in this way. And then back to the camera, breaking the hooks of a person's leg. And instead of chewing it into the camera, it was a typical Friday for the construction workers laying down groundwork outside the Amtrak station in Roscoe until they saw a horrifying sight. Looking at what a witness says is a man eating a detached leg. The detached leg came from a person hit by a train near the Roscoe Amtrak station earlier that morning. This is right. Better get used to this. Better get used to this. I'm telling you. I love it. Personally, I don't love it. But if you think this is going to be a rare event, I don't know. This is a man who found a leg from a person who's no longer living. This was a man who needed sustenance. Which I could have been on a drug or 2 or 3, I don't know. But This is not going to be super rare, and I think that you have to start acclimating yourself to the reality of you're not shocked by it. You can't be shocked every time you see someone eating something. It's not going to work. Society's not going to work for the next 5 to 10 years if things like this are going to shock you every time. If every time you see someone walking down the street eating a severed leg that they stole from a crime scene, if every time that happens, it's going to take you out of whatever you're doing, it's going to ruin your day, you're not built for what's coming. You are not built for what's coming. You're certainly not built for the birds of despair you need now. So, I think that people, when you remember the early days of the 2000s, everything seemed kind of cool. Minus a couple Middle Eastern wars and Obama came in, he was cool, he was in. People feeling good, they're watching The Office. Fast casual food started going on. Wow, it's fast, but it's also not global shit. Chipotle, things like that. We remember those days. We remember that world. People felt centered. Technology was cool. It wasn't scary. It wasn't scary. Every now and then, some assholes would eat a fast Miami or whatever. It was a rarity. I'm telling you right now, this is not going to be the rarity. And by the way, why am I supposed to be more disturbed by this guy who ate a leg of a person already dead? In the Epstein files, there are tons of mentions of coded food words that people think are cannibalism. And yet I'm supposed to forget about that and be mad at this guy because, for whatever reason, he's just walking down the street. He doesn't have, oh, I'm sorry, he doesn't have an eye. I'm sorry you're not friends with every president. I'm sorry a working class person ate a leg. I'm sorry that offends you. I'm sorry it doesn't fly his friends to a party violence like you know huge privately. I'm sorry a working class man ate a leg in public. You better get used to cannibalism and you better get used to what happened in front of you. I'm telling you right now, I'm not trying to alarm you. But there's no way that this type of thing isn't going to happen anymore. Let's watch a little bit of the rest of this. I'm not disturbed by this at all. Didn't bother me one bit. I'll tell you that. Let me before we start again. I watched this video several times. I watched the man eat the leg. I had no problem. I was eating sushi while it was happening. And I was not disturbed by this. And if you're not disturbed by this, it is your problem to continue our discussion. Was arrested for taking evidence from the scene and had multiple outstanding warrants. At this moment, investigators haven't said who the blood belongs to or who was working the triangulation, but we do know that others have Tellez was arrested, and Flint County Sheriff's Office say he is in active investigation. Any advice on how to witness it? Well, listen, here's what we learned from the society of fancy words. When the first chance they can be all the cops and this guy is just eating a leg with his family. Of course, this guy has an obviously facetious, but this is something that I do believe in this. People steal body parts from crime scenes, and not only eating them, but playing with them and making YouTube videos where people just having fun. That's what I think is going to happen. I do think you're going to see more people stealing body parts from crime scenes. This is a prediction I have. I don't know if it's going to be out of facts. There's new details in this. Please, new details on suspects who took severed leg from the Moscow train tracks. Last Friday, a Moscow man was arrested after reports he was carrying around an allegedly mining into what witnesses say was his severed legs. The part belonging to the victim had been killed by a train at the Rothschild Amtrak station. Moscow witnesses today and joins us now with Jenny.
Jim, it's a peculiar case involving a false romance. It's described as morally and
Can't stop it for me. Finally, let's start talking. As an ordinary polite man. First of all, I blame the person I have been treated. It is always your fault when I have been treated. It is 1,000% your fault when you get hit by a train. You should be there. Your legs should be there. You're an idiot. You got hit by a train. Everyone knows what trains are. Everyone knows what tracks are. You are a fucking idiot if you get hit by a train. It is a stupid way to die. And it is your fault. And someone should eat your fucking leg if you do it. And let's hear more about this because I don't want this man. I'm going to come out and say it. I don't want him to be trouble because he's eating a leg. I don't want to live a world like that. And I know many people in California don't either, including my governor. We don't want that. We don't want to live in a world where someone gets put in jail because they're deciding that someone's leg is
says most his Tayez is still in. People know him. Those I spoke to say Tayez is homeless. This Moscow resident on their screens showed me where Tayez slept. He says those blankets are Tayez's. And a local liquor store employee tells me Tayez was a regular customer who came in a few times a day, every day. She says he never caused trouble and he only buy a mix of food, beer, whatever he could afford what folks gave him. You can see in the security footage shared with 17 News, Tayez visited the store just hours before this Friday arrest. That's him ignoring the streets. The employee says when she first heard the news, she thought, no, it can't be him. Jose Ibarra, a construction worker, was working in the area when he saw Tayez carrying a gun on the bodyboard. Misdemeanor convictions, mostly for drug or alcohol-related offenses. Tayez is scheduled for a court appearance Tuesday in Chapter.
Here's the deal. Let me be very clear. Stop. You would listen to the sheriff's office.
Provide additional details on the case at this time.
Just because this guy is one of this guy, he's in a liquor store. He's outside from other things. He's in the liquor store. He's doing crime scene. I just don't think we should crucify this man. I don't think it says anything about our society. He's homeless and addicted to drugs and alcohol. He knows when he made it out of jail. And it just goes to a crime scene and grabs a leg. This is the culmination of many years of good ideas that have worked well for the state of California. This is many years of good ideas about letting people come on the street and self-medicate and check their own course and let them actually live their own drug and do what they want to do and ingratiate themselves. People in the community like him. He's a really friendly guy. Comes in, he gets a beer, he's not a problem. And I read to you, I was like, there's no way it could be him. No way it could be the homeless drug addict who's everyone. There's zero way it's the homeless drug addict who lives in the street. There's absolutely no way. It's crazy to think that. So this is just one of the features. You're going to just have to deal with that. The avocados will climate good, fresh seafood. Every group has someone who says something because of the way they're paying for subscription for what they had. I'm refusing to update their phone because it still works. And now, one of some is still overpaying for wireless in 2026, but nobody's here to help with the last one. Stop paying way too much for wireless just because that's how it's always been. It exists purely to fix that same cover chain speed, just what they figured price tag. Premium wireless you expect unlimited talk, text, and data, but at a fraction of what others charge. Offer only top at 50% off 3, 6, or 12-month plans of unlimited premium wireless. I'm telling you, everyone I know who switched to my mobile is saving a lot of money. I use this and you should too. If I had made this product, that's what I use. I do need it and I use it. The 7-Net money back guarantee customer satisfaction ratings in the mid-90s makes it easy to try and see why people don't go back. Ready to stop kidding? More than you have to, new customers can make the switch today and for limited time get unlimited premium wireless for just $15 per month. Switch to mobile.com/Kim. That's mobile.com/Kim. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12 months plan required. $15 a week of all the taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only over 50 gigabytes makes slow when network is busy. Capable devices required availability, speed, and coverage vary. Additional terms and pricing at mobile.com. Every so often I get the urge to level up, not just personally, but for my business too. And upgrade to Gusto is one of the easiest ways to get something in business that never doing things right. As the year gets busier and busier, a lot of us are trying to keep a handle on our business operations. And I see having payroll benefits in HR, like Gusto, feels like having a clean desk and an organized inbox so I can focus on actually growing my business. Small business like me is hustling to figure it all out. Enough time to grow. You don't have to spend your evenings guessing. The tax forms are trying to get onboarding docs, Gusto handles all of that, so you can just spend more time on the parts of your business you actually love. Gusto is an online payroll and benefits software built for small businesses. It's all-in-one remote friendly, incredibly easy to use, so you can pay, hire, onboarding support with your team from anywhere. Automatic payroll, tax filing, and unlimited payroll runs for one monthly price, no hidden fees, no surprises. It's a quick and simple way to switch to Gusto. Transfer existing data to data, running fast. Plus to pass that to do when you first payroll. Number one payroll software according to Number one payroll software according to Jet 2 for fall 2025, just over 4,000 small businesses. Try Gusto today at Gusto.com/Dylan and get 3 months free. That's Gusto.com/DILLON and get 3 months free. Gusto.com/DILLON. Katie Porter, who's again an elected official here in California. Let's see what Kate. Now, if you remember the last time we checked on Katie Porter, was berating her fat assistant, the fat combating assistant. Katie Porter was doing fat on fat crime and yelling at her because for whatever reason, both of their blood sugars had dropped dangerously low. So Katie Porter had begun to lash out at her and about the placement of the camera and get out of the frame. And Katie then did an interview with a woman, a skinny woman, blonde hair. And Katie was enraged by this woman immediately. As soon as she sat down, and this woman asked her a very innocuous question. She's like, how are you going to Trump voter? And then Katie just went to tear the flesh off her body. Now Katie, someone say ate her leg. Now, here is Katie Porter, and so now she's reemerged. She's back. She's reemerged, and she has a gas mask on, and she's in the middle of a river. Take it away, Katie Porter. Here's her comeback. the gas mask. Go get the fucking kid in the beginning and just get the picture, get a nice close up of Katie Porter in the gas mask. If Katie wants to win this race, make it big. If Katie wants to win this race, she looks like a man. And I like it because she looks like a villain. If Katie wants to win this race, she has to terrify people. If Katie Porter does, she terrifies people. She terrifies her staff. She's like a basketball who has been taken. She's a terrified mom. She's a minivan mom who leads her kids in her hand while she's got one hand on the wheel and leading her kids. She's a nasty, vicious minivan mom. Lusts for just but Katie Porter needs to never take this gas mask off if she wants to win this race. She has to keep this gas mask on. Because Katie Porter's not reemerged and said, listen, I know I beat my staff, but the Rivers Road boys are effective. The Rivers have cancer, and they've got chemicals, they got plastics, they got fucking Agent Orange, she's got a bunch of old hippies in the end going, this is what they used on us, and this is the gas they used on us when we tried to protest. And Katie Porter's out there with a gas mask, standing in the middle of the river, looking like Bane. And this is a good look for her. And I think this could be her ticket back. Because she's focusing on what's good about this is she's not doing the environment. Because people in her campaigns, and you can't go near people. You need to start talking about trees and lakes. And the other people, they run away from you. Like you're a bear that's stuck in a campsite. You disturb people, they're unnerved by you, they find your presence deeply unsettling, and they hate you. But trees don't seem to mind you. So you need to stand in the middle of a river with a gas mask on like Bane and talk about the cancer in the water. It'll give people the idea that you care about them without actually having to be near you. Those people cannot stand you. Let's watch the rest of this. If we like Katie Porter, by the way, I do like her. Is it cost to do nothing? This is not an issue that anyone really cares about. Now they should, but this is just not an issue. I know she's trying to do something, but these issues that never I've lived on this earth for never can get people to care about that. It's just not, it doesn't motivate anybody. Maybe it should. It just doesn't work. You can stand there in a mask in the middle of the forest and scream at you. But really, people just don't care. They don't really care that the river has cancer. They don't care that the town. That's our country. Our country. If the town next to you all died of cancer, you wouldn't care. There are cancer clusters all over the country. And then a zip code over, no one cares that everyone in that other town is dying of cancer. That's just the kind of country we have. It's just the kind of country we have. There are people that live in areas that are toxic dumps. And unless you're directly affected by this, like the sewage water is going through your yard, literally. If it's not going through your yard, you don't give a shit. When I drive to Vegas to either perform or see friends of some people who got there, sometimes we use that studio with a band. I like Vegas, a 4-hour drive. I drive through desert communities where people live in toxic environments that I've never lived in. Horrible industrial waste all over the place. Really, no one cares. Only the people in that town care. No one is talking about the preschool where she's like, they're breathing in this air. You know what I thought? Boring. Talk about the leg. Talk about the leg. If I was Katie Porter, I'd have the Bane mask on. If I had the Bane mask as Katie Porter, the people in this country are needing legs in finding crime scenes. Do you want it to be your leg? I'm Katie Porter, and I used to give a shit about dumb shit like cancer in the river or whatever. I used to try to chase down companies who were polluting the river. But here's the reality. Who's even swimming in it? What are we even doing? Don't swim! I realized that the more pressing issue was the drug addicts living on our street. Literal zombies who were eating people's legs. Boy, did I stop caring about rivers after I realized how many people were starting to pick up legs and eat them. I didn't care about rivers anymore. I used to care about the air the kids were breathing at the preschool. I know nice people care about the environment. I'm not telling you it's a good thing to think of. This is not. I'm trying to get out. Telling you. I grew up in Long Island my whole life, and people care about beach erosion. All the one people I was like, all the beach characters, killing hookers, and depositing bodies in the beach. No one cares about beach erosion. No one cares about the pollution of water. No one cares about forest fires. No one cares about any of it. No one cares if their fellow citizens are living in a microwave. No one cares if their fellow citizens are living in a microwave. It doesn't matter. I'm telling you, I'm a moral person, certainly not the best, but do you know, people that live in the Bakersfield and places like that, in the food deserts and the opportunity deserts, and are living every day to Stephen King novel, where there's some weird factory that's polluting everything, and the fact that I feel bad for them. But I'm telling you right now, it's not something that I think about, but no one thinks about it. No one thinks about it. Every now and then they'll try to do like a thing where they're on the news and go, everyone in this one town has cancer. And then they go, I don't live there. I don't live in that town. Everyone in this one town has cancer. Everyone has cancer. Well, I don't live there. So Katie Porter can get in the middle of the river with the Bane mask and screaming out about carcinogens, but it just doesn't motivate people. It doesn't motivate people to turn the balls. Let's talk about Iran, because I think, and by the way, I have to report it. From what I am hearing, these talks in Geneva are productive to a degree. Also, here's the deal. We've built a tremendous military buildup. This is bigger than anything we've ever done. But I think, and this is very important, I'm not breaking any news, but the military is telling Trump this is not an easy war. And I don't know if we get bogged down in this war with Iran, if we're going to be able to fight other people, if that's going to leave us vulnerable and exposed. You know, they've got a significant number of jet fighters and support aircraft in the Middle East, assembling the greatest amount of air power in the region since the 2003 invasion of Iraq. I just don't know. We're not living in a world where we can just knock the shit out of people anymore. We're not living in that world. There is a world that was in 2002 that just go knock shit out of these countries. Knock shit out of these countries without any type of, listen, when people die, when an issue, when a problem, when you just make a lot of money, to overextend yourself. I'll tell you this. The power that we had back then to act unopposed, unilaterally unopposed, to just go knock the shit out of this country. You can't do that with a man. It's not going to work. The military options are not great. They're going into Trump. They're going, listen, we can hit him here, we can hit him there, but we don't know what's going to happen afterwards. The Ayatollah is living in an underground bunker.
think Iran is showing flexibility because they know they're not going to win this war. They know now it's going to be a prolonged conflict. America's not going to support there. Imagine America getting anything out of this. But Iran knows that they're not going to be able to go up against the United States of America and the government is going to fall. We also ran nuclear talks with Rabbi. No one else will tell us risk of war. However, this is in Geneva. Iran and the United States held hours of indirect negotiations Thursday that went to a nuclear program while putting a deal. Given the danger of another Midwest war on the table as the U.S. has gathered a massive fleet of aircraft warships in the region. Iran's foreign minister Rabbi representing talks in Geneva said there had been significant progress in the negotiation. Without elaborating, this could be solved diplomatically, but even Israel will not be happy. They will not be happy. They will push for war. They want the regime to be toppled. The neoconservatives in America will probably push for war to take first times, whatever. They want this whole thing's got to be making peace. And if you take Iran out as regional player, it's easier to remake the Middle East. Israel's probably not going to be happy, but diplomacy is the only way through that. America doesn't want this war. America does not want this war. I mean, we've got white-collar people that got about 8 months left in their jobs before they're extremely homeless things. So we don't need a war. Those white-collar consultants on the military and the front guy in Iran don't need a fucking war in the Middle East. So we can either do something fake, which I'm for, and pretend, show force. I did talk to somebody who said it feels like we're too far down the line. There's a little bit of war fever in Washington, and that it's good to people, and that there's an inertia that's moving us forward towards this conflict no matter what we need. And once you're on a path like this, it's very hard to completely reverse course. That was somebody told me that maybe they're right, maybe they're wrong. But they did say it does feel like we're on a collision course for Iran. We have Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff. I believe that the talks are Kushner, Steve Witkoff, and then Erica Kirk. Erica Kirk is over there negotiating with the Iranians right now. And I'm hopeful that she can pull this off. Erica Kirk, who's my friend, Erica Kirk right now over in Iran negotiating on behalf of the United States government. And we hope that it is positive. We don't know. U.S.-Iran negotiations wrap for the day. I don't know. I can just tell you what it is. The war need to have the right vibes. This is something that many people don't understand. You need to just feel a certain way before you go. You need to have a certain. There's got to be kind of war environment. We just haven't achieved it. We haven't achieved it yet. We're not there as a country yet. You know what I mean? I'm too busy in this country just to access. No one's ready for this war. We just don't. Nobody's into it. And it's being put. You can feel when something's being pushed and no one wants it. You can feel it. And that's what you feel about the Iran war. Nobody's really into it. And the people that are into it have to accuse the people that are into it of being anti-Semitic, or they have a lack of imagination. Because don't you see the pressure will be Iran will be free, and you go, do we trust politics like happiness? Do we trust Cash Patel to handle the domestic retaliation attacks
What up, baby? Living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods? Very well, because that. All right, big man. Well, in terms of the prophecies, many of them are self-fulfilling. Many of them are very vague. In terms of the red heifer, yes, we are buying the red heifers because we do plan on rebuilding the Beit HaMikdash, the temple in Jerusalem. I'd like to see it done in a peaceful way. I'm not exactly sure how it's going to be done. We do have the Temple Institute that is basically training Kohanim in the proper ways of what's known as the carbon, the sacrifices. In terms of the red heifer, we don't necessarily need a temple in Jerusalem to perform the sacrifices of the red heifer. We just need control over the amount of olives which we have. That sacrifice is different than temple sacrifices. That sacrifices consists of the purpose of it is who have been made unclean due to their interaction with a dead body. And so the way that sacrifice, everybody really interested in these red peppers. They know that they can't be milked. Yo,
All right, people say good morning, or great sports opportunity to continue. Saturday Rock has begun by making all our responses for this morning appreciate the pain. All right, public health response for the month of Adar Habarim October. Benjamin will be small. There is a strong worldwide birth that the SEC family does on behalf of the Jewish group of years, following Catholic help to dedicating Shu'ur Midrash Remember his grandfather Samuel Halak Zechariah, then Zechariah. And our Dafloni sponsors for tonight, our beautiful sponsorship, Dr. and Mrs. Robert Edelman, and their sons Dan, Adam David, and Moshe Yaakov to commemorate the Adar Zayd Ali Yerzeg of Dr. Edelman's father, Marvin Edelman, Mordechai Ben, Hannah Allah Shalom. Although the dedication although the relation is really born in Swiss, the best athlete is that his son and grandsons learn Torah every day, either at the Yeshiva Sabura Sari or at our Dafron Shir Me'alun, may be in Mordechai Ben Khan's merit and Aliyah for his neshama. Incredible. Yahweh Sarah Steinberg in the Swiss continued help and for Shulamnis, Hannah Bas Susha for the ultimate for Shlema, and Adam Plonka in commemoration of the yahrzeit of Moshe Rabbi, Moshe Ben Amnon, today on Zion Adar. Look on the merit of our commentary, all of the Shem Zachariah, the families in the Kama, all those who need to push out and give a colorful Israel, which means not the Meretz Hashem to the Source, Thomas and Rachels for all of Am Yisrael and Israel. And also with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem, the Torah amount to do, and really beautiful and exceptional Gemara ahead of us. Today's daf is men down at 44. We are picking up 16 lines down from the top on 43b, men given on the base. This is the Tanya Idach. Another Raisa, Uri-Isa also is Hakan. Remember again, the way the mitzvah of tzitzis is framed is that the mitzvah of tzitzis ultimately is always to see it, and by seeing it, tzitzis, you are supposed to remember something. So multiple approaches as to what it is exactly that one is supposed to remember. So additional by Uri-Isa also, you shall see this Hakan. Re'ei mitzvah, see this mitzvah, i.e. tzitzis, u'zechar mitzvah acheres hasmucha la. And ultimately go ahead and remember another mitzvah. Which mitzvah? The one that is juxtaposed or right next to tzitzis. What is that refer to? The Ezo Zu mitzvah kilayim. Ultimately, again, this refers to the mitzvah, the prohibition of shatnez. The tzid, no silbosh shatnez, sound fish in yachtim, because the Torah says you shall not wear shatnez more than them together. And then in the next passage says, "V'gedilin ta'aselcha," right? But the next passage is tzitzis. So interestingly enough, this approach says that the whole mitzvah is to remind you not to wear shackles, which I also, if you think about it, is quite fascinating. That where else do you find this? That you have a mitzvah asay that is absolutely, completely dedicated to reminding you not to perform a mitzvah los asay. So the entire mitzvah of tzitzis that is there just to remind you not to wear shackles. Seems a little bit strange. Perhaps the Yisodi as follows. What's the prohibition of shackles? The prohibition of shackles is a recognition that certain things cannot be mixed together. Certain things don't go together, but you have to be careful the way certain realities, certain forces mix together. In fact, Sefer HaChinuch brings down, that's the whole yisod of shackles. That is shackles basar, b'chalav. These prohibitions are all the same. What they say is that in life there are different energies, different forces, and so you have to be careful about bringing certain things together. What exactly is the energy of women? What does it create? That's more of a cult. That's a bit more esoteric. What's basar b'chalav? Same idea. These forces should not be brought together. And if you think about this is one of perhaps the most important disorders for successful living. It's knowing what influences to allow into your life and what influences to keep out. That's the whole mitzvah of Kirayim. Kirayim says there are certain things you can bring together, certain things you can't bring together. Successful spiritual living, what influences do you allow into your heart, into your home, into your soul, and what influences do you have to kind of keep on the outside? So what the Bryce is saying is the entire mitzvah of tzitzis. A reminder about the prohibition of shatis. The entire mitzvah of tzitzis is to keep you on guard and to create a certain vigilance. What do you yourself to be exposed to? What influences, what realities, what mixtures do you allow into your home, into your soul, and into your heart? Incredible. Let's go back to it. It says in Martani another way. So we used to also start in the first session. So what's this? Interesting enough, so the pasuk says, remember, you see the tzitzis, you will remember all of the mitzvos of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what does this mean? The Gemara says, because once you become chayiv in tzitzis, you become chayiv in all the other mitzvos as well. Now what does that mean? Now remember, the Gemara says, Rabbi Shimon, the Amar mitzvah says, according to Rabbi Shimon, it says that so there's a time not commandment. So when does the time that tzitzis begin? We'll call it Barclays day. Okay, daytime. Interestingly enough, most mitzvahs are applicable by day. So what the Gemara is saying over here, when the mitzvah of tzitzis begins, that's when you are reminded about your obligation for all other mitzvahs as well. Incredible. The Gemara says, "Tiny, you're talking about the Brayso. So you shall see this. It's this fight of this mitzvahs Hashem, and you remember all the other mitzvahs. So also, you see a common theme that tzitzis. Interestingly enough, tzitzis is this mitzvah that is not an end, rather it's a means. It's a trigger mitzvah. The whole idea is because I'm wearing this on my body the whole day. So therefore, what's happening over here is it's reminding me about something else. The shaila is what's the something else? And of course, no approaches are mutually exclusive. So the verse is really incredible. Shkula mitzvah zu, kineged kol mitzvah skula. The mitzvah of tzitzis, literally again, measures up, corresponds, or is equal to all of the other mitzvahs. There was that is a very strong statement. Right? In general, we try to stay from statements that this mitzvah is as important as this mitzvah. All mitzvahs are important. So what the Gemara says that this mitzvah again literally measures up against, which means is as important. Shkula means most of the imagery is like on a scale. Like if you put the mitzvah to one side and the other mitzvah on the side, the scale would be equal. So what does that mean? So first of all, Rashi Kaddish says, Rashi Shkula mitzvah zu. It's in short lines, about 10 lines here. This is very important. Actually, as called mitzvos. So first of all, because remember, the Torah itself says that you will see mitzvahs, so as called mitzvos Hashem. So the Torah itself creates this reality that somehow tzitzis current to all of the other mitzvahs. If you look at the rest of Rashi, all the tzitzis begimatria, tafresh, the eiksharim, the chesputim, hartayag. And again, Rashi gives something very beautiful over here. Rashi says the numerical value of tzitzis is 600. That's if tzitzis is written in 2 years. Right? The numerical value ultimately is 600 plus 5 knots. 5 knots on each corner, and 8 strings for each corner, 600 plus 5 plus 8 is 613. So beautifully, tzitzis itself is a numerical reminder of all of the mitzvahs. So Rashi saying over here, it doesn't have to mean that necessarily tzitzis is as important as the rest of the mitzvahs. And again, I want to say, Rabbi, that the point of tzitzis is literally a physical reminder that I wear on my body just to remind myself there are 613 mitzvahs ultimately in the Torah that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave me, and those are my daily responsibilities. Quite beautiful. The Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, "Tiny Ida, or Isa also Schaifen Vasisem." So this is a very dramatic Gemara. So another place. Or Isa also is Schaifen v'asisim. So let's say if you notice again, there's like 3 verbs over here. You will see the tzitzis, like you said also, uschartem. You will remember the mitzvahs, v'asisem also, you will perform them. The Gemara says, listen to this. Re'iyah, mebiya l'gei zechira. So seeing the tzitzis, seeing them, leads me to remembering the mitzvahs. Zechira, mebiya l'gei asiyah. And remembering the mitzvahs ultimately leads me to performance. So seeing leads me to remembering leads me to performance. Which I will say is another tremendous Musar skill, because what it's saying is if one wants to have a meaningful Yiddishkeit, by definition there are steps inculcating the mitzvahs into my spiritual identity. It's not like all this is reminiscent of Rabbi Yaakov's vision when he sees the malachim that they're going up and down a ladder. The Rabbi says, why a ladder? Why not a staircase? It's very simple, because stairs, the Rabbi says, you take 2 at a time, 3 at a time. But ladder, you can't really take 2 runs. Ladder only works 1 run at a time. In spirituality, there's incremental growth. If you try to do too much at once, it doesn't work. That's what is highlighting over here. There's a progression in spirituality. First, what is there? First, there's a re'iyah. First is almost like looking, like surveying. Like what is it that I can accomplish? What could I do? Then after re'iyah, ultimately again, there's a zechira. There's a recognition that I have abilities, that I have talents, that I have kolos. And then after that, the zechira, then calculated asiyah. What should I do? How should I do it? Successful spirituality is methodical. Ultimately, again, re'iyah, see that you have potential. Zechira, remember what your kolos are. When you have that information, then asiyah. Then you make a targeted plan for what you want to accomplish. But Rabbi says, all people must call us out, but it's too zoga umekaba pneashkina. So this is very interesting. Whoever is zoros, whoever is alacritus, right, zizos with this mitzvah, ultimately will receive the divine presence. Now, what is Rabbi? Where is Rabbi Shemai get this from? He says, also, it says over here, you will see the tzitzis. Now, the focus is on the word also. Also, you shall revere HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and you shall serve him. So it's also. He who is careful with the mitzvah, he who is zealous with the mitzvah. So it is ultimately again will be Mechaba, will receive the Shekhinah. I want to say once again, when I said, what is that? What is that? It's beautiful, but that's how powerful the mitzvah is. I don't know, it doesn't say one who is zealous with tefillin is Mechaba and the Shekhinah. So it doesn't mean one who is, and once I can't stop. Mitzvah is unique because remember, at least the way we perform it, is it's voluntary. Like we go out, we obligate ourselves. It's quite possible that generally if we have a situation where a person would never ever encounter the mitzvah of tzitzis, right? If I don't have a 4-cornered garment, so then I have a mitzvah of tzitzis. We go out of our way to go on a 4-cornered garment. But when I say it's strange that the Torah, that the Gemara would ascribe so much merit to almost a volitional mitzvah. So what, or optional, I should say. What's the pshat? So perhaps these 2 Gemaras are connected. When Rabbi says, Kol hazar is b'mitzvah zu, zocher u'mekaba pnei hashkina, what it means is like this. Kol hazar is b'mitzvah zu, and perhaps Rabbi's statement is directly connected to the one above it. What do the previous braysos say? The previous braysos noted the 3 verbs. What do the previous braysos teach me? If you live a life of what the Ramchal calls a zehiros, right, where again, we're making a methodical. So what do? You survey options. You look at life and you see that life is full of opportunities. Zechira, you remind yourself of what the particular goalposts are, and then you take that Riyah, you take that Zechira, and you plug it into a Siyah. You make for yourself a life plan. Such a person who lives a life of tzitzis awareness like that, Rabbi says, Kol hazar is b'mitzvah zu, if you perform the mitzvah as I outlined it above, Re'iyah leads to Zechira. Zechira leads to Asiyah. Such a person like that, Zocher Mekabel Pnei Hashkina. Let's say if I live a life where I am methodical in how I live, I have a plan, I look at my options each and every day, I am reminded of my kolos. And then I make a targeted plan for us. A person like that who lives a tzitzis life like that, such a person is going to be a makabel b'resh. The Gemara goes weiter. Tanavonim. Chagivim Yisrael, so beautiful. Shesiva v'nakadosh baruch hu v'mitzvahs tzorah. Sorry, the mitzvahs. Rabbi Yisrael is so beloved by HaKadosh Baruch Hu that the Ribono Shel Olam surrounds us with. How does he surround us by the mitzvahs? Tefillin b'rashayim. I have tefillin on my head. Tefillin is all I say. Tefillin on my head, tefillin on my arms, and ultimately tzitzis on my clothing, and mezuzah with the saying, and mezuzah on my clothing. So Chagivim Yisrael, praise where we are. How beloved are we? That HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes ahead and surrounds us with mitzvahs. Tefillin on my head. My arm, tzitzis on my body, and mezuzah on my tzitzis. He's going to find us something amazing. He's teaching us how to view our spiritual obligations. So I say, if we're honest with ourselves, sometimes we don't necessarily view our Jewish obligations as schos. We don't view it as a schos. We view it as something we have to do. It's something we have to do. And when I saw like, I'll do it because whenever I want to go Rabbi, I want to go Ham, I want to be a good Jew, there's good positive peer pressure. So we'll say, it's like flipping that switch. I'll give you a perfect example. It's like, we wake up early every morning to go ahead or whatever. We're up, right? There are a lot of different people on different times on Hashem and on Zoom as well. How do you feel when your alarm goes off in the morning? How do you feel? So, I was like, we have to work on ourselves to feel this is the best opportunity in the world. Now, just because it's the best opportunity in the world doesn't mean I want to do it. I'm still very tired. But when I start, understand that the opportunity to get up in the morning and learn Torah, it's a schos. It's not something I'm like looking to get out of. It's not something like, okay, I'll do what I have to, but like as soon as I have some other reason to exempt myself from it, I'm out. It's a schos. And it's with everything in Yiddishkeit. You're being stuck up. I'll tell you, I have to do a lot of fundraisers. I have in my capacity. One of the things that drives me a little bit crazy is that people are like, really? You're asking again? You're asking again? You know what the answer is? Yes. I'm asking again. Because presenting you with more opportunities, you're welcome. You're welcome. Don't you? You know what? You put it on. Because Klal Yisrael has a lot of tzrachim. You put it on because there's another opportunity to give. You want to give, you don't want to give. But don't take it back. Because someone is coming to us that with an opportunity to participate in magnificent. To give or not to give, that's your decision. That's a personal decision. But it's amazing. It's a schos. It's a schos to have opportunities for mitzvahs. It's a schos to give. It's a schos to be dignified. It's a schos for Hashem people to go in different directions with a bunch of. It's a schos. And the moment you make that switch, everything in Yiddishkeit becomes so beautiful and so incredible and so wonderful. And this switch in of itself, this is the distinction between Yiddishkeit that is rich, fulfilling, and meaningful, and one that is difficult and is manifold. The Gemara says, what is it going to give us all this stuff? He gives us this stuff because he loves us. Because he loves us. And we are surrounded everywhere you turn in life. There's a beautiful pocket of spirituality. It's on your head, it's on your heart, it's on your body, it's on your purpose. It's everywhere you go. Everywhere you go. And this is a tremendous specific of the prophet. Let's listen to the Mosara and Al Rabbi. Coming outside of this. Shut up, I don't know. People are Mishpati Sikapa. So this is incredible. Governor Noah said, and this is really just an exceptional concept. Literally, it's literally it means, showing up because I will praise you 7 times a day or 7 in the day. I will praise you on Mishpati Sikapa. Or again, literally the Mishpati Sikapa, which means again the mix of negation. Now why 7? Why 7? Tefillin Shalosh, Tefillin Shalyat, Tefillin Zod. Ultimately, again, tzitzis, 4 corners of tzitzis, that's 6. Mezuzah, that's 7. So, David Enoch, the Gemara says, he's making reference to that goodness. The tefillin and the tzitzit, my body, well, that's so the tefillin and the tzitzit, which surround my body, the mezuzah, which is on my doorway. These are the 7 mitzvahs that I encounter day in and day out. So listen, I watch this. This is an exceptional life. The Shashanik was David the base Americans. When David went into the bathhouse, Allah asked him and he said that he was uncle. Omar, what am I going to do? I'm in the bathhouse now. I have no mitzvahs. I have no tzitzis. I have no tefillin. And obviously, again, there's no mezuzah on the bathhouse either. The Cleveland Shemis got the Nila Shebisano, the Sashi Factor. As soon as he remembered, I have this Nila. I just knew that, and that is a mitzvah that is with me at all times. Ultimately, again, his mind was settled. The Akhar Sheyasel, when he left the bathhouse, Amra Aleha Shiva, he said, Shiva, about this Shiva, She'anai, La Nasher, Al Hashmilis, Mizmar Legavi. That's how beautiful is that. So, Lazat, Hashmilis, right? He could have been up there, but he didn't, Al Hashmilis. Al Mima, Shemikna Bishmilis. Originally, David gives thanks to the Father for the 7 things, which again, children, the tzitzis, the shizah, and then he goes ahead and gives thanks to the Shbarku ultimately again for that each thing from you. So what's that? There's so much on this Gemara here. I just want to share with you two ideas. The twelve is Yaakov Yosef, who's Yaakov Yosef of Hanan, who was the Talmud Mufar of the Baal Shem Tov HaKadosh. Says something so beautiful. He says, what's the shot? Nichnas David the face of Mechas. The Rebbe gives such a beautiful, esoteric insight into this. David was doing a spiritual inventory, and he went into the base of Mechas. Base of Mechas was, he wanted to go in and cleanse away all of the impurities and find in himself a pure mitzvah. I want to find one mitzvah that I did that is absolutely pure. After what does that mean? Most of these mitzvahs I was doing, but often it's hard to find the pure mitzvah. What did I ask? Even if it's part of the mitzvahs, I want reward, I want cover, I want recognition, I want accolade, I'm afraid of punishment. To do a mitzvah just for the sake of doing a mitzvah, the shema, with no other intentions. So what exactly what this is? Nichnas David base David goes in to cleanse away everything, to find the pure mitzvah. And what happens? Amar Ayri She'amot Aleph. Woe to me, I'm naked. I don't have any pure mitzvahs. Until you remember the one pure mitzvah that we have, which is this mitzvah. Why is this mitzvah pure mitzvah? Because first of all, you don't do it, it's done to you, and you're 8 years old. Like, too young for any kind, too young for any kind of ulterior motives. So then I know I realize that every man has at least one pure mitzvah that is part of his persona, ultimately again, which is that's the surface mitzvah. There's no ulterior motives, there's nothing there, it's just pure avodas Hashem, which I've also watched this. Helps us to understand the bracha that we do every single day, which is shame. She lived us with this, being coming to Torah, with Chuppah, with a message. What's the bracha we give our children? It's similar that this mitzvah is pure. It's pure. There's no ulterior motives. There's nothing else driving you to this mitzvah except service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That should highlight you the same mindset that you take with you to other areas of life. The Torah. When you learn because it's beautiful, learn because it's incredible, learn because you become better, not because of anything that you can get from it, but just because of what it is. Torah, Chuppah, Rothschild, the most important piece in building healthy, meaningful, beautiful, and enduring marriage is selflessness. You can't be in it for you. I have to be in it because of what I can give to my wife, what I can give to my mishpacha. Selflessness is the key. Ultimately, again, it's a nice and potent. You should do chesed in the world. And if you do so, at the end, it's still chesed. Chesed because that's the Rothschild with nothing in it, just the desire to be highest level. Now I realize that at least all of us have selfless, pure mitzvah. The goal ultimately again is to bring that same selflessness and selfless tight to the Torah, to my marriage, and to my chesed. Incredible. That's what I think. No, sorry. Rabbi, let's bring Yaakov over. Kamshi Shamsun Barashot from Israel, since it's been rebuilt, and the Zuzah of this house. So anyone who has filling on his head, filling on his arm, Zuzahs on his body, the Zuzah on his doorway, have called the Chizuk Shalom Yachta. Wow. That is a Chizuk, now not against you, that bolsters you against sin. Shemar. The three-ply cord will not be easily unraveled. And this is three-ply cord. Since this was a Rothschild site, it's very beautiful. But what does this mean? It's so much over here. So it says, remember again, what does the story represent? It represents bolstering spiritual influences. Basically, the Messiah. In other words, so much of life is pretty light spiritual energy on your person, in your life, and in your home. That's what this is. What are your house? What are the influences? What is allowed up and through the door as to go into what is incredibly focused, so the person bolsters themselves with proper spiritual energy on my book, on my body, and in my home. That bolsters me against sin. Build your strength, spiritual strength up, and one will be able to resist this. You might as like that. Why tennis stick with all the other colors? If there's another way to say, obviously, the clubs and the guys, one of our strings of the color, white tennis. Why that blue? You might say such a beautiful name. שהתכלת דומה לים, לים דומה לרקיע, ולרקיע דומה לכיסא הכבוד. Because the village resembles the sea resembles the heavens, and the heavens resembles the divine assurance. Abi Fashne Amar, the Tapas, Lagro Kimasim, Sake, Esana Shanekara, Uxid, Nara Evan Sabu Muskise. So it's obviously the entire use of the Payless is to go ahead and remind me of a conspire. Somehow is reminiscent of the Kishiak Hub, the divine flow. So again, this reminds me of the sea, reminds me of the heavens reminds me of the Kishiak Hub. So those are these references right back when we just said right before. So come on, let's just skip the middle there. Just say, Payless reminds me of the divine flow. Let's just get right to it. Once again, without a ladder of Yaakov Avinu, spirituality has to be sequential and incremental. You can't go from the tricky to the covered. Your steps in spirituality, if you trust in yourself, a process of incremental sequential growth. Then it resembles the sea resembles the heavens resembles the Kisya covered. That is the everlasting and enduring spiritual growth. Try to get from Chaos to Kisya covered, you're going to fall and you're going to fail. If you necessary steps, it will last and ultimately endure. You might go try it. Amir says as follows. This is interesting. Literally, the punishment of neglecting the white strings of citrus is greater than neglecting the payless strings of citrus. Now, again, also that is, if you omit the white strings, there's greater probability than if you go ahead and don't do the blue strings. Much more than what is blue, right? The so this is a king who's so to one side he says, bring me a chosen, bring me a seal made of clay. The other one is bring me a seal made of gold. The Pashas name of neither of them bring me a seal, who has bigger iniquity, who has a good punishment. So what is it being declared? Why not? Because it's more readily available. So, okay, I understand you can't get payless, because at the end of the day, payless is a little bit more rare, but there's absolutely no excuse for not having the white strings. Incredible. It was ultimately becomes very amazing. The Bonus Home does not hold us accountable or culpable for not performing in spiritually heroic behavior. Sometimes, all the Bible is something, so not every amazing, I can't do it. Okay. Not everybody should rise to the occasion of spiritual heroism, but that's not ultimately the measure of my success. That's Chaos. Chaos moments are moments of spiritual heroism. How does that respond? Because we want to see before, how am I living day in and day out? There's ordinary, white string periods. How am I living? What am I doing? Am I rising to those just daily occasions? Again, spiritual heroism, a different kind of show, but at least be able to perform day in and day out. That's the metric of success. You know the right thing. The Gemara goes like that. Hi, other Rabbi, so what's it? Give me that. Hi, we're not finished it yet, but Hi, other Rabbi, may have not for Koyo. Because the album is going to make 100 Rabbi speculation. The Atal Yisrael, Ma Hashem Elokecha Shari. You about Yisrael, what is Hashem asking of you? So again, I want to say play on the word. Ma is Mea. Ma is Mea. So I'm so what does Hashem ask of you? He asks of you Mea, he asks of you 100 brachas. That's the Rabbi of Avia, the Shabbat of Yom Tzavot. So first of all, on a regular day, it's not really a problem. Because remember again, on a regular day, you already start out with 19 times the just from 3 Shmonas. Right, so you're good to go. Just add in there all of your brachas on eating, add in there your hasher, yassas, and any incidental brachas, you're more than good. Where does the problem come up? How many ultimately comes up? Ultimately comes up on Shabbos and Yom Tov. So what would happen on Shabbos and Yom Tov? Because remember, Shabbos and Yom Tov, you don't have a 19 brachas more than what he has. You have 7 brachas more. Obviously, that's pretty dramatic. So you want to repeat the Avia, the Shabbos and Yom Tov, in the Mari, it was so again, they would burn up, they would go ahead and they would smell, sweet smelling scents, it's like a personal balsam, and without the other foods, so they would eat additional foods, making additional lunch, they would smell sweet smelling things. So let's say, so then this idea, much like this idea of high hugging with other may have roughness. What's the shot? Because it's a beautiful play on words. The Bashana Kaddish says things so beautiful. A person is obligated every day to try to see at least 100 bucks. So much of life is tons. Let's say you ask any person, what's broken in your life? What problem? I can rattle it off alphabetically, chronologically. From most severe to less severe to most severe. I can tell you whose problem, whose fault each the problem does. Problems, I got that on the tip of my tongue. Ask the person. Name all of your brachas. Have like take a step back, think a little bit. There are certain things that come readily to my mind, other things that we think about. Hashem Yechad says, Chazal are trying to condition us to be a bracha-oriented Jew. By telling us to make 100 brachas, they're conditioning us to see the beautiful bracha in your life. There's a lot of stuff in this right there. But there's also a whole lot of stuff that is beautiful, that is incredible, and you kind of sees, not just, but you see the brachas, you see the 100 brachas each and every day. Gemara goes back there. So this is actually very interesting. Gemara, I have near over a kind of Shabbos brachas before you. The person is obligated to make a minimum of 3 brachas each day. What are these 3 brachas? Elohim, Sha'asan Yisrael, bracha number 1. Thank you, Hashem, for making me a Jew. Number 2, Shalom Sani Isha. Thank you for not making me a woman. And number 3, Shalom Sani Bor. This is an interesting one. Thank you for not making me a bor. By the way, both said bor translates the same way in English as Hebrew, right? It's a bor. B-O-O-R. Thank you for not making me just like an empty, vacuous person. Thank you for not making me a bor. So it wasn't straight. For the Achal, by Yaakov, this is incredible. Shamim Lebrei, Dalakamabarek, Shalom Sani Bor. So Ravaka by Yaakov prayed his son, making this bracha, thank you for not making me a bor. Amarle, Ravaka by Yaakov says, really? That's it? That's the bracha? That's your accomplishment? Thank you, Hashem, for not making me a bor. Look at Rashi. Kuli Hanami about 8 months after the bottom. Kuli Hanami, B'Shabeach Nashika, Ze'incha Amaretz. Like, that's what you're giving yourself a shkaya for, but ultimately you're getting not an Amaretz, that you're not figuring, that you're not a bor. So he goes on, he goes, Kuli Hanami, young, do something again. We'll do this one. But isn't that incredible? The same thing here, so not making me a book. As if the Bakabayako says to this kid, really, the bar is so low for yourself, but that's your metric of accomplishment. Thank you, Hashem, I'm not an Amaharet, I'm not a bar. How can it be that that's the level, that's the sets for himself, right? I'm already pleased in what's like, my device again. What should I do? Whenever he was in my device, Shalom Sani Abed. That is in the Prophet, like number one, Shah Sani Yisrael, thank you, Hashem, for making you a Jew. Number two, Shalom Sani Isha, thank you, Hashem, for not making you a woman. And number three, ultimately again, Shalom Asani Abed. Thank you for not making you a slave. I want second. You want to say Shalom Sani Abed and Isha, so you want to say, isn't that the same thing? First of all, so much, what is that Prophet Shalom Asani Isha? What is that? What is that Prophet every single day? Thank you, Hashem, for not making you a woman. The truth of us is that's not rocket science, what it is. But the ultimate responsibilities that every single woman has. But no matter what a woman, right, is doing outside of the home, career, one thing is clear, which is the entire essence of the mishpacha rests on her shoulders. I will say now, maybe it's mine, it's 2026. Listen, you can be nice to me, but you're still true. At the end of the day, there's a reason why under the cover is the woman who walks around the man 7 times, right? No matter how I don't know, I shouldn't say it. Maybe, I don't know, maybe are young carrying husbands that haven't got 3.5, or maybe, it's when the husband's walking around, I don't know. But whatever it is, it's ridiculous, because at the end of the day, what is that? Obviously, 7 surface representation of a world. And from the first moment under the chuppah, a woman says, I hereby take upon myself the responsibility to create the spiritual fabric of the home. And that's what I will say. That's one of those situations where the woman is not creating the spiritual fabric. The fabric is deficient. The fabric is fundamentally deficient. You can compensate as much as you want, but there's something missing when the woman doesn't own the spiritual fabric. No matter what, all the responsibilities. That's it. That's awesome. That's an awesome and overwhelming responsibility in a family and in a home. So every man looks at that, just like every single man should look with overwhelming reverence at his wife for everything she does, all she juggles, and all the different responsibilities somehow that she's able to manage, all the different people that she has to manage, and a man comes to one single conclusion. Look at that, right? It's awesome. It's awesome, and it's hard for any man to understand how one person is able to manage so much and yet still maintain the spiritual quality and uphold the spiritual quality of the home in general. So the Gemara says that. So again, Shasani Yisrael. Again, I will say, remember, we don't say Shasani Yisrael. Instead, what do we say? What do we say? Shasani God. That's a whole different reason. That's because in general, by the way, we don't phrase the brachas in the affirmative. Whole different discussion. Machlok is Shammai and Hillel. Is it good for a person to be created? Not good for a person to be created. So again, we asking a little bit more. Better for a person not to be created. But now once they work, make the most of their existence. That's how we phrase any of the brachas in the affirmative. Everything is phrased in the negative. So we don't say Sha'asani Yisrael, we say Shalom Asani Bar. More of our guys different. That's what Yaakov says. Don't say Shalom Asani Bar, say Shalom Asani Aga. We want to say, one second. That's the same as Isha. Why? Because you understand that Shalom Asani Isha is also about mitzvahs. Women are exempt from mitzvahs as say Shazman Brahma. So isn't Eva. So isn't that both those brachos overlap? Which the Gemara says, Eva top of Mendalit. Eva is zil tefek. No. Obviously, I must say, Eva is a different level. Because again, Eva obviously has a very low social standard, a very low society standard. It's not just about exemption from mitzvahs, but Eva ultimately, again, has a different quality of person. So what's the dismissal idea of here? Shalom Asari, the Magid Medrash brings down, Shalom Asari Eva is also a different bracha. What is it a bracha? It's not just saying, thank you, Hashem, for that making Eva Kinani. Right? The truth is, it's Shalom Asari God. It's the same, what is it giving it to me Eva? So again, the bracha you make is Hashem. You did not make me an Eva to any of my lusts, desires, or preferences. I am not a slave. I might have many things. So again, also, Mishpach creates us with all types of needs, desires, wants, lusts, proclivities, and sometimes they are very hard to combat and very hard to overcome. But I'm not a slave to those things. I am the master, and I am a slave to nothing. דרך primitive statement. Baruch atah Elokeinu melech haolam. Shelo asani avot. At the end of the day, yes, I have many things internally that seek to derail my spiritual success, but at the end of the day, I am a slave to nothing. I own those things, they do not own me. And a positive declaration that I am in charge, I am the master of me, as we started every day, I will say, is one of the most overwhelming and energizing statements. Let's go back to tell Rabbi. Emotion, so let's say back to success. Emotion, so group of Gomelan, so again, it's body resembles a seed, that's a reference to its coloration, would be also Gomelan, and its actual gold, right? Its actual gold. That is a fish. But over Afar Shemishana, and its own blood should destroy once every 70 years, will become itself in Piras, and again with its blood, if you die to kiss the Piras, the few comes some of the time, therefore again it's very expensive. I know I'm not nothing. In the call comes the color should see the Torah, she might start all of us, or you're about here, was like, get ready for this. Get ready for this. There's a word says, even the simplest of mitzvahs, even the simplest of mitzvahs, which the color, also just means an easy mitzvah. Even the easiest of mitzvahs essentially has a reward in this world and in the next world. The Gemara says, She'im ha'tanzchad olam hazeh v'olam haba, every single mitzvah carries with it reward in this world. Now again, whether you see the reward of future generations, see the reward, you understand? Whatever, sometimes you don't know how reward comes about, but every single mitzvah carries with it reward. The olam haba is reward in the world. Is absolutely measurable. I was saying that this. Sittis is a perfect example. Where it says, Sittis is Mitzvah. Right? Why are you doing Mitzvah? Which is what do you do? What do you do? You put it on. That's it. That's it. That's it. And if we're going to see that Sittis, there's nothing to do except put it on first thing in the morning and then I'm done of the day. And then again, the reward in this world and the next world. We'll say, get ready for this story. This will be one of the best stories you will learn in your entire life. Shah Yazar in its last census. Never like in the same census. He's one of the crowd. Hey, I am. He heard about it because of the Harley overseas. Shenar Palace, dollar males to live in the Skala. She charged an incredible amount of money, 400 gold pieces for her services. So what did he do? She gave her arba males, he prepaid, and said that already part of the business was selected, that's not, come on, right? He prepaid, and he sent her the money, and what happens for a couple of months, and he made an appointment, because just understand what's happening over here. There's two things involved over here. He's putting amount of money and the flow travel. Right? In other words, he's got to travel. That was saying something in the introduction. There was a guy ultimately, again, how did the Gemara introduce us to him? He was very careful with tzitzis. He was careful with tzitzis, but apparently not morality. Right? He was careful with tzitzis. He said, I want to be a hypocrite. He's speaking this all the time. He's not a hypocrite. What is he? He's just a Jew. He's just a Jew. I will say, we're all hypocritical. There are things in which I'm incredibly proficient in, and things in which I'm incredibly meticulous in, and then there are other things where I'm just like a train wreck. Right? But the beautiful part is that at the end of the day, my mistakes do not eclipse my mitzvahs. We all live with hypocrisy. Things that I'm very good and very diligent and vigilant at, and things in which literally it looks like I don't even care. I just railroad over those things. That's the nature of life. This guy is very careful with business. He had a weakness. So he sent her the money. He didn't go, what happened? He goes, here we go. Rabbi Yashav so he comes to her house. Nickness of Shivchasa. So what says, you can tell this is one successful harlot because she has a secretary. She has a secretary, right? So what happens? So the secretary comes, you're calling back the money this year, so she tells her, right, tells the harlot, the guy is here. And the secretary says to the son, that guy, sent you,
They fixed it.
400 gold pieces. It's here for his appointment. Okay, so what does the zone do? already be punished. So what happens? So the Jew is waiting by the entrance, right? And the Zohar says, okay, come in. So what happened? So Nicholas, he see a lot of so she arranged for him, the Zohar arranged for this Jewish man 6 beds of silver and 1 of gold. So we're going to see really what it means. Is 6 beds with silver sheets and 1 bowl done with golden sheets. So what happened? So apparently the imagery over here is she had like a bunch of beds like stacked, like a whole bed arrangement with ladders in between each bed. Right, the call Arpas, the Arpas Subam Shalkasa. And again, between each bed was a ladder ultimately made of silver. The Alona Shalzar, she was on the upper bed where had the golden sheets. Also, the Yashta Agabe Alona Kishiamu. And she goes up and she sits on the top bed, totally unclothed. And that's, again, this is the image, right? This is the view that's awaiting him when he enters into this room. He enters into this room. What happens? So let's say, so like the Jew walks in, like this guy walks in, and what happens? He sees the Zonah laying on the top bed. Allah and what happens? He also goes ahead and climbs over ladders, goes up all the beds, and sits opposite her unclothed. Right, literally again, as he's sitting there next to her, his sisters slap him in the face. Like a week into it, now what's interesting about this is as follows. What's interesting is the Gemara says that he was also naked, he was also unclothed. So what does that mean? He kept his sisters on, and he kept his sisters on, because again, he's very careful with sisters. He kept his sisters on. Or, it's also quite possible that, again, maybe when he was undressing, his sisters or naked, there were no sisters there at all. But sometimes, again, you can feel that sisters still get you even when you're not there, when sisters is part of who and what you are. The sisters slapped him across, they literally took off on him. Nishmat, he ascended and came down off all the beds, and he sat down on the ground. So obviously the Zonah was quite shocked. She came and she sat down next to him on the ground as well. So now watch this. Now remember, this never happened to this Zonah before. Like never before did a customer show up, right, and just leave before the act of immorality was committed. So obviously she's a shtickle offender, right? She's a offender. She goes, what's going on over here? So she comes, she sits down next to him. And what happens? I'm Lord God for Shalom. A little bit again. I swear to you by Rome. What did you see that was so repulsive in this? She was shocked. Here, they're sitting unclothed next to each other on the bed. And somehow, again, something happens. This guy comes along, right? And what happens? He gets off the bed and goes, what did you see in me? She says, I need to know. This is bad for business. I need to know. What imperfection did you see in me that caused you to descend and not engage in the act of immorality? Amaras, what's this incredible? It says to her, Havoda. I've never seen a woman as beautiful as you. Ella mitzvah achas shivanu Hashem Elokeinu b'tzitzis shema. Rather ultimately, again, he says to her, Hashem Baruch Hu gave us one mitzvah. That one is called tzitzis. Tzidva. Ani Hashem Elokeinu shnei ba'amim. Then that mitzvah says, I'm Hashem your God. It says it 2 times. Ani, why 2 times? Ani sha'asa v'kara, ani sha'asa v'shari yiskar. I am the God who will exact punishment for your sins, and I am God who will repay you for all the mitzvahs. People are right without it. And now I realize that if I engage in this act of immorality with you, there will be 4 witnesses to this act. Who are the 4 witnesses? The 4 witnesses are my 4 sisters. So I realized, how could I engage in this when there is ultimately again judgment for every single thing that we do? how could I engage? I've never seen a woman as beautiful as you, but how could I engage in this act knowing that I will have to give an encouragement for it before I come this far? And I was like, it's such an amazing story on so many different levels. The power of mitzvah, even one mitzvah to safeguard you against transgression. And I was like, but ultimately, again, the idea that this man has this awakening, he has this pinnacle moment, right? This epiphany, but obviously, this guy was doing this stuff probably for a very long time, right? In other words, you don't go from non-morality to going to the most expensive zone in the world, right? Obviously, there's a protocol, right? And this guy was leading a life of general immorality. But everyone had that moment where they realized that I can't do this anymore. My life can't be like this because if I keep living like this, I'm going to get to a point of no return. And he had that moment where literally again the tzitzis slapping in the face. The tzitzis say, come on, you have to give an accounting for every single thing you do in life. Are you ready to give an accounting for this? Is this worth it? Are you ready to give away everything for the sake of momentary pleasure? And this guy, this unnamed Jew, to his credit, stands up and says, who amongst us could summon the amount of spiritual courage necessary? He's sitting opposite, he's unclothed, she's unclothed. They're all dead, in a loft room together. He's all alone with the most beautiful harlot in the world. Right? Ready? And then he has this incredible moment of spiritual awakening and walks away. Who could ever summon up the courage? I think that we normal to say, okay, you know what? I'm going to become a Baal Tshuva right after this. Right? And you're like, I'm telling you, like this, let's you're ready to advocate for it. Let's whatever, let's think our transaction. And then literally, by mid-thought, that's be a new guy. I'm gonna be a new guy. Look at this. He walks away. Just understand. But it tells us, I just want to point out, there's a reason why this story is anonymous. Right? The Torah, why is it anonymous? To tell us that everyone has this power. In other words, how is given a name where it's like, it's this guy who has this power. It's not this guy. It's any guy. It's all of us have this power to stand up to temptation as well if we want access. If you want it, it's yours. This guy isn't no one. He's an anyone, which means he's everyone. We have the ability to summon up this power as well. So the story's not over. The Gemara says, so he says, I'm not right. So what did she say? I'm alone. So the Zona was so taken by what he did. She says, can anybody have heart listen to this? She says, I'm not letting you go. I should tell you, Mashmecha. What's your name? She was, I guess, historically, these transactions were anonymous, right? So what? Who are you? Because remember, again, even when the secretary came in, she said, the guy from overseas who's today. Right? What is your name? Listen to this. Where do you come from? What's the name of your city? Umashim Rabbi. Who's your Rabbi? Okay, right? So he wants to know who his Rabbi is. Umashim Rabbi. What basic message do you learn? So, by the way, you see this guy here, right? He's not just some guy. He's got a Rabbi. He knows his message. She says, give me all of your information. I don't understand someone like you who has the willpower to walk away from such an enticing act. He literally, again, right when you're on the threshold of the mission of sin. Who are you? Tell me again, what's your name? Where does a type you come from? What type of dismedish do you live in? Who is your Rebbe? What happened? So his mother says, she understood ultimately again that willpower like this, strength like this, doesn't come from nowhere, from Torah. So tell me, who are you? Where do you come from? So as I listen to this, for some reason, he gave her this information, which is quite shocking. Right? He gave this all this personal information. I give my social security card, my number, but he's giving her all of this information, which is so strange that he gives it to her. Watch this. So he goes home, back to his life. Under the Coca-Cola Nefasah, his Zona was so moved by this interaction. What does she do? She gets up, she sells off her entire estate. She divides her property, her estate into three. Shlish v'malchus, she has to give away 1/3 to the government. That she points out because she was a high-profile showner and cannot just walk away from this life. She had to buy off government officials. So she gave 1/3 to the government, shlish la'aniyim, and 1/3 to the poor, and shlish notwa b'yada. And 1/3 she kept for her own support. The one thing she did not sell off was sports, and also not sauce. The one thing she did not sell off were the sheets. The sheets. Listen to this site. It's incredible. So they say Joshua Sharkia. She gave to this man Sharkia. Tosa says like this. Someone else told you what this person says Sharkia. Amalo Rabbi. Ziva Alava Yasuni Diores. That sense is such. Follow the Gemara. So as soon as she shows up and it's not just Rabbi Kia, she says, Rabbi, I want to convert. Amalo BT. Shema Einachna Saka Ba'acha Minachadina. So she says, my daughter, how can he refers to my daughter? Is it possible that you set your eyes on someone? It's like, so I don't know who this Zona was, but some, beautiful single woman shows up out of nowhere and says, I want to convert. But if you're just, is it possible that maybe you want to get married and that's why you want to do this? So I say, look at this. So this is how kind of what this is. She took out the piece of paper, little paper that had the name of this guy. What guy? The name of this guy. It's like Rabbi, that guy was in the Shiva. That guy, right? You know that guy this year. By the way, so this was really beautiful. This is. She goes ahead. She takes out the piece of paper. She says, I want to tell you what happened. She tells this entire story. And what does Rabbi say to her? What does he say to her? He says to her, he says to go before he converts her, and to go and marry this young man. Also, not so she those same sheets that were spread out and that were ready for the good use of Issa for illicit behavior, Yitzir lo be'ata. Go ahead and now use them for your marital bed. Use them be'ata. They will say, this is the reward for mitzvahs things. So they will say, why did this whole story occur? This whole story occurred ultimately again because of one mitzvah. Just because of tzitzis. If this is the power of one mitzvah in this world, the olam haba in yodei hakama. In the world to come, I don't even know how to measure the impact. I think I'll say we're out of time. Thanks everyone about this topic for today. Incredible. All right, now it's like to be continued tomorrow next session. All right, have a good day, everyone. We're trying all of you this morning to begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's cheer. Thank our annual Come to our sponsors. Listen to this. Very exciting. Rebecca Annie Hassler has arrived to kill Tony. All right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. A great beautiful sponsorship experience already with all of you. Begin by thanking our sponsors for this trip. Thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tilson Mishpach Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating ownership and drushos this year's Swiss for Solos Tavos Talmud. So, our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Steve and Wendy Drazen, in honor of their parents Israel Drazen, Gina Drazen, Lee Rosenzweig, and memory of Stanley Rosenzweig's family Rafa. Our great sponsors, Dr. N.K. Wolf, the connection of the architect of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Nathan's father, Ben Adler, our father, Baruch Mordechai, and Moreno Nosson, his funeral. All those who need to feel shattered together with cold days, our personal future in America, home, all of our passages, Shalom and Karov, and allow our holy soldiers to be successful. We'll follow on that same day. Most of the back of us giving you a really incredible Gemara ahead of us today. We are up to today's daf. Today's daf is Samachay 65, and we are picking up on the Hashem right at the bottom. Samachay base 64b, literally last line of the Gemara, 5 words from the end of Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda Shadar Korbina, top of Samachay. La Vidarna Biyomida. Interesting case. Rabbi Yehuda sent a gift. He sent a gift to this guy, Avidarna. It actually comes out to be Avidarna, the Shem Obikochal. His name Walter. Sent him a gift on the day of the idolatrous Yom Tov. Okay, so you might say, now obviously it looks like this is a little bizarre one, right? This is literally again right back to the beginnings, that you're not really supposed to do anything, not give, not transact business, not really do anything with an album on the Yom Tov, and a fear that this will cause them to go ahead and give thanks to their idol. Yet here Yehuda is sending a gift to this guy Avidarna, this apple, on his holiday. He said it's not a problem. Yedana pays the law, I know that he's not an idol worshiper. In other words, he's not Jewish, he's a Gentile, but I have to know he's not an apple. Because he's not an apple, therefore there's no problem for me to send him a gift on his on this idolatrous site. I'm going to Yosef. Tanya, easy here until Chef Kosher, Kiva, Love, Kitchen, David, Sholava, harkening back to yesterday's daf, we saw in the most way that pretty much focus about what the definition of the Ger Tosha is. Ultimately, the mayor said that in order for a person to be a Ger Tosha, they have to hang over a 3D idolatry in front of a basement. So again, what the Yosef is raising is this guy out of Garna. Yes, he really didn't do this. So how can you be sure that he's not an apple? So the Gemara says, that's different. That's making someone official. What is official Ger? So remember again, in Halacha, Torah, so Ger is considered to be part of the community, which means that the community has an obligation to cast out. So when is someone considered to be categorically Ger? That the community is obligated to look out, and that the community is obligated to, stock up, take care of, and this kind of need. That's someone who ultimately, again, created idolatry in front of Israel 3. But halacha remains someone can kind of give up the status to Shalom if it's known that they don't worship idolatry. So therefore, again, the Buddha was saying, I know this guy, he does not go ahead and worship idolatry. Interesting. Ger Tosha Sha'avu Allah, Hebrews Shalom, Harehu Kumin Shalom Yehova. Okay, that's interesting. Most Rambam says, that Ger Tosha, in 12 months went by and he did not have a listening, which means he did not convert. He's considered to be a mute. He's considered to be like a chorus. In other words, essentially, he's considered as if he's relaxed in idolatry. So this is very interesting, right? Because what does that mean? The trajectory of Ger Tosha is automatic conversion. Like that's not what we saw before. Ger Tosha is a Gentile, right? It's righteous Gentile. Right? Who says it is a trajectory ultimately to conversion? Just hold on. Hustle convention, keep up Allah, one more for one. It's very interesting. We're talking about a situation of someone who was a Ger Tosha, and then he promised to convert. If he does not come through on that promise within a year, he's not doing it. He's not doing it. The chances are that he relapsed to his previous idolatrous ways. So really, first of all, just that if you commit to do something and you don't do it, this happens to us all, right? I say I'm going to do something, I don't do it. And I can come up with all the excuses in the world as to why it didn't get done. Bottom line, if it doesn't get done, chances are the proper nuts, the proper will was when we don't make good the promises we make to ourselves and the promises we make to others, sometimes there are extenuating but more often than not, there's some. So forget what Rothschild says, I'm going to work. He doesn't conclude in 12 months together. Maybe have circumstances beyond his control. Chances are he's not committed. If he's not committed, chances are that he's relapsing to his previous idolatries. It's incredible. So therefore, I will say, therefore, a lot of the mindset we see over here is that the Buddha was able to set his Abhidharma even on the idolatries of me, because even the guy Abhidharma was not practicing idolatry. Even up idolatry. Okay, next story. Rava Amtule Karbala Barshisha. So let's go. Rava gave a gift to this guy Barshisha. Barshisha is also an active. Now again, the Gemara says, Yomita, and give it to send this to them on the gun. How can you send a gift to an akum on the gift? I mean, you can't to know qualify on this company. So Rava said, I know Barshisha, he doesn't worship idolatry. So because it doesn't worship idolatry, it's not a problem for me to go and give him a gift on us. It's most incredible. So that seems to be the same with the reason. This is not story. Also, Ashkefe de Yossi at Sahari, the kindly Zonos Agumos. Rava then went to pay a visit to Barshish. What did he found him covered up to his neck in rose petals with unclothed garments standing on the ground. Okay, so Rava walks in. He sees all of this stuff. And Barshish says to Amalei, Isluhu ki agavno. So this is what Barshish he says to Rava, no, I know you just go off the front. Do you have anything like this? Again, covered up to his neck in rose petals, surrounded by unclothed garments. All the physical pleasure that one could possibly want to experience. Do you have anything like this? He says to Rava. I'm really done on the same point. So now this is what we have is even better than what is this? On the way, saying they hide me so Barshisha said to nothing that gets better than this. What could be better than this? Cover up to the neck in rose petals, with unclothed garments all around. What pleasure can possibly surpass this? I'm really assume the Galai will use it like he said. This is because Barshisha, as much as you're enjoying all this pleasure, you still live with fear of the king. Anon, we and the world to come do not have fear of the king. I will say that this is very interesting. It's very interesting. So, what does this mean? So it could very well be that what Rabbi is saying about Shisha is in this world, every person is in fear of something. Like speaking about Shisha, you're powerful, you're rich, you have all this stuff, you're in fear of the king. You just need it. In the world to come, we don't have to fear anymore. We don't have to fear anymore. But I think so that's I think Hashem shot. But I think on a deeper level, I think the brothers also highlighting is that in only Hava, maybe there's not Yiras Hashem, there's only Avos Hashem. In this world, there's a concept of fear or a concept of reverence. So some people revere and fear other people. Some people revere and fear HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Fear is an emotion that is very much intertwined with an ambiguity. In other words, I fear things that I don't understand. And I even revere things, right? When something is just beyond my comprehension, there's a reverence. That's the beauty of all of that. The beauty of all of Haba is that it's expanded. The beauty of the world to come is that there's there's no ambiguity. Everything makes sense. Everything is understood. So perhaps in Olam Haba, the world to come, there's no Yiras Hashem. There's only Avos Hashem. There's only love. See, when the Shabbos is loving to respect HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Yira is a function of this field. But Hava, okay, so he says to Barshisha, pleasures that you have, things that you fear. There are things that you fear. In our world, in our Olam Haba, there's no Yira, there's only Ava. He says this is the way. My aim to them of Lucy, I'm never feeling king. But what do I have to feel the king? So as they're talking, us are who Krishna, I'm going to come, so as they're talking, the messenger from the king comes into Bathsheba and says, Bathsheba, king wants it. Bathsheba's got to leave his rose petals of harlots. And ultimately, again, go and see the king. At least we highlight the truthfulness of Rabbi's words. Enough for us. So as he's leaving, so obviously Bathsheba was flat up with Rava almost like delivered a prophetic message. Relay, the message she said to them. She just said, I literally again, the eye which wants to see people before you, afraid to Rava. In other words, so the eye that wants to see people before Rava, before the Jews, Tipaka. And the Rava, Amen. Rava said, Amen. And what happened? Paka in the Vashisha. Vashisha's eye popped out, or exploded, popped out of its socket. So let's say, so what is this? What is this? Vashisha and Rava had this conversation. It seems to be friendly. It seems to be getting along so beautifully. So what is this? It's in her heads. People love Vashisha represents like a charismatic example of a hedonistic life. A life that is just all about the consumption of pleasure, all about the experience of pleasure, like the rose petals, the harvest, represent just all the vices and all the desires and all the lusts that we conceivably indulge in this world. So he says to Rava, look, come on, nothing gets better than this. And Rava says, release it. That's better. He goes on to explain it. And I think deep down Bathsheba is like, I hate you. I hate you. I hate you, Rava. Why do I hate you, Rava? Because if you're right, if I'm wrong, and if I'm wrong, then so much of my life has been an exercise in futility. And I've been spending so much time trying to find fulfillment in all the wrong ways. And deep down, Bathsheba harbors this resentment towards me. We can't both be right. Can't both be right. So if you're right, then I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong, what does that say about my life? And therefore, perhaps Bathsheba harbored this tremendous sense of resentment and hostility from his love, so that he was the eye who looked disparagingly upon God, not even realizing it. Right? Sometimes there's so many things that swirl around our subconscious, but at the end of the day, we don't even fully recognize what it is that's happening on the inside. It wasn't just a profoundness of experience that, often sometimes we have this experience, which is see something in life, and or we see someone moving a certain way. And I know deep down tonight, I know deep down, it comes just this. It's that honestly the way I'm conducting my life, but I'm not ready to change. I'm not ready to change. So often what ends up happening, we lash out, we disparage, we put down, not really because of things you're on, but I just the opposite. You're so right. But if you're so right, I'm so wrong. And if I'm so wrong, what does that say about me? What does that say about my lifestyle? What does that say about who and what I really am? That's why you see, by the way, you notice, people who are comfortable with themselves do not feel the need to disparage others. People who are confident in their lives and the lifestyles that they are living are totally good when people don't agree with them and people don't fall in line with them. Like, hey, do what you want to do. I'm absolutely assured and confident in who I am and what I am and how I'm living my life. It's often people who are insecure with who they are, what they are, and how they are living, and feel the need to lash out at others who are not like them, and feel the need ultimately again to disparage the lifestyles and values which they feel don't their own. Secure people get along with everyone. Insecure people ultimately again get along with almost no one. Deep down, Bathsheba had this tremendous insecurity. So not even, but ultimately, again, when he leveled this nurse, he didn't even realize that he was back on himself. Incredible. I'm not happy. The puppy said, no, the story's not over. The puppy says, by the way, the main lady Lover should have answered, but Shisha from the following person, holding up everything husband. For no simulacrum be clear. Mitzvah shagal minecha bekesem afi. It's interesting, the Gemara's understanding over here that literally again, the daughters of the queen will keep her company. The queen herself will be adorned with gold by your sons. So this is also a reference ultimately again to Olam Haba. Now the contrast is that Shisha surrounding himself with prophets. Right? And at the end of the day, Olam Haba was surrounded by land, surrounded by wealth. Obviously, it's not the good of because Olam Haba is not physical. But what it means is all the pleasures that man seeks in this world, what really could happen in what comes on so much of a higher level. And I'm not going to eat something, I'm not going to instead, we violated the name of an author. No, rather should have answered by Shisha from the following verse. Instead, she should have said, Ayin Vara Sela Wizu Vasefa, Yasel and Mafakra. So this is quite beautiful. Also, Shayashi quoted this Gemara a number of times in the second Sanhedrin. And Mo is talking about the profundity of Olam Haba. So literally again, so the eye has not seen what the world to come is, except for you are Kodesh, and no one has seen ultimately what he will do in the Chakya. Those who wait for Kodesh. For those who are willing to wait, ultimately again they will receive the eternal life. And both sides, another just beautiful. And so again, obviously, this process. So they're saying, Rabbi, we have a great over here with the Rothschild and Harleys. Oh, Olam Haba, no one's ever seen it. No one's ever seen it. You can't even begin to comprehend what I could be ultimately is going to give those ultimately. The profundity of this ultimately is Racha comes to those who are willing to wait for our and let's say it's interesting, often thought about this. I think when it comes to ourselves, it is important to be a little bit impatient. You should be impatient with yourself. Because sometimes a little bit of personalistic impatience is good. Because it pushes me, right? It stirs me to act. It stirs me to do it. I'm not content with what I am. I'm not content with what I'm doing. I need to do more. I need to do more. It's good to be intimate with yourself. But you have to be patient with every emotion. Because ultimately, again, a Kodesh Baruch Hu's plan often takes time to unfold. And if you're impatient with God, you're going to miss out on all the beautiful bracha. But if you have to wait, if you're willing to wait, you're willing to be patient, sometimes that patience has to span generations. But sometimes that patience has to span thousands of years. But one thing is clear, if you're patient with the Ribbon Shalom, you will absolutely come to see the beautiful bracha. All right, let's go back to it. Since my Safalas is no love that's supposed to be mentioned, we're going to define a distinction between, if let's say the Akum hires me to move Yayin Mitzvah, so Allah for those wages are us. But if the Akum hires me to do something else, to just, rearrange his garage, and in the course of that work, he asked me to arrange to transport some barrels, ultimately the wage is mutter. So another question. Here's this interesting. From the mission, it makes it sound like it doesn't make any difference when the Akum is asking me to do this. Now listen, it's interesting. You're seeing what we're doing is a daily. So daily work is work ends at night. So in other words, I understand the following things. If you were to tell me, let's say Akum hired me for $100 a day. Fine. So now again the day's over, and as the day's over, he's asking me to move some $99. Okay. It's fine, I can do it. Why? Because I earned my wage anyway. But from the Mishnah makes it sound like even if he asks me to do something work, that I'm still allowed to keep the wage. The Mishnah is that true? I mean, הסוף הספר והתחילו לתוס ערך כמובן חבש שהיה נסמך וממקום שכר המוקר. It was like this right side. If an Akum hires a Jewish worker, and after the workday is over, so means towards the evening, and the time the workday is over, he asks him to go ahead and move some yayin nesa, the wage is mutter. Like why? Because I earned my wages from the permitted days reasons. So it's just like an add-on favor. Time of them used to say Eric in Fuliyom alone. Now the reason this works is because he asked to do this after my work days or after the fact that he had my wage. But it sounds like if he asked me to do this during my work day, that it would be usher. And Rabbi turned on his knees in the honor of this tonight. So Rabbi says, you're right enough, and you're correct. But the Mishnah's case, ultimately, I think, the Akim is asking me to move the Yain Nesach when? At the end of the day. So I earned my wage already from the regular day's labor. And then at the end of the day, now he's asking me to move some barrels. Rava says, no, lo kasha. Had the honor of Chavi Mea Chavios Mea Kutos. Had the honor of Chavi Chavis Kututa. So let's say it's very interesting. Rava says, here's the distinction. If the Akum asks me to go ahead and move 100 barrels for 100 kutos, that means I'm getting paid for that. In that case, I cannot keep the wage that I get for moving the barrels of that wage has to be discounted. I cannot keep that. If on the other hand, ultimately, again, he tells me ultimately again, Javier the Chavis Kutos, then I'm sorry, if it's Javier the Mea Chavios and Mea Kutos, then ultimately, if one case is where he tells me move 100 barrels for 100 kutos, and one is where he tells me move each barrel for a kuta. So where again I'm getting paid per barrel, then halacha nice again, and again each barrel is individualized work. Again I'm getting a kuta per barrel. Then halacha nice I can keep the ultimately again from the yayin excess. But again, if there's a general wage for a general job, in halacha nice those wages ultimately again become. Look at Rashi. Rashi says that we have low kashya. That's this in the coming mutter. They go on hard and Chabis Kuta. The name says Chabis Shayayin Nesach Beneim. Shadi Kuta Naro. Inani lo Shaka Miyad. Inat Mishti. The Halo Shayef Star. The Chabis Party Inat Chadi Kin and Rabba Anti. So again, if he tells me use each barrel for a kuta, then good. And Halo from my side, keep the kuta that I get to the barrels, and I cast away the kuta that I get to the Yayin Nesach barrel. Bryce said the Filo, Amalei, to say, Erev, Habikos, Falo, Ashikon, the Amalei, Heber, Kabios, because Kutos. To go come to Lavino with Kulu, or Yavanidu. If he says to me, move 100 barrels for 100 Kutos, and what I mean is, I'm only getting paid once all the barrels are moved. In that case, again, the movement of the Yayin Nesach by definition is carried out with the rest of the Malacha, and then the star ultimately again is going to be us. Very interesting. Okay, to which the Gemara says this one. It's not Tanya. We learned, was it Gemara that puts the prices? This first line. So far, so far, right? Again, if an Akum hires me, and he says to me, move 100 barrels for 100 kutos, and in case, Chavis Yayin, we shall Nesach Benehem, and ultimately, again, it turns out that 100 barrels is Yayin Nesach, Staro Asr. The wages are Asr. Wages are Asr since, again, in this case, I'm only getting paid 100 kutos after I move 100 barrels, included in that, ultimately, is Yayin Nesach. Therefore, I look for myself the wages Asr. Obvious kuta, but again, if he tells me, listen, move 100 barrels, I'm going to pay you 1 kuta per Chavis. The name says Chavis Shayayin Nesach Benehem, and it turns out that 100 barrels is Yayin Nesach, so I can't keep the wage for that prohibited barrel. Ultimately, the rest of the wage, ultimately, again, is so soon I guess there was wanting to see the Mishnah that said, let's say, Akum hires my donkey in order to transport it. And if he transports the Yayin Nesach, the wage is Hasulam, and it's the same case. What does it matter if the Akum is hiring me to do work or is hiring my donkey to do work? At the end of the day, if the work involves Yayin Nesach, then the wage is going to be awesome. If that doesn't involve Yayin Nesach, or Yayin Nesach simply, is an afterthought, then halacha like such mutter. So in both cases, someone says Hasu Mamri, any Reisha Seifa is true. So I need ultimately, again, I'll tell you why I need it. Safra Leishe Halacha. So ultimately, again, I need the second Seifa. Watch this. Safra Leishe Halacha. So if let's say again, Akum hires it's hired me and donkey hired me to transport him, he was going to sit on a donkey to get from container country. And then what happens? Let's say again, Akum's carries his flask on the other. He put his flask on the donkey. Still, the rental wage is still going to be says, okay. The name of the login of La Dino Rulos. So you tell me then why is it? an Akron doesn't really have the right to drink this flask. So therefore, again, his rental doesn't include the flask. Therefore, he brings the flask. The rest of the wage is mutter. Like, what's the why is this much? For many, whereas the kasha, the surface of the surface of wasn't very interesting. This is the halachas of fancy rentals. The surface of Homer, sofer maniach aleh b'susam, u'liginosom, u'mizonosom shofel saham. So what happens? Listen to this. Someone rents a donkey. Ultimately, again, the renter, like the renter, is permitted to go out and put his clothing, susam, liginosom, his flask, mizonosom shofel saham, and the food that he needs for the journey. These are the things that he's allowed to put on the donkey. He can't be able to trust anymore the donkey. The donkey driver can say, no, too much overloading my donkey. Chamar, Maniach Ales Orin, Bitaben, and there's also Shal Sahayon. The donkey driver himself has the ability to put on a donkey, barley, right, straw, and ultimately again the food that he needs for that day. More than that, the renter, interesting, the renter could say to the owner, sorry, you can't put more than that on that, so compromise my trade. We heed the lugs and what do you see from here? You see from here that again a flask is included in what a renter is allowed to put on the donkey. So that's the shot. Rabbi, we heed the lug and so again, you're right. A renter has a right to put a flask on the donkey. But watch this. Meanwhile, mostly if you didn't bring a flask, right? So if you didn't bring a flask, so does the renter, let's say to the owner, you know what, I bring a flask, so really you should knock off a little bit of rental on that. Of course it is. Of course it is. So in other words, it's permitted, but at the end of the day, it's inconsequential. So because it's inconsequential, if he out and he rents my donkey, and he's donkey, and he puts his flask in the Yayinesef on there, that's inconsequential vis-a-vis the rest of the rental, and therefore the rental fee is permitted. So much as one second. So if you want to go back and ask on this price, what's the case? Either Sheikh or Mizban, Chama Nami the Aki. If ultimately, again, I will say that the Bryce said that the member is permitted to put all the food to use for the journey on the donkey. So what's the case? If there's food readily available along the journey, then ultimately, again, why should the renter be able to bring all of this food? Donkey driver should say, take what you need for the day, for the first leg of the trip, and get more on the way. Leave the low chef, when there's no food readily available, then the renter shouldn't be able to stop the donkey driver from doing just what he needs for that day. And Papa, the Shech, the Mitrach, or the Lisbon, may own a lot. This is very interesting. What's the case? The case is where Halach you're able to get food from one leg of the journey to the next, but it's a to-do. It's a to-do. Chamar, the dark in the Mitrach and Lisbon. So far, not dark in the Mitrach and Lisbon, because there's some donkey driver. That's part of his job. Right, to go through the trouble, to go through the difficulty of getting food and getting provisions and stuff. The renter, that's not the expectation. The renter is permitted to take everything he needs for the entire journey, put it on the donkey. But ultimately, the donkey driver himself is only permitted to put the amount of food that he needs to get in from one leg of the journey to the next leg of the journey. The food is not available. The father of Rabbi Acha, the son of Rabbi Acha. That's information. Like the father of Rabbi Acha, the son of Rabbi Acha, is Rabbi. Okay, so Rabbi on the days have a shafet move from about the Rabbi. This is an interesting case. He was pouring wine for Rabbi. What is this? Rashi. First Rashi on 65. So ultimately, Rabbi was a wine salesman. He was selling, again, this was his wine. So he's selling wine to the apple. בדרך כלל מוכר חבילות שלהם, גם החבילות לא קפים, normally again when you sell wine, you also sell the barrels along with the wine. Okay, I'm reading that. איכא גורפי בשד כך מופר בחרוס, מסתכל בהן לבד, משהו מסתכל בהן. איכא, אבל שופט נגעו מגורפי שלא תמידו, Yard Beziki Vigo. So what happens? This is very interesting. So Rabika, the rich is 3 people barrels. So what he would do is he would go and take his wine, part of his barrels into the Achon's wine skin. Okay. So the Gemara Shovel will come on the problem. But also Ma'avah Mavra, the Yoivle Gulfe Be'ik. So ultimately again, based on the way we're reading it now is he would take the wine across the river, give it to them, and ultimately, again, he would keep the barrels as part of his wage. Okay, that was it, according to their wineskins, transported, and he would get to keep the barrels. Also, so So the king told Rabbi about this practice after Pika. Amalei, Ki Kataref, Kataref. What's the problem? Rabbi said, the pashtus, what the problem is remember, once that wine is poured into the wine skins of the apple, it becomes, we are called whatever, standing on Yayin Nesach. So they were bothered by this because isn't ultimately again he thought he wants to continue the existence ultimately again of this Yayin Nesach, which is going to cross the river as well. So Rabbi says it's not a problem because when the Fika is dealing with it, ultimately again it's still mutter. I must the Logicity City, ultimately again, but one second, still, even though he's pouring wine that's committed, you're right, but then he has to transport the wineskins across the river. So ultimately, he doesn't want the wineskins break, then he's going to be in trouble. So he wants to continue the existence of the wineskins, which are right? It must be bad. He made a condition, right? And the condition ultimately again, was that Halacha L'maaseh, if it breaks, it's on him. He has no responsibility. You know what I mean? The Maisu beside or they brought back up utensils as well. This way, again, if for some reason the wineskin, if he was pouring into broke, he'd have a backup. One second, don't come now because that's just pouring to the wineskin, he starts pouring across the river. Isn't there a problem now that he's helping with the sortation and transportation of the himself? He arranged transportation for them even before the actual wine transaction. Okay, so if he arranged transportation, it was done already beforehand, therefore he's not doing anything after the Yayin Nesach Nami to negate the kitchen, or he gave them literally again ropes with like knots and the boatsmen would see these ropes and they know to take these guys across. Either way, part of the ways that people made the arrangement beforehand for transportation. In other words, how did he work out transportation after the wine had been poured into the wineskins? Nothing happened. It's a little problem. And essentially, he arranged it beforehand by working out with boatsmen or by giving them like a knotted rope, which just symbolizes really well. The wage of his fare, and therefore they were able to get on the boat to that. The Lika did not have to be involved with that. Okay, interesting. Good. All right. There's more. A lot of good actions on also more. Yayin Nesach Shnaf Rabbi. Rabbi. What's the interesting thing? What happens if Yayin Nesach spills on grapes? Spills on grapes. What's that? So you can just wash them off the hanging plants and the grapes on them. Then hang with the clouds, but the grapes cracks. So you have to be presumably some of the wine got into the crevices, as ultimately again it's not a lot of to the so ultimately Yayin Nesach fell on figs or on grapes. Yeshbam the no same time also. If the wine infuses taste into the dates or into the figs, ultimately again it is going to be possible. Okay. So it says, the mice of the Vitus Benjamin, the one kind of the Vitus Benjamin, shading globos the seed. There's being globos. Now, it actually turns out the word globos are dry figs, dried figs. And what happened? In the Shabbat Chavis Shayan, it's like another boat, there was a barrel of milk. It's like the barrel broke. There's enough of that again. And a quart on the dried figs. Shalom Chachamim, they asked the Chachamim, Betira. The Chachamim said that the figs are well, this is the rule. Anytime the Yayin Nesach infuses taste, ultimately again it's going to be problematic. Anytime the Yayin Nesach do not infuse taste, ultimately again it'll be mutter. What's an example of when something that falls onto something that doesn't infuse taste? Kidon, chomet, shinafa agave glissin. Ultimately, again, like vinegar that falls onto split lentils. Apparently, again, that does not contribute any positive taste. Okay, which Gemara says, I don't understand. My solicitor, the story of Baitus ben Zonin seems to contradict the halacha like before, right? Again, right? The Mishnah said that if one fell onto Umu or Tamar, right? And therefore, again, it's flavor, also it doesn't flavor smoke. Then it says the story about this person where he had dried figs. Again, it's craft, different things, and it's just food that the wine did not need it. So what's going on over there? So his wife kept on, and no sin from the found the water. But it was really commissioning to say something. When you're dealing with wine that pours over figs or grapes, so here's what we look at. Did the wine infuse figs into the figs or grapes or not? If it did, then it's awesome. If it tastes detrimental, then ultimately again, it's mutter. And then, in nice nami the Bible study, so the Bible study, so maybe Grogos is seen off, in the Shabbat Kodesh Shalayna, such a novel al Gabehan. Was the obvious way that happens. One of the Bible study was taking dried figs on a plate, a barrel of yayin nesef broke on or spilled over the figs, and bought myself with Chachamim did, and ultimately again the Chachamim said that it's mutter. The Chachamim said that it's mutter, so ultimately again, what's the logic over there? So apparently the Chachamim tells that in this particular case, the yayin nesef with the grog was what we call no sin kam iftam. It infuses detrimental things, detrimental, and therefore Allah promised that they will go try to keep you probably from this in the animals. Shani Rabbi is a boon of the was interesting. The first of how to eat, and Yain Nessa fell on the wheat, poured on the wheat, broke right, this blood poured on the wheat, and Rabbi permitted to sell the wheat to an Akim, to a non-Jew. Okay, you can't sell to a Jew, but you can sell to a non-Jew. Okay, so the Gemara says, 1 second. Ace about the boy the lover, so now about the boy raised the shine. Beggars and what you line, for example, the Quran will come. But boy, yes, and my that's the problem. Listen to this. If you have this very thing, I don't know what let's say it's a linen clothing, and it was one to the and you lost back where the flag was, so essentially down with the shine. Oh, well, so what's this? So what's the pump? I love it like this. Right, you don't know what the wolf thread is. So the Gemara says you're not allowed to sell that to an Ovid Kohen. You can't sell to an Ovid. Now, why can't you sell to an Ovid? And Rashi says, "Because the Parsha Yachsav Yifar Yisra." What are you just saying, right? You're going to sell to an Akum, and the Akum is going to turn around and sell it to a Jew. No, not with any malicious intent, but he's going to resell it. The Gemara says, "No, I jumped ahead. You can't use that as a saddle for the donkey. Sitting on it will also be benefiting from shyness. I'm sorry, about also tafik on this but you can use it for burial shrouds for this since the mace doesn't have an obligation in business. Therefore, it's okay if his burial shrouds are shot in this business. You must all be behind my camera. Why can't you sell this garment with a lost relative going to it? Dilma Asi the Zabunis because they're afraid that he may resell it to a Jew. Oh, Asi the Zabunis. Ultimately, again, shouldn't you be concerned over here that same thing if you have this pile of wheat and the INS still on it, how can you sell it to an Akim? Don't you have to be concerned that ultimately is going to sell it to a Jew? Hadar Shara, the Metrino, or the Mufanino, or the Zaruna of the Ohavim, Shalom with Meis. Ultimately, again, afterwards, Rabbi retracted, and all Rabbi retracted, and Rabbi said, you can grind up the wheat. You can make it into bread and you can sell it to an Akum, not in the present century. So it's essentially, you can sell to an Akum as long as you know if there are no Jews. God, she said, Shalom before you snow. Because you saw, Fabre, Masculine, Obego, Amen, Other Zavalin, Ibu, Yahweh, Kohanim, December, Hashal, Hetu, she is Falafel. The time this is a term Jews, and what's going to you guys can sell, see me selling a loaf of bread to an Akum. Ruby is going to be small. Silver's loaf, it must be culture, without realizing the backstory. So to an Akum, ultimately, again, as long as there are no other Jews. One second. Now, why aren't you concerned about reselling it also? Remember, that's Hassan. So remember, again, bread to an Akum has its own set of halachos, its own set of halachos. Very well, so let's stop over here for today. Shleach, everyone, for the children this week. So this was the real for all of you. Everyone, a good night, Shabbos, and a beautiful Shabbos. I will say a great spot for some video return with all of you this morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's trip. Thank our annual Comic-Con sponsors. This is Shopper Versus of dedicated Holy Trinity Russians. This year is a Swiss for the Stars Troubles for Ami Israel. Comic-Con sponsors for the month of Av, Abba Alun, Toby, Stephen Randy, Jason, honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig from the Rafa. All the learning sponsors, Dr. Henry Wolf, Commissioner of the Yard Site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, then three versions from the Rafa, Nathan and Beth Adler, father Ben Adler, Albert Butler, Mordecai, Ben Molina of Nelson. Wendy sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum's memory of his beloved mother, Rosalind Applebaum, Ruffle, Bass, Red Isles. For the American Life Thomas Miller, all the Michelle Sabin, the families in the family, all those who were through Shabbat, the colorful ladies, all the ocean, the nurses, all of our hostages, Shalom and Ricardo, and our offer is so to be successful fall and our Savior. The most exactly what us to do today's that is Son of Dollar 64. A really incredible dot ahead of us today. We are picking up from San Bernardino on the base 63E, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. That's what Rav Nachman Ula Ba'adar Papi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Aminu Papi Yasser Bishia Bar Ami Gabai. And here Bar Ami was sitting with them. He was Yasser, my bride. He asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating discussion. What is the halacha if an akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin nesses? Right? So if you're imagine this akum comes over to you, think, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin nesses. Now, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages from his halacha? Let's remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity or dealing with items that themselves may be usher by nets. The Akum is asking to do something with the INS, asking me to destroy the INS. And he's going to take me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the halacha? Miyam keeps it also be more usher. This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Now, why do I want the existence of the INS? The barrels to break on their own, I lose the opportunity to break them, I lose the panels. So, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the INS. So, because I want it, therefore, then look at that makes the process work. Look at actually just a moment. Miyam Kevan, 3 lines up in the bottom of the Rashi. Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. So when you start with I don't know, Ruben doesn't want them to break on their own. Actually, Sharebu, he does not us. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is interesting to think about this, right? The Jew actually wants the Yain Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from Yain Nesach, and therefore again, it's us. On the other hand, this is the destruction of the INS, destruction of our result. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want it also in existence, but again, ultimately, to destroy all the Zara is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds, ultimately, again, should be fascinating side. Rav Nachman. So Rav Nachman says, Yishpar the Kol Rav Nachman says, not the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell our you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and root out people who got a Torah, and that is a good thing. Take the money and go. So the words, let me say this. Let's bring a proof to yourself. You see that ain't Ochu in the Ovik Chacham Class. So let's say again, an Akul plants Torah, right? Torah is forbidden. So wheat, we had such as just 2 days ago. Wheat and, let's say, for example, wheat and grape farmers, as a grant, forbidden mixture. So if an Ovik Chacham is planting Torah, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Over means like home, removing weeds or seed from dirt. You can't do that. How about Son of 64? About open emotional. What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot Torah. That I am allowed to do. Look at that sheet. About open. Let's say Akum hires and manage to listen sober. Do me a favor, I planted Torah. Okay, I could planted everything I knew. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even when get paid for working with Kilayim, right? And I want the existence of the Kilayim because if the Kilayim is not uprooted on their own, I lose out on my parnasa. So the Gemara says. So it appears from here this is supported nothing. But nothing says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So there's a Savua, second one from the top 64. Savua Amar, he gives it for you. This is the key, this is the key to Amar, and the kind of the lion worker. This is very interesting. The keep up all this in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of children, but you can't really do anything that sustains them. So, for example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone else planted the lion, right? Apple planted the lion, and the apple asked me to put up a fence around the lion. And the Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of the lion. Putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it's going to be us according to the it's not very well. The Mirachish means reading. The fact that means covering the seeds with dirt. So Mirachish on the top of the Kilayim. Look at and get markets, right? Because again, that's kind of come up. Because there you're actively and directly participating in the flagging of Kilayim. The King Rabbi says, "After the Kilayim." Rabbi says, even if you do anything to sustain the Kilayim, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's really problematic as well. So when it's my time, Rabbi Akiva, where does Rabbi Akiva get from? What's the crowd? Such from Tizra Kilayim. Plus it says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. In the Elazarea, I don't know the prohibition of planting. Mekayim, how do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even like putting up the fence? I'm low Kilayim. So let's say, so it's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of slicing the concept. Low Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's maybe Ilu. The Gemara says Ve'ilu, when you eat a tifla shari. And ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is concerned that sustains it. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the Kilayim? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't have to be the opinion of Rabbi Akiva. Rather, Haman, whose opinion is this? Rabbanon. It's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be your opening to really Nami Shahid. No, it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon is willing to put up a fence. So, because Rabbanon, only Rabbi Akiva, Rabbanon holds nothing you can with plants that planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of that's flooding up or putting up a fence that goes is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the fence. So that's not the deal. To which the Gemara says, Hachamat, this is very interesting, what's the case of the year? Interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Ultimately, the Yehuda is of the opinion that Allah and myself are not allowed to do a favor for us. Like the Akkad is in the beginning of Allah. So all my focus was most of them means. Right? Doesn't mean to compliment them, to give them a you says, don't do understand, you can't work for free. You can't do something for an outcome for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of the Holy Torah, you still can't do it. So the Gemara says, we've got Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva. Now, the fact that you're saying it's up front of Yehuda, something for Rabbi Akiva is not be permitted. Yehuda also looking at Maknasina. About when you eat a tifla shocking. Gemara says, no, according to the Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so if you give a free gift, you can't do a favor for us. But to do something to uproot our Zala, that's absolutely permitted. That's a good that's an objective benefit. I have Rabbi Akiva Nami. I found out Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva, I'm the kind of line look, yeah? In the UK Tisla Shakir, and you say something according to Akiva. Even according to Akiva was a more expensive, approach to the prohibition of Kilan. And not only can you not plant it, not only can you have some of the actual planting itself, but you can people put up a fence to sustain it. Even the Akiva would agree to uproot Kilan, rid of Isser, to get rid of prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the author. For which the Gemara says, this so low. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. It's good. This phrase, Silomi, this is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. The Silomi. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss on this. So it's very interesting. But therefore, what this means is ultimately, now let's go full circle. How did we start with this? We all started by the case of an Akum wants to break his barrels of Yain Nesach. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go ahead and break his name to pay me $50 a barrel. Right? So am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, you could say no, because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the Yain Nesach, and I'm benefiting from the Avodah Zarah. On the other hand, I'm just trying to Avodah Zarah. But Nachman said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of Avodah Zarah, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the Yain Nesach, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, and keep the proceeds, because the destruction of evil, the destruction of Avodah Zarah, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. And as Matthew says, you get paid and Tavo Allah. Incredible. I must say, it really is such an interesting idea, because kind of like part of Western society and mindset is live and let live. And that is important as members of society, just as a general approach to living in greater society, we should take an approach to living. Yes, it's not that religion to be used for what it is, nor is it a place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. And that to me, that has to be our approach to living in greater society. And on the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurred. And that's why the Matthew uses this question of, yes, destroy the Yain Nesach and Tavo Allah Racha. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. It is a bracha. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what we think about. It's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel and the state of Israel is doing, it's really not evil. And sometimes you would think that the world would just line up for us, just clap. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet, again, it's hard. Because often in the world, you can't see what's evil, what's good, you can't see who's right, who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes it is a little like live, and sometimes the Matthew says, Yishbar, Kavala. Sometimes you have to identify the evil, you have to break it, you have to destroy it, and if you do it, ultimately, the process is difficult, the process is good, the process is long. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's what it's going to be about. It's incredible. Nor goes like it. But Hadu Yasri, so again, the same fellow is sitting, and they asked about the question, Hadu Yasri, if you're coming by the may have this from the other people, not. So this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has something for $1,000 in his hand. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the Avodah Zarah? Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm doing nothing. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, you're going to nothing. So we start with the nail just from the Avodah Zarah. So nothing says, I think it's not. That is a sells his idol, and he has that money does not retain idolatrous income, but rather that money is just money being why? Listen to this. So here's our nothing proof. Need to have the also made it out there were these people who came up what happened. Another rule. Zidino Hamad is the Suez Sky. This is fascinating. So that comes like this. There were these people who came up with Rabbi. And what happened? I see Rabbi and they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen, I watch this. What's the over here? And Rashi says over here, look at Rashi, look at the Suez Skyru, both these Skyru, the African Skyru, also didn't call it from all those stuff, I'm sure that. Because remember, if they convert and they still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity negated. They can't get another from it. So it tells them instead of what, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off, you have the money, then you can convert and the money is committed. What do you see from here? Obviously, you see from here that halacha when someone sells his idol, that cash is committed. So the Gemara says, my time off. The consumer, then you have let's go how the commentary must get the proceeds of the sale of idolatry, but on the hands of the ultimately is permitted. I the girl and shiny person, the kingdom that you lay, God that bought them. So you got since the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the idol converted. So an outcome could be Madaka is a result. So maybe that's why the proceeds are not. Only offer. Now the Gemara says, here's the proof. You saw Shai Noshim Omiko Kavim, Mana, Umachar, Ovodas Kokavim Behemi. Listen to this. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his idol, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yainesa, in the same case, I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold the Yainesa, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Let's say the Akim same case, I'm not going to $1,000. He's still going to pay you. Give me the way here. I'm just going to sell my ale. I'll be back with the proceeds. Or I'm going to sell my Yayin Nesach. I'll be back with the proceeds. In that case, it's awesome. See, really interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akim $1,000. Case number one. He goes off, his idol goes off, sells the idol. I have no idea what he's doing. He gives me the proceeds, pays back the debt, mutter. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my idol. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. I effectively know explanation. So what's the distinction? I don't say what's the distinction in these two cases. Safe from the Shumba, how do you make kilots in the community? So this is very important. So now this seems to circle back a little bit to the previous subject. But here's the difference. In the second case, where the applicant says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want to continue the existence of it. I don't want to continue the existence of the wine. Why? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshus posits the proceeds for us. And listen, one second. If you go to the Kiyuma Kiyagami, that's what we just said before, but that's not another say, when you want to continue the existence, but I'm not doing anything for the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue the existence of that idol until the operator sells it. I want the money. I want to continue the existence of the INSF because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continuing existence of these prohibited items. Why should it be us? But now, there is a Vatnan, there are people coming. Shiyarshu Avi and Heaven Place. This is a very interesting place. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both they're Akum brothers. One converted and one is still Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. Their Akum father died. They're not getting married to their father. So they got to split the estate. in the estate is idolatry, and let's say prohibited items. So Ger Yochel Lomar Lo Tol Ata Vodas Kohanim Ha'animos Tol Ata Yain Yatzak Maniseos. So brother Ger, he said to brother Akum, I said, brother Akum, you take all the idolatrous stuff, you take all the Yain Yatzak, and I'll take your money and the dedos. You can do that. The Mishabol, and that's permitted. However, the Mishabol is just like your Esther, obviously. All of this presupposes that Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Nessa or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. But well, technically there is recourse. You can get into the natural setup, and it's much more complicated. Once the Jew only owns it, they are doing very little damage. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So what's this? Ultimately, again, we see from that. Now, in this case, brother Ger wants the continued existence of the idolatry of the Yainasa. But he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore, again, it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over here, this Mishnah? This Mishnah is not an idol, let's say it's made out of gold or silver, which means that what, even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in his holster or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which the Gemara says that's fine. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain it instead of Yayin Nesach? The Saras Hadroni. So what's this very interesting? Hadrianic person. So apparently, Rashi points out over here, Hadrianic person where ultimately they started absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbed to 1 to a degree, that you could take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, brother Ger doesn't care if the casks break or not. It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. To which the Gemara says, one second, one second, even if that's so, even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that they don't break, right? But he does care whether or not they still lost, so he still wants to continue existence. Don't bring a riot from this case. You're bringing a riot in the from the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No. Shani Rushas Hager, Dakilu Baraka. Rabbis were makled by the Yerusha of the Ger. In other words, normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were makled by the Yerusha of the Ger. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Nesach or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? So you take this, you take the prohibited stuff, I'll take the prohibited stuff, even though, yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make it by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money or choose his religion. And they say that's not only not on the Ger. That's a reality of the nation. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? There's something called the First Shah. God said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept back the stolen bit of wine in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's cheating. We're afraid if the thief has to return everything, he's not going to return. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial needs. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as you say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, it just feels like you can't. And many people could not stand up to religious challenges. And there was a choice between religion and they're afraid that if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately again his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of has its human nature. So if Chazal didn't want to come in that situation, if it was made by a there, you're saying that often in this kind of case, he didn't have a state that's comprised of permitted items and prohibited items, therefore allowed him to keep the permitted items if his Akum brother ordered the prohibited items. Incredible. What's the other days? Tanya Rachi writes that supports this. Imagine when is this so? Shirshu, in the case of Yerusha. About Mishtatu also. But in the case, let's say, of a business partnership will be also. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well. You don't look at the person in this order together in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So remember that. Remember again, all of this is the same group of Rabbanim sitting together. Another question that came up. Ger Tosha Mao Shilvad Avodas. So let's say this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and let's say just before we go on, just I think that Chazal will make it like just see understand the tremendous misrepresentation of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. That a Ono Shal Olah wants us to succeed. Sometimes people have a very skewed view of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, a very skewed view of halacha. That the trouble is waiting for us to mess up, to smack us down. Because are waiting for us to mess up and levy some type of punishment that we have to do against us. That's a pretty fair to the truth. But Ibn Shem wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. Halachas, whenever we do this, all the scriptures, and all the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Mishpach understood what we really want to be successful. Chazal understood what we really want to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, Chazal did it. No, you have no greater advocate than this world. That's in this world than the next world. And in this world, Chazal constantly committing for our successes. Okay, incredible question. How do you guys respond about it? Ger Tosha, not Shea by Paul's. So what's a very interesting question? Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akum has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So let's know what is a Ger Tosha. Now we're going to see this in my focus about the definition of a Ger Tosha. Rashi points out from the top of the daf, Ger Tosha eino ovid avodas v'chol. Ultimately, again, worship idolatry. But again, he's like an animal with everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. It's a pretty good thing. Right? He believes in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Gemara says, on one hand, the Palach Mevat and Ro Palach Hamid. We say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Maybe we say like this: anyone who's what we call a Varmiyeh. If you're in the parsha of an Akum, then you can go ahead and decommission it all the time. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an Akum. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. You guys, I'm going to rule that not. So I'm going to also not going to do this. Stavro, the Halach, and Batal, Gro, Halach. And that means that only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Tosha doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. Unless it's Nisi, that is a question. Just one second. So went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that level? Actual Basili. So what's it? So now remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see an old idol sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because I have a quantity. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what do? Actual Basili. So before I pick it up, I can call over an Akum. Remember, you know what's the effect here? Call over an Akum and see if the Akum I need you to negate this decommission, right? Theological decommissioning. So go ahead and engage in decommissioning of this world. And then it becomes committed. However, again, in the Shabbat Saliyado, ain't no only open from the back. But again, that's not figured out. Right? If I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. They shall know, Ovid Kochavam Medato Avodos Kocham Shalom, Ishachavim. And Ovid Kochavam Nakun, to decommission his own Avodah Zarah, or the Avodah Zarah of his friend, Bein Oshdod, Bein She'in Yod. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. In other words, we find it between the same. My Oshdod, my Oshdod. What does it mean to worship? What does it mean that Hakun could decommission a Avodah Zarah? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. Either what Ovid Kochavam. If you want to say that Ovid talking about an Hakun, then Hayu Shalom Shahadid, we already said that. We just said before that an Hakun has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And a lot of the Ovid Kochavam, Umay She'in a lot of the Ovid Kochavam, right? Altogether, again, Ovda means an actual act. Umay She'in of the, what does it mean? A non-worshipper? Their worship. Oh, so he was able to go ahead and decommission it. Right? Both an actual act and a Ger Toshav. Shmani know that a Ger Toshav has the ability to be Mavato, ultimately to theologically shin Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which the Gemara says, no. The Olam in the Lakar, not true. Rather, Kukai will be the only person that decommissioned Avodah Zarah is an actual idol worship. I knew Shalom B'Shafat. We already said that. Then the price is redundant. Because we already said that Hakun could go ahead and decommission his Avodah Zarah and his friend's Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. Two different cases. Reisha, Zeh, L'Ka'ar, Zeh, L'Marcus. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two Hakuns, right? And both worship Ka'ar, or both worship Marcus. So obviously, again, Hakun 1 could negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Hakun 2 could negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeh, L'Ka'ar, Zeh, L'Marcus. Oh. The safest teaching is something different. Let's say one Hakun who worships Marcus and one who worships Baal. What's the novelty over here? An Hakun can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship it. So let's say, so maybe three halachos we follow. Number one, an Hakun can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Hakun can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Hakun can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different idol. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but again, no raya about a Ger Toshav, right? So when it comes to a Ger Toshav, we still like the Zawad Hashem. Can a Ger Toshav, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be without love of his own? That's not the answer. Whereas Mason against Toshav, is a Ger Toshav. What's a Ger Toshav? Toshav Kiba, so now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a Ger Toshav? So says, Toshav Kiba Lab Definition Gimel Shadim, Shalom La'avod Avodas K'am Meir says, it's any Hakun who has accepted himself in front of three Chavim. In a verse like Chaver being spoken before, Chaver normally means someone who's careful with truth. This is careful about truth. So in this context, the conscious it just means you're in front of a dazed. Anytime Hakun comes in front of a dazed, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a Ger Toshav. That's a Ger Toshav. Good. That's what I meant. Come say, Toshav Kiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos. Toshav Kiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos Shekibah Rein. Some say a Ger Toshav is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noahide. Because we have to come, don't seem to require a base. That's a Ger Toshav. Sheva Mitzvos Rein. The next is a Ger Toshav. Freedom only. Able to go with Ger Toshav. Not true. Acherim say not true. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of Ger Toshav. What is a Ger Toshav? And the easy Ger Toshav, Zeh Ger Otam Levelos, Shekidon Arav Lekrenyi Kol Mitzvos Hamuros Katorah, Chutz Me'isser Nevelos. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of a Ger Toshav? The Ger Toshav is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the devils, but he has accepted upon himself The rest of the mitzvahs in the Torah are pretty shocking definitions. It looks like three methodologies out there. Definition of their culture. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the days in that idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shemus and Noach. Acherim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs except the laws of Jews. He's Latin and kosher. Incredible, incredible. But the basic goes on. Yachad bin Etzler, Yain, Machid Esol Yain. Kafir is the air Sharubi Yisrael. What's in halacha is you can deposit wine with the get shav, right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time. I should say deposit. You can leave with him wine for a short amount of time. You can't deposit with him wine for a longer amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says Rashi says over here. So maniach b'chanim so hatzilivek v'no'oyo. So mashkim v'no'oyo. The akivan v'lo pala lo no'oyo v'lo menaseh. The mago v'kufam v'asim v'amar v'yisrael rochesh. V'chiva v'imo anoa v'kachim v'vaniko v'da'olah. He said, "Bismar amua lekal rochesh." So ultimately, again, you can deposit wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time, because what they're saying is swap out your juice wine for his own okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as the Salaf wants to get himself, you can leave with wine for a short amount of time, not for a long time, again, not for Yaines, or not for Yaines, because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that with time for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine for the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's water, for a longer amount of time, Shmano, Kieno. So the Gemara says, and his Torah is like his water. What is that? Shmano, Kies, Alenka, Shemen, Nika, Hali, Yayin. That's not what we want with oil. Oil can't be into that. So, Ella, Kieno, Kishmano. Interesting, you know, kind of what it means is like this, but Halacha Lamaisa, that ultimately, again, is his wine, his wine is like his oil. Just like, this is very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. I look at that just a moment. That's the Shmano bin Abiyas and Yeno Mutabandra, Shmano Kodum Shoti Hashem Baki Lokal, Ababishia As. But what does it mean that his oil is like, excuse me, that his wine is like his oil? But the same way that you get enough from his oil, you get enough from his wine. I can't drink the wine with the Kosher, but ultimately you can get enough from his wine. So the shark called Davar, ultimately, and for every other thing, are really called equal. He is like an apple. So we should myself. Shimon Omer, Yeno Yayin Nesa. Shimon says this wine is like Yayin Nesa, but others say ultimately again that it is water. Ultimately, again, for consumption. So actually calls over there. We'll pick up in Yetz Hashem. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this again. Katani what do you see from there? Katani Yas, we shared part of the comment. We see from here that the Akum is like an Akum. We see here Toshav is like an Akum regarding every other matter. Remind him this son. Ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that your Toshav is like an Akum for everything else? What does that mean? To which the Gemara says, love, so it doesn't count because what's again, how does something like a Toshav get started? Because started, we're trying to figure out, does it get a Toshav have the ability to negate idolatry? If you logically decommission idolatry. So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, again, Toshav is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean it just doesn't happen to theologically decommission and negate avodah? So you can't get Toshav, to which the man says, no, retain the shus from without the shus. No, it actually means something else. It means actually for Shabbos. What does it mean for Shabbos? What's it about? It's Kid Samuel. The song, the word, the Shabbos Shabbos is like, what's up? So just quickly. Erev Hatzos. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that courtyard. Somebody owns a courtyard without increase. Right? Erev essentially means you collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Chatzar. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. That's what Erev is. You have to pass the home into the Chatzar, Chatzar into the home. The halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chatzar, he can yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started, the right to participate in moving the right to participate in the area. He can yield his rights to the other members of the council. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights. The Gemara says, Yisrael Lama, the Shara Shabbos of the Shok, Medata Rishos. Ultimately, again, if you have Yisrael Lama, unfortunately, again, Yisrael to an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, right, in public he keeps Shabbos. Privately he doesn't keep Shabbos. Publicly he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Medata Rishos. If he didn't participate in the evening, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the process. Okay. Shemesh Shabbos Rishos. In Medata Rishos, but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an apple. If he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights and process to other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights. Meishamru, Yisrael, no sin Rishos in Medata Rishos. Right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents, or the other people actually by apple ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore again the Gemara is saying that when you say so that's just lost in case of Omer law, or say how does the yield, for example, yield his right to give over his rights to the other? Omer law, you should say to me, I hereby give over my rights. Right? I bequeath my rights to the person. Or you tell us, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for the purposes of every Jewish resident acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who is participating in the Eruv, and it's not this case. Anything formal purpose. Also, so just in general, about Eruv Chateros, again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have Jewish residents who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he could yield his rights, or being about to, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the crossing that allows everyone else to utilize the crossing. Even if he's a Yisrael woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he could yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By Akon, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And a Yisrael woman who is publicly a woman is treated like a also, the Rothschild therefore, when we said before that a Ger Tosha ultimately again is treated like an apple for all other things with a Ger Tosha, and you are choosing the Chassid want to make it clear of zeros, and must lend rights ultimately again of the Ger Tosha. Now, whether or not the Ger Tosha is actually joining the group of Sarah, and that's the side, we'll see in tomorrow's daf. Back everyone, what about incredible experience of this with all of you, and see everyone. Great sponsorship to you, all of you this morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's church thing. Our annual Common sponsor, President Rothschild, is dedicated all the German Brussels this year. This is Swiss Fish, so it's for those families. So, I'm the sponsors for the month of Abba, and Stephen Randy, raising the honor of their parents. Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Arun Rosenzweig, in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig on the Rafa. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Evan Faith Wolf, commission of the yard site, Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, then Steve Hirsch is on the Rafa. Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, However, Baruch Morgan Moreno of Nos. The only sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosen Applebaum, Rachel Das, Red Island. All the Nishans have the families in the funnel, all those leaders who are sharing together, colorful ladies, for the Torah, pushing in their session, all of our hostages, Shalom and Makarov, allow our holy soldiers to be successful in the fall and our city. For those with that, let us begin. Today's map is Sanach Dalet 64. A really incredible ahead of us today. We are picking up from Sanach Gimel on the days 63, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 runs off from the bottom. So again, Rav Nachman, Kula, Ayuni Rapapi, Yasra, Bihia, Bar Ami Gabad. And Bihia Bar Ami was sitting with them, and he was Yosef, the Kabbalah, and he asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating aspect of this question. Safra Lishbar Yayin Nesach Ma. What is the halacha if an Achim hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin nesach? Right, so okay, rather than this Achim comes over to the bank, so you're like, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin nesach. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages from this halacha? Also, remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were doing the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves may be asur b'ayah. So here, the Akhel is asking me to do something with yayin nesach, but he's asking me to destroy yayin nesach, and he's going to pay me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the halacha? Me and your kid, the Rothschild, this is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the yayin nesach. Now, why do I want the existence of the yayin nesach? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I'd lose the parnasa. So on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the yayin nesach. So because I want it, therefore, again, maybe that makes the basis for what we could actually explain. We are Kevan, 3 lines up in the bottom of Rashi. Israel Zerotzi Bikiyuvan Shachar Yosef. You actually want the existence of these barrels. Shalom Yishtabu Akshamei Lehem. I don't know, Reuben doesn't want them to break on their own. Actually, Shavu the so these things the Jew actually wants, and it's interesting to think about this way, right? The Jew actually wants the yayin nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from yayin nesach, and therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, this is the destruction of the yayin nesach, destruction of our result. This is a good thing. Sure, I want the gospel in existence, but again, ultimately, to describe what the Zohar is the proceeds, ultimately, again, should be committed. Fascinating child. So Rothschild says, Yishpar B'Torah Bracha. And it says, no, take the job, take the job, get the money, and tell a bracha you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and root out people, root out of the Zohar. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So you must let us say everything. Let's say again, an active plants to land is forbidden. So we had sessions just 2 years ago. And let's say, for example, weekend and big time stuff that have been medical. So you put forbidden next year. So if you only become this planting, the Jew can't go ahead and assist him in overlimits like at home. When you can use the sequel and research, you can't do that. How about son of God? 64. About hoping you won't be the what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot to that I am allowed to do. About open. Let's say I can hire some. This is so good. Do me a favor, I tried to but let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though you get paid for working with Kalai, right? And I want the existence of Kalai because if the Kalai is not uproot on their own, I lose out on my muscle. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here this is to support the Nachman. But Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want to continue the existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed himself. So when it says Savrua, second line from the top 64, Savrua, our money, who's the thing? It's going to be a feeder, so you keep the Amar, and the kind of the Kilayim local. This is very interesting. You keep a hold of it, so in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of planting, but you can't really do anything that sustains planting. For example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone else planted the line, right? Apple planted the line, and the apple asks me to put up a fence around the line. Rabbi Akiva says also. Why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of the line. Even though putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself, nevertheless, it is going to be also going to be inside. Here we go. Nefesh means eating. The fact that means covering the seeds with dirt. So nefesh and covering the line. Look at and give out the start because again, that's the time off. Because there you're actively and directly participating in the driving that line. The Kiva says, after the time. And the Kiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the Kilayim, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. Imagine, my friend Rabbi Akiva, where does Rabbi Akiva get that from? It says, do not plant kilayim in the field. And we know the prohibition of planting. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like even like putting up a fence. I'm a low kilayim. Alright, so let's say so. It's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of a play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of slicing the concept low kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it, that's going to be possible. Ilu, Gemara says, the Ilu, the Tesla Shari, but ultimately, interestingly enough, even for the Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is going to say that sustains the plant. What about if somebody's going to pay me to uproot Kilayim? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't have to be that in the Rabbi. Rather, Haman is a this Rabbanon. It's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be open, I think, to you in any shadow. That is not true. Rabbanon. This is Rabbanon. Rabbanon is going to put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon only can be a Kiva. Rabbanon only can be planted. Or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting up and putting up a fence to hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plant. So something that's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Hachamat Skina is very interesting. What's the case over here? The Ka'avid B'Zina. Interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Ultimately, the Yehuda is of the opinion that halacha you are not allowed to give favor for it. Like he actually has in the beginning of the Halacha. Lo Sefani. All my focus what Lo Sefani means. That doesn't mean I'm one of them to give them the Yehuda says, don't give my this you can't work for free. You can't do something for an outcome for free. Even if the free favor is the structure of the Zara, you still can't do it. So which the says is that Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, wow. Now, the fact that you're saying the suffering of Yehuda, something to the point of Rabbi Akiva, will not be permitted. And Yehuda also became a Makasina. Aval Yehuda Tifla Shakir. The says, no, the point of Yehuda, that Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so you give a free gift. You can't do a favor for an but to do something to uproot about Zara, that's absolutely good. That's an objective benefit. I have Gemara says Rabbi Akiva Nami. Alpha Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm trying to line look at. And if you take Tifla Shakir, can you say certain points Rabbi Akiva? Even though Rabbi Akiva has a more expensive approach to the provision of Kilayim. They're not only can you not plant it, not only can you not some of the actual planting, but you can even put up a fence to sustain it. Even if people agree to uproot Kilayim, to get rid of Israel, to lose its liberty, is absolutely good, and you can get paid for that from the option. Which the Gemara says is so low needy, there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. It's good. This phrase is so needy. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. The Sulo meeting. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So also, it's very interesting because therefore what this means is ultimately. Now let's go full circle. How did we start with this? This all started by the Kisah. And Akum wants to make his barrels of Yain Nesa. He asks him, he wants to hire me a Jew to go to make his room, pay me $50 a barrel. Great. So am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, you can say no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the INS. I'm benefiting from a result. On the other hand, I'm destroying a result. But Nachman said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of a result, for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities and get paid for them and keep the proceeds, because the destruction of evil, the destruction of Zara, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. And as the Nachman says, you get paid and Tavo Allah. Incredible. I will say there is it really is such an interesting idea, because kind of a part of Western society, the mindset is, live and let live. And that is important as members of society, just as a general approach to living in great society, we should take an approach to living. Yes, not about religion to convince the world that you refuse to live, nor is it the place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. That's to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurred. That's why the Matthew uses this lashon of destroy the INS and cover Allah. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fun and challenges. We see this for, but you think about it's such an incredible thing. You think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing. It's really not easy. And some of you would think that, like, the world would just line up, false, right? Just flat. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet, again, it's hard. Because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see who's right, who's wrong. But the method tells us sometimes it is a little like live, and sometimes the method says, Yishbar, the Tabarah. Sometimes you have to bring an evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and once you do it, ultimately the process is difficult, the process is good, the process is long. But ultimately when you get to the start of the process, that's where it's really incredible. The Gemara goes like it. The Gemara goes like it. Good. Hadri Yasvi, so again, the same Kevin was saying. And they asked about the question, was Hadri Yasvi, they come by like, the may have a list from the other cover now. So what's it? This is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells item? So Akum sells his idol and he has now sold it for $1,000, $1,000. Does that money in the event of the Akum take on the same identity as the Avodah Zarah itself? Now, he professes Dana the Avodah. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to run that. So this is very interesting. So ultimately, we're going to not be saying, this time we nailed us from the other top. So Matthew says, I think it's more clear that if an Akum sells his item and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Listen to this. So here's this. I know the Dutch would make it out of there were people who came up with what another room, Zero, the suicide. This is fascinating. So that's something like this. There were these people who came up with and what happened? And they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen, now watch this. Watch over here. And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the Suicide, Because remember, if they convert and still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have this identity negated, and it can't get another from it. So he tells them instead, before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert and the money is committed. What do you see from here? Obviously, you see from here that halacha l'maisa, when he sells his idol, that cash is committed. So the Gemara says, my time, we shouldn't have considered the name, but let's go come there with coming time. Let's get the proceeds of the sale of idolatry and on the hands of the ultimately is committed. I be doing shiny for some freedom that I can relay, God I bought. Maybe that case was since the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the item converted. So an apple could be mevaka is other results. Maybe that's why the proceeds are made. Eleni Hafa. The Gemara says, here's the proof. You saw Shai Noshim Amikol Tanim, Kumar. Umacha Avodos Kofanim Dehi. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his item, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yain Nesek was same case. I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yain Nesek, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Lachol? Smutter. Ultimately, again, it's smutter. Interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Let's say the application, I'm $1,000. Please still already pay you. To me, the radio, I'm just going to sell my I'm going to sell my Nesek on the process. In that case, it's awesome. So you're going to be interesting. Case number one, same case. I'm up with $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his guy, and says, I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, moved to case number two, same thing, I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I gotta sell my idol. I gotta sell my Nessa. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are forgiven to me. I check the Gemara. So what's the distinction? I don't understand what's the difference in these two cases. And what she says, see from the Shum the Havi make Kilotsu. So this is very interesting. So now this seems to circle back a little bit to the previous subject. Let's see if there's a difference. In the second case, where the applicant says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of it. I don't want the continued existence of the wine, right? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Shesha's process the proceeds for us. Because one second, if you look at the Yumaki I got them, that's what we just said before, that's not the original site. When you want the continued existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the apple sells it. I want the money. I want the continued existence of that because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the existence of these particular items. Why should it be awesome? Vatnan, there using this Vatnan, there are other Kohanim, Shiyarshu Adiyam Orukom. So this is very interesting case. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're Akum brothers. One converted and one's one Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. Their Akum father died. Now they inherit their father. So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say permanent items. So here, so brother Ger can say to brother Akum, listen, brother Akum, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the yain, and I'll take your money and the potatoes. If you do that, then you should go, and that's clearly. However, the Mishabal is just like your us, obviously. All of this presupposes that the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right? But well, technically there is recourse. No, you see this. You can get happen to be the lack of Sarah, it's much more complicated. Once the Jew already owns it, there are really very little restrictions. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no point dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So let's say, so ultimately, again, what do you see from here? Because Halach L'maisa, now in this case, brother Ger wants the continued existence of the idolatry of the Yain Asaf. But he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over in this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol that is made on the floor of the circle, which means that what even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Because even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. To which the Gemara says, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. Now, how would you explain the case then of Yair Yosef? The Pharaoh's Hadrani. So what's his name? Adrianic person. So apparently, he actually points out that the Adrianic person there ultimately was very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbed the wine to a degree that you could take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, brother Ger doesn't care if the casts grape or not. It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. To which the Gemara said, one second, even if that's so, even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that it's going to break, right? But he does care whether or not it's still lost, so he still wants to continue existence. Papa, the Rushas Hager Kamat, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No, Shani Rushas Hager, Dakilu Barabba. Rabbis will make the Yerusha of the Ger. In other words, normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal will make it by the Yerusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yain Nesach or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? And so you take this, you take the prohibited stuff, I'll take the limited stuff, even though yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make up by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money or choose his religion. So that's not really not Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before, for example, right? There's something called the parents of Shine. As Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole, right? And the victim should not accept back the stolen wine in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's trade. Everything is not really it's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And as we say, as long as you have your health, sure. As long as you have your health and you can pay the bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, you just things are like and people do not stand on religious challenges. And there's a choice between religion and money. We're afraid that he has to choose between halacha and ultimately again his Yerusha. He may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the gift, because it's human nature. So if Chazal didn't want to put him in that situation, they're going to make all by a Ger, understanding that often in this kind of case, you're going to have an estate which comprised of permitted items and forbidden items. So therefore, allow him to keep the permitted items, give his Hakon brother all of the permitted items. Also, other bills. Counting out enough advice that supports this. Imagine, what is this? So, Shiyush, in the case of Yerusha. But in the case, let's say the business partnership will be awesome. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of the Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well, because we don't want to put the person together in this precarious condition. Incredible. So how do you guys find that? So again, all of this is the same group of Rabbi sitting together. Another question that came up. Ger Tosha now she bakra avadas. So listen, this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead? Let's say just before you go on, just idea that Chazal will make it back again. Just so you understand the tremendous concern as this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to see. Sometimes people have a very skewed view of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, a very skewed view of Halacha. That HaKadosh Baruch Hu is waiting for us to mess up, so we could smack us down. He's already waiting for us to mess up, so we could levy some type of punishment that can basically for the future. The Ribono Shel wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the strictures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, and not just smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Rothschild understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's all do that as well. Know that you have no greater advocate in this world than that's in this world than the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly competing for success. Okay, no question. Other years we talk about Tosha, Mashe Batal's what's the very interesting. Can a Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akum has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby deconditioning it from its status of fearlessness. So, Ger Tosha, listen, what is a Ger Tosha? Now, we're going to see this is my quote, this is about the definition of a Ger Tosha. Rashi points out to in the top of the daf, Ger Tosha, no Ovid Avodas Chacham. Timothy, again, he doesn't work idolatry. But again, he's like an apple with everything else except he doesn't worship idolatry. He believes in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He believes in God. He does in every other respect, he's financial. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? On one hand, talking about the Rothschild halacha, we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Maybe we say like this: anyone who's what we call a barmineh. If you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission idolatry. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. I'm going to do that naturally, so I'm going to go say naturally. This established the Palach and Batal Bro Palach. The Nachman says, no, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Tosha doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. What's in this? That is a question. What's second? The social, that's what it's a mission. So, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that level? Actual Basel. So, what's it say now? Remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because they have a quality. And once it's been acquired by you, essentially you can't be decommissioned. So what do I do? I should have so before I pick it up. I can call over an apple. Remember, no one's package. Call over an apple and say, apple. I need you to negate this idolatry, decommission it. Right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of this idolatry. It's committed. However, again, Mishabas Aliyago, ain't no only oven to come live up. But again, if I take it out, if I take possession of it, at that point we cannot be decommissioned. In Sha'omro, Ovid Kokavan Medako Avodos Kokam Shalom, Ishachavim. And Ovid Kokam Nakum, to decommission his own Avodah Zarah, or the Avodah Zarah of his friend, they often, they she'en love. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Whether he finds it is new things. My ofda, my what does it mean for what? What does it mean that Akum can decommission Avodah Zarah? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. If you want to say that wasn't talking about an apple, then Hayim Shalom Shacharim. We already said that. We just said before that an apple has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And a lot of the Oved Kohanim, Umay She'in, a lot of the Oved Kohanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means natural apple. Umay She'in of them, what does it mean? a non-worshiper, Ger Tosha. Oh, so who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual apple and a Ger Tosha? Shmanina, Ger Tosha, non-worshiper. What do you see from here? That a Ger Tosha has the ability to be Mabako, ultimately to theologically decommission Avon Israel. Incredible. Ishmael says, no. The only rather, very well be the only person who can decommission Avon Israel is an actual idol worshiper himself. I did the comment. I knew Shalom the Shachar. We said already said that. Then the price is done because he already said that Akum could go out and decommission his Avon Israel and his friend Avon. The Gemara says relations to this. Two different cases. Reisha, Zet, Zeb, or Zet, Zeb, Marcus. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two apples, right, and both worship Pa'ar, or both worship Marcus, so obviously, again, apple 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol, and apple 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeb, Pa'ar, Zeb, Marcus. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Let's say one apple who worships Marcus and one who worships Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? Apple can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship it. So we'll say, so there will be three halachos we tell. Number one, an apple can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an apple can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an apple can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different thing. Incredible. So the Gemara says, next, but again, no riot by a Ger Tosha. Right? So when it comes to a Ger Tosha, we still like the Rothschild and a Ger Tosha, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he do that level? That's starting with. What's a Ger Tosha? What's a Ger Tosha? So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of the Ger Tosha? She said, Nina says, it's any apple who is accepted upon himself in front of three Chavim. Chaver being spoiled before Chaver normally means someone is careful with choosing this. Someone is careful about it. So in this context, the Rothschild says it just means he has to do it in front of a dazed. Any time an apple comes in front of a dazed, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a Ger Tosha. That's a Ger Tosha. Good. That's what I meant. From saying, Moshe Kiba Allah Sheva Mitzvahs. Moshe Kiba Allah Sheva Mitzvahs. From saying, and Ger Tosha is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noahide. This is from those things that apply the base. That's a Ger Tosha. Sheva Mitzvahs Noah, the next type Ger Tosha. Even only able to go all the Mikval Ger Tosha. Not true. Chalim say not true. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of Ger Tosha. What is a Ger Tosha? And the piece of Ger Tosha, Zeh Ger Ocham Leveros, Shekibel Allah Metzchayim Pro Mitzvos Hamuras B'Torah, Chutz Mitzvim Leveros. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of the Ger Tosha? The Ger Tosha is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats Leveros, but he has accepted it by himself the rest of the mitzvahs in the Torah. It's a pretty shocking definition. It looks like three and a half definition of Rabbi Meir, he accepted it upon himself in front of the lazy idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Noah. Acherim, he has accepted upon himself both except the laws of kosher. He's Latin, not kosher. Incredible. The verse goes on, Yachad in Etzle, Yain, Machid Etzle Yain, Kafid Be'er Sharu Yisrael. What's it? Allah says, you can deposit wine with a Ger Tosha, right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time. I shouldn't say deposit. You can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with him wine for a long amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says over there, we saw Maniach the Hanusa Ashilek or Yosem Ashilek the Haikiva the Rothschild will not go from Manasseh. The Mago becomes us in the Amar Esa Rothschild. Even the Ino Another Kafino Maniko Liba Olas. You say, Ismail Muat like a So ultimately, again, you can present wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time, because what they sort of do, they may swap out the juice wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as this Allah wants to get himself, you could leave with wine for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, not to the yain. Why not to the yain? It's not because he's repudiated idolatry, right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine for the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's water. For a long amount of time, also. Shmano Tiena. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his water. What is that? Shmano Tiena is like Shemen, Mika, Honey, Yayin. It's not what could be wrong with his oil. Oil can't be into it. It's not Ella, Yeno, Kishmano. Interesting, you know, kind of what he uses like this. That Halacha Lamaisa, that ultimately again is his wine. Excuse me, his wine is like his oil. Just like this, very interesting. That just like his oil is committed, so to ultimately again is his wine. Now look at that for just a moment. Shmano b'ni habiyayas al yeno mutanana shmano putting shukr Hashem ba'afilatai avabishtia asa. And what does it mean that his oil is like that? Excuse me, that his wine is like his oil? That the same way that you get enough from his oil, you can get enough from his wine. You can't drink the wine of the Gertrude, but ultimately you can get enough. The sharp of Dabar, ultimately the other thing, he is like an apple. So it's Shem Omer, Yeno Yayin Nest. Shimon says his wine is like the Yayin Esach, but others say ultimately again that it is mutter, ultimately again for consumption. So this will actually pause over here. We'll pick up in the next session. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this one. Katanias, what do you see from here? Katanias is shared by the public economy. We see from here that an apple is like an apple to here comes up is like an apple regarding every other matter. Remind yourself, ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that it's rotation? It's like an apple family. What does that mean? Which the Gemara says, lab in the back of a gospel problem, can have a gospel problem. So it doesn't matter, because what's really again, how did this whole thing that Gary Tosha get started? It got started because he tried to figure out, doesn't Gary Tosha have the ability to negate idolatry? If he actually decommission idolatry. So now he just got finished saying that in this respect, Gary Tosha is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as it can theologically decommission and negate that whole desire, so too can it get Tosha? So too can it get Tosha? To which the Gemara says, no, retain just in the no, actually, it's actually purpose. What does mean purpose? What's it like? It's Sunday. We saw a moment. The Shabbat Shabbat was just Erev Tatzitz. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that place. And then into a courtyard without includes. Like Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Chatzar. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. Remember, and therefore you pass from the home to the Chatzar, cross into the home. And the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chatzar, he can yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in the movement, forgot to participate in the Erev. He can yield his rights to other members of the Chatzar. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from you. So watch this. The Gemara says, we saw a moment, the Sharon Shabbos of the shop, Medata Lucius. Ultimately, again, you have the Yisrael moment, which unfortunately, again, is the Yisrael to an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like in public he keeps Shabbos. Privately he doesn't keep Shabbos. But at least in public he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? The Vata Roshos only needs to do if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the class. Okay, same as Shabbos Roshos, in the Vata Roshos, but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially it's like If he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to know his rights in the process of the other residents. Rather, he has to rent his rights from the nation. Yisrael no sinless in the right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability and yield his right, give up his rights or give over his rights to the other residents. And the other Kohanim actually Yisrael. By Akum, ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore again the word is saying that when we say, so what's it just pause things like Ketzad, Omer Law. Say how does a yield, for example, yield his right to give over his rights to the over law, you should see that. I hereby give over my rights. Right? I bequeath my rights in the process to you. Or you should see me will tell us that. Or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for your purposes. Any Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who didn't participate in the field. They talk with us. Any form of explosives. So just in general, about Erev Katzeros, again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you're a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights, or in the bank, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chassan Paradise, everywhere else to utilize the Chassan. Even if he's in Yisrael Mumma, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately, again, he can yield, or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael Mumma, who is publicly a Mumma, is treated like a goat. Therefore, when we said before that their kosher ultimately again is treated like an apple for all other things, one of the things we need to know is you live in a chasna with a ger kosher. The Jews in the chasna want to make it clear zeros. They must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the ger kosher as well. Now, whether or not the ger kosher could actually join the Greek of Sarah, and yes, I will say, you will see tomorrow's daf. Shpech, everyone. What a daf. What an incredible experience of the system with all of you. And see everyone. As I say, a great sponsor continue to tell all of you this morning, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our annual sponsors. So dedicating all the Sherman Brussels this year as a special for the service. I'm the month of Av, about the Stephen Wendy, raising the honor of Israel Jason, the member of the Stanley Williams Wise of the Rabbi. All we could learn sponsors, Dr. Adam K. Wolf, commissioner of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, Sweet Hirsch, is one of the Rabbi, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Robert Baruch Mordecai Ben Moreno Ramas. The only sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosalind Applebaum, Rachel Bas, Red Ireland, the America by Tamatola, all the Michelle South Korea, the families in the family, all those who were through sharing together, calling for the use of the Scottish, the American, all of our hostages, Shalom and Bukarov, and our soldiers to be successful in the fall of our city. And also with that, let us begin. Today's dot is Samach Dalet 64. A really incredible dot ahead of us today. We are picking up from Samach Gimel on the days 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 runs from the bottom. So Rav Nachman Ula Ba'adini Rapapi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Ba'adini Rapapi. Yasra B'Chia Bar'ami Gabai. And B'Chia Bar'ami is sitting with him. And he must be Yosef. I have my bride. He has the following question. Listen to the fascinating question. Safra Lishma is a Jew to smash barrels of yayinis. Right, so if you imagine this, Apple comes over to this event. I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, seize barrels of yayinis. What is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept and to keep the wages and process? Remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be committed at or dealing with items that themselves will be also valueless. Here, the Akum is asking you to do something with the INS, but he's asking you to destroy the INS. And he's going to take me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, now what's the halacha of miyamiyam kiv the rosh b'kimo aser? This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the yayin and Nesach. Now, why do I want the existence of the yayin and Nesach? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would use the opportunity to break them, and I'd lose the financial. So on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the yayin and Nesach. So because I want it, therefore maybe that makes the process work. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Miyam kivan. 3 lines up in the bottom of Rashi. The Israel Zerotze B'Kiyuvan Shachari Yosef. The Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. Shalom Yishtabu Achshamei Lehem. I don't know, Reuben doesn't want them to break on their own. Actually, Shabbat Reuben, he does for us. So then we say that since the Jew actually wants, and it's interesting to think about it this way, right? The Jew actually wants the Yayin Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from Yayin Nesach, and therefore again, it's awesome. On the other hand, this is the destruction of the Yayin Nesach, destruction of our Mizrah. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want Baal to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to describe all Mizrah is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds ultimately again should be committed. Fascinating child. Amar Nachman. So Nachman says, Yishbar b'Torah l'bracha. And Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell bracha you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and root out of Torah, and that is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me say this. Let's bring it to this idea. So you see there on that. Ain't Ochi not a bit of something else. Let's say again. In Akut plants Kaline, right? Kaline is the hidden mixture. So wheat, we had such just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say, for example, wheat and grapevines. That's the kind of medical thing. But any sort of hidden mixture. So if the Obed Kacham is planting Kaline, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Obed means like home. You know, when you can move to a seat on the third, they can't do that. How of Son of Kaline, 64. About Obed, you won't be able to I can uproot, right? I can uproot Kaline. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi. About opium. Let's say Akum hires me and he says, listen, silver, do me a favor, I planted Kaline. Okay, Akum because planted Kaline. Right? But let's say again, he asks me to uproot. I am allowed to get paid for working with Kaline, right? And I want to exist Kaline because if the Kaline's not uprooted on their own, I lose out on my myself. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here, this is to support the Nachman. So Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want to continue existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it. It's going to be destroyed on its own. So it says Savua, second one from the top 64. Savua, Amar, you use it for you. So you keep it, you keep the Amar, and the kind of the Kaline one. It's very interesting. You keep up all those in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant them, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of them, but you can't even do anything that sustains planting. For example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone has planted the Kaline, right? Apple planted the Kaline, and the apple asks you to put up a fence around the Kaline. And the Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Kaline. Putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also the sign really good. Hamnakesh means reading. The Chacham means covering the sleeve with the bit. So Hamnakesh on the top of the Kaline. You get malchus, right? Because again, that's the time because there you're actively and directly participating in the planting of Kaline. The Kiva says, after the Kaline. But the Kiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the Kaline, for example, put up the fence of the Kaline, that's going to be problematic as well. It says, do not plant Kaline in the field. In the Elazar, I don't know the prohibition of planting. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even like putting up the fence? I'm a lomar low Kaline. I so let's say so it's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of a play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of slicing like low killing. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's going to be Asur as well. Ilu, the Gemara says the Ilu, the Mi'ute Tifla Shari. Ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to the Akiva, already according to the Akiva, the prohibition ultimately is doing something that sustains the Kilayim. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the Kilayim? So the Pashto sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't mean that mean Rabbi. Rather, Haman, is it Rabbanan? It's Rabbanan. Rabbanan might be the ultimate key to giving any shackle. That is not true. According to the Rabbanan, this is Rabbanan. Rabbanan even need to put up a fence. Right? Because Rabbanan only can be a kiva. Rabbanan will only can be planted to get planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting activity, like putting up a fence to hold creates mutter. So putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, but certainly again you can get paid for uprooting itself. And it's not going to be for which the Gemara says, Hachamas, Kina, this is very interesting, what's this here? Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So that's the problem. Ultimately, Rabbi Huda is of the opinion that Allah and you are not allowed to do a favor for him. Like he actually had the same meaning of Allah. Almost both is what most of them mean. That just means compliment them, to give them a really says, don't do like this thing, you can't work for free. You can't do something for an applicant for free. Even if there's free favors, instruction of all this, you still can't do it. So which the message is that Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, the fact that you're saying it's something from Yehuda, says if you're according to Rabbi Akiva, it's not permitted. Yehuda also looking at Makasina. About when you eat a tifla shocking. The Gemara says, no. According to Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for him. But to do something to uproot Avodah Zarah, that's absolutely committed. That's a big thing. That's an objective benefit. I have you as a Rabbi Akiva Nami. Alpha, that's Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm the kind of line book, yeah? And you eat a tifla shocking. You say something according to Rabbi Akiva. Even according to Rabbi Akiva was a more expensive approach to the prohibition of planting. They're not only can you not plant it, not only can you not see the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even on the people would agree to uproot Kilayim, to get rid of Isser, to get rid of the prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the action. To which the Gemara says, Isu lo yudi. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss about. It's what's it? It's good. This phrase, Isu lo yudi. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic check. Isu lo yudi. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss about. So it's very interesting. Because therefore, what this means is, let's go full circle. How did we start with this? We still started by the case of an Akum wants to break his barrels of Yainesa. He asks me, he wants to hire me to go and break his willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Right? Am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, you could say no, because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the Yainesa. I'm benefiting from all this up. On the other hand, I'm just trying to hold this up. But not instead, do it and cover along. If it involves the destruction of the Zara, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the Ines, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, and permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them to keep the proceeds, because the destruction of people, the destruction of the Zara, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. As Matthew says, you get paid and Tava Allah. Incredible. I must say, it is such an interesting idea because, kind of like part of Western society, the mindset is, like live and let live. And that is important as members of society, just as a general approach to living in greater society. We should approach take into account yes, you know, it's not the obligation to convince the world into the future. Nor is it for place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and rest. That's to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in a good society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads and unfortunately becomes the norm. And sometimes then those norms between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly bloody. That's why the Nazis use this expression of yes, destroy the INS and trouble Allah. Because ridding the world of evil is rough. That is rough. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what I think about such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, what the state of Israel is doing, it's rooting out people. And suddenly we think that like the Lord would just line up across, right? Just clap. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet again, it's hard because ultimately we also can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see who's right and who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes it is a little like good, and sometimes the Matthew says Yishbar the Tawawah. Sometimes you have to identify the evil, you have to break it, you have to destroy it, to do it. Ultimately, the process is difficult. The process is long. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's when it's incredible. The Gemara goes like it. The Gemara goes like it. Good. Hadi Yasli, so again, the same federal sitting. And they asked about the fashion, was Hadi Yasli, they come about like, the name of us from the Arabic of Haram. So let's say this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his item? So Akum sells his idol and he has sold it for $1,000. $1,000 in it. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the idol seller himself? Now, you profess as Dana Biarodi. No. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? Some do or nothing. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, when the Matthew says, "Mustaqbil the nail is from the Arabic vocabulary." So Matthew says, "I think it's meant to." That if an Akum sells his item and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Why? Listen to this. So here's Matthew's proof. You can know the also connected Rabbi. When these people who came before Rabbi, what happened? Honorable, Zidu Zidin Komar the Islamu. The suicide is fascinating. So that translates like this. There were these people who came before Rabbi and they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, you guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. Then commit. And what's going to watch the logic of the earth? And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the Suez guy, this guy, the African guy, also didn't come from all this stuff. Because remember, if they convert and still only idolatry, then you have idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be dated, right? Can never have its identity. And you can't get another from it. So he tells them instead of what, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert and the money is permitted. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see from here that Allah when someone after he sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time off, you shouldn't have said it, and you have all this come and gather from the proceeds of the sale of idolatry on the hands of the Akum ultimately is permitted. I feel shiny for some given that would be way, bad I bought maybe that case is different. Since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the idol conversion. So an Akum could be Mevaka is a result. So maybe that's why the proceeds are Eloni the Hoff. Now the Gemara says, here's the proof. We saw Shayanoshim Abibol Shavim, Mother, the Mafa of Voldos Kopavim Dehli. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his idol, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yain Nesek, the same case, I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yain Nesek, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Lawful? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Okay, interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Hunting you actually any parabolas will come by Yain Nesek, Vavilafa, Pasuk. And let's say the Akum same case, not the Akum $1,000. Okay, so I tell you, give me the way, yeah, I'm going to sell my oil. I'll be back with the proceeds. Or I'm going to sell my Yain Nesek, I'll be back with the proceeds. In that case, it's possible. See, again, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Yain Nesek. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, mutter. Case number two, same $1,000. He said, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Nesef. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. I kept the Gemara. So what's this? I understand what's your name to teach this. Sifa Mishum Bahavilek Kilotse. So this is very serious. So there seems to circle back a little bit to the previous. But here's the difference. In the second case, where the Akum says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of it. I don't want the continued existence of the wine, like as I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshes posits the proceeds for us. And there's no second. If you notice it, if you look here, that's what we just said before, that that's what because what the Lord will say, when you want the continued existence, but I'm not doing anything further the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue the existence of that idol until the Apple sells because I want the money. I want to continue the existence of the Ayinesa because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these prohibited items. Why should it be awesome? But none. There is this Rothschild. You have all the Shiyarshu Adiyat Everything. So this is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both they're Akum brothers. One converted and one is for Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. Their Akum father died, and they inherit their father. So they want to split the estate. In the state is idolatry, and let's say prohibited items. So Ger, Yachal, Lo, Tom, Akna, Lomas, animals. Tom, Ata, Yain, Esek, so brother Ger can say to Akum, said, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the yains, and I'll take the money and needles. You can do that. The Shabbat, and that's permitted. However, the Shabbat is just like your obviously. All of this presupposes that the heir has not yet actively taken possession of the Yainesa or idols. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right? But, well, there is recourse. Not really seamless. You can get an output to the back of the Sarah, and it's much more complicated. Once you already owns it, there are really very little. So as long as Brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if Brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So this is the ultimate field. And what do you see from that? Now, in this case, Brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the Yainasa. But he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over here in this Mishnah? This is just an idol, let's say it's made out of gold or silver, which means that even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, Brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not, even if it still has value. First, you might say, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. But how would you explain the case then of the Ferris hydrangea? So what's this very interesting? Adrianic earth. So apparently, he actually points out over here, Adrianic earth ultimately was very absorbent. When you put wine in there, the earth will absorb the wine to a degree that you take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute water. And that is also Brother Ger doesn't taste the if it has great or not, it doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. Which immerses the one second value to the human even the Rothschild. 1 second. Even if that's so, even if Robert doesn't care about the fact that he's great, right? But he does care whether or not he gets still lost, he still wants to continue existence. Papa, Yerushas, Ageramat, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance of Ger. No. Shan Yerushas Ager, that Kilu Barata. Rabbis will make up by the Yerusha. In other words, normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha myself, Chazal will make up by the Yerusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yesach or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? So you take this, you take the prohibited stuff, I'll take the permitted stuff. Even though, yes, he was making it existence. Why? Why would they make up by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his religion. And listen, that's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? The Shem of the Hashem. Zal said that in certain cases, theft. The thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? The victim should not accept that which is stolen in order to go out and facilitate the thief's truth. Okay, if the thief has to return everything, that's only it's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, sure. As long as you have your health and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, you just things are becoming very complicated. And many people did not stand up to religious challenges. There was a choice between religion and money. We're afraid that if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately again his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of because it's human nature. So if Chazal people want to put in that situation, therefore they would make up by it there, and you're saying that often in this kind of case, even if I can state it as comprised of permitted items and permitted items, therefore allow him to keep the permitted items if his opponents run all of it. Okay, we'll say on the base. Tanya, and I'll give advice that supports this. When is this so? Shirshu, the case of Yerusha. About Nishkatsu also. But in the case, let's say the business partnership will be also. So you see from here that Chazal allows certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well, because you don't want to put the person in this, you don't want to put the Ger in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So remember that. Under US and time bombs. Remember again, all this is the same group of Rabbanim sitting together. Another question that came up. Ger Tosha now Shivata Avalistic. So this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and let's say just before you go on, just this idea that Chazal will make it by the Ger. Just so you understand the tremendousness of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. And sometimes people have a very skewed view of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, a very skewed view of halacha, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is waiting for us to mess up, so we can see this one. He's all waiting for us to mess up, so we can levy some type of punishment of obedience. That's a pretty foolish in the truth. The Ribono wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the scriptures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, just Baruch Hu understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, Chazal do that. No, that you have no greater advocate in this world. That's in this world than in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly incredible question.
Are you ready to lose?
Dear Tosha, what's very interesting.
I've got news for you.
Okay, go ahead and abolish or negate
I go easy on you because I like to build your confidence.
Thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological.
But I'm going to dominate you in a way that you've never been dominated. In the history of humankind, no one, my friend. Oh, you sent me an invitation. Oh, okay. Oh, that was earlier. Oh, okay. Well, I accepted it. And you're up, baby. You've got to tell me that you're sending me an invitation. Because I literally, many chicks in my DMs that you're just going to get overrun. Now look how easy this shot is. Oh, you're cheating. Right away, you decided to cheat.
Only one who worships idolatry can decommission.
Look at that. Got one in, baby.
Or maybe not. Maybe we say like this. Anyone who's what we call a barmineh. If you're in the parsha of an apple,
dude, if I could get these long shots down, you would be done.
And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it.
Just dead fucking solid sexiness. Son. I don't know what to do here. I don't even know what. I don't even know what balls are available to me. I need him to flash again. Yo, dog, this is some bullshit. I tried.
So let's say
one of the great attempts in humankind, the history of humankind.
Sitting there on the ground. If I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because they never covered it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew,
that's garbage. I can just tell you. That was absolute garbage. All right, baby. Give me this. That's garbage too.
So go ahead and engage in theological decommission. That's how it becomes committed. However, again, in Mishabasa, but again, but if I take it out, if I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. And Ovid Kochavim happened to decommission his own Avodah Zarah or the Avodah Zarah of his friend, Bein Ovda, Bein She'in Ovda. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it.
That's what he said.
Might Ovda, might be Ovda. What does it mean for work? What does it mean that Akum could decommission Avodah Zarah? Whether he worships it or doesn't.
Look how beautiful this shot is. Just sexy, good looking. Just a total package, baby. Oh, what the fuck? This ball's on my way.
His Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And the love of the Ovid Kohanim,
oh, that's garbage.
Ultimately, again, Ovda means an actual act.
Now this a-hole is going to come back like a freight train.
He was able to go ahead and decommission both an actual and a Gertosha.
Folks, in the future, if you're wondering what I like playing most about Trey's right, it's the way that he takes so much time to hit his shots. It's just, I really enjoy it. It makes me ponder the beauty of the universe. It's pretty tight, dog. Oh, what is this bullshit? He set it up for himself. This is garbage. Garbage. One of the most garbage shots I've ever seen. I'm glad you missed it.
Right? And both worship Baal. Both worship.
Yeah, it was not a miss. Look at this. Look at this positioning.
His idol and his friend's idol.
We're tied up, folks. I told you it was coming back like a freight train, and I was right.
The safest teaches something different.
For those of you keeping track at home, Traceway just pocketed a 13 ball. There's no way he gets this ball. I don't even know what he's trying to do here. That's ridiculous. That's goofy world.
Number one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, Akum can negate his friend's
Give me this.
idol.
Are you fucking serious? That was garbage. We're going to lose just because of that bullshit shot. That was garbage. Yeah, I want you to sweep the table. If I'm going to get fucked like that, there's no way I'm going to win. Oh, that was beautiful. That was beautiful.
What is the definition of
Folks, he's got one ball left before the 8 ball. For those of you at home holding your breath for a win here, you're going to need a scuba tank. Oh!
Someone who's careful with truthfulness, someone who's careful about to. So in this context, the conscious it just means that through the days.
Give it to me, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
And he repudiates idolatry. That's a Gerto Shaf. That's a Gerto Shaf. Good. That's right there. From saying, Shekiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos. Shekiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos. Shekiba.
Look at this shot, folks. Just dirty. Now this shot, I don't really know what we're gonna do here.
That's a Gerto Sheva.
Oh, a kiss shot, but an absolute. I mean, we just lost because of that fucking scratch. Just absolute garbage here. Do me in, dog.
So this is very interesting. What is the definition of the Gerto Shaf? The Gerto Shaf is someone ultimately again who eats not.
Oh, that was beautiful.
But he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs.
Folks, this is the easiest shot ever. There's no way he misses it. This game is over. Oh, go, baby. Go, 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 go. It is over. Okay, man. I see how it is. I see how it is, big dog. Are you sending to me or am I sending to you? Oh, I see how it is. Wow, what are the odds? 2 games in a row. Scratch on the 8. That's just crummy fortune. Because he played extremely well.
What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says,
oh, get that ball in. Get that ball in. There you go, big man. Table's open, son.
So ultimately, I think we put the deposit wine with him for a short amount of time.
Wow.
Not for a longer amount of time because we're concerned that he may swap out the juice wine for his own wine. Okay.
So, to my knowledge, the table's open.
The majority of the inhabitants are
I can
Jews.
get that extra ball. Oh, yeah, that is how it works. Look at this shot, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, I saw them all flash. I couldn't really tell which was what.
But we are concerned that
oh, thank you for the heads up.
He may switch his wine for the juice. So for a short amount of time, it's mutter. For a long amount of time, also. Shmano kiyema. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his wine. What is that?
That was very nice of you.
Right. It's not hopefully wrong with his oil. Oil can't be into that.
Folks, this might be one of the most devastating shots of all time. Garbage.
Ultimately, again,
Garbage.
His wine is like his oil. just like
Everybody knows that
just
was
like
garbage.
oil is permitted,
I know it was garbage. Traceway knows it was garbage. Barry knows it was garbage. Barry's dogs know it was garbage. Everybody. But I especially knew it was garbage.
From this oil to get enough from this water. I can't drink.
Let's see a good shot.
But ultimately, you can get enough from this water. The shark called
This might be heartbreaking.
for every other thing, how do you call it? He is like he's like an apple. Which the rest of Shimon Omer,
That looks good. That looks very good. Folks, that was an amazing shot. Traceway pocketed the two ball. This looks great.
So actually pause over here. We'll pick up in the next session. Actually, let's finish.
Oh, and he's got the brown ball.
You see from here that
He's just making quick work at this table, folks.
regarding every other matter. When my myself, ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that Rothschild is having akum for everything else? What does that mean? To which the Gemara says, love in the bank of let's go
The people of the world are demanding.
So it doesn't get because again, how did this whole thing that get Rothschild get started? It got started was trying to figure out doesn't get Rothschild have the ability to negate idolatry, if we have actually decommissioned idolatry. So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, Agir Toshav is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple
choosing his target,
theologically decommissioned and negate that whole desire, so too can Agir Toshav. So too can Agir Toshav. To which the Gemara says, no, Litin Rishus about those. No, it actually uses something else. It uses actually Hilchot Shabbos. What does it mean Hilchot Shabbos? What's it? Watch it. Give Samuel. We saw him, Lord. The Shaman Shabbos was a most seconds. Just quickly. Erev Chatzeros. If you have multiple homes that open up,
combo shot.
You cannot carry from a home into that court. So many homes in the court now without having kids. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants
Look
of
at that sexy
the They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home.
Go for the long shot.
Home to the chutzner into the home. The thing is, if you have a Jew who did not join into
in the annals of history, people will be studying that decision.
He can yield his rights to the other members of the chutzner. If there is a non-Jewish resident,
a terrible decision.
His rights. He cannot simply yield his rights. You have to rent his rights from you. So watch this. The Gemara says, "Yisrael Momer, the Shomer Shabbos of the Shop, and without the Lushus." Ultimately, again,
look at this, folks. Now, will he make it 3 games in a row where he pockets the 8 ball and the cue ball?
As long as externally, like, right? In the public, he keeps Shabbos. Privately, he doesn't keep Shabbos. And at least in public, he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Without the Roshos, all he needs to do if he didn't practice.
No, he will not.
He just needs to
Traceway 1-1. Rabbi 1-1. All right, we're going to leave it at that. You win 1, I win 1. I will play one more game, but it's different. It's still cool. All right, we're going to play 9-ball trick shot. Have we ever played trick shot? Okay. The trick shot, there are like 5 different kinds of trick shots. They are kiss shot, combo shot, blind shot, which I'll show you how to do that if you don't know already. And I don't know if you know how to play 9-ball, but you have to do it like in order: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And oh, look at you! You just put in a bunch of balls, but like that doesn't necessarily help you. Okay, so you go for points. So you don't want to just hit the ball up. You want to hit it like off the rail, or hit the cue ball off the rail.
The rights of this non-participatory Jew who didn't participate in the Eruv, they start with this.
You get extra points for kiss shots, combo shots, blind shots. If you want a blind shot on the right side, get it. On the right side, you'll see that I, if you see that eye, and if you turn, if you press it, then you can't see it, and it will basically give you a benefit.
You have to go ahead and
I have to hit that ball.
and he's strong woman.
I don't even think I can hit that ball. All right, so
we said before that
we need one of the best shots ever. Oh, what a shot! So that was a kiss shot off the. That was like one of the best shots of all time. No doubt, folks. That was amazing. So that's a blind shot because I did it without looking at the thing. This one, I don't really know what's going to go on here. But I've got 50 and you have 0. But you can get like pretty easily, you can get a lot of points at once if like a couple balls go in. There you go. But that doesn't get you anything.
Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this.
It needs to be like a trick shot.
If you
failed to do a trick shot, comes back to me.
As a supposed for the Soros Tobos for all of Am Yisrael. Our commentator sponsors for the month of Av. Habanim Latova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Rosenzweig, and Stanley Rosenzweig.
This one you can't lose by like hitting a round ball, but you can lose points. So like it's not like automatically
and
over.
Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of their father Ben Adler, father Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno, of Nelson, of course, as always. We dedicate our learning in the Swiss we just have to just make the welcome to Shalom home, the Shalom and the Karaf and the Miracle and the social network give them
dirty.
Success.
That would have been sick.
All of that
All right.
Ahead of us today.
Like this one,
That is Samach
we're going
Gimel
to do
and we are picking up on Samach
a beautiful blind shot. Maybe one of the greatest blind shots in the history of humankind.
4, 6, 8, 10,
Get
12,
there.
12 lines
So that's plus 10, which isn't that great. But I mean, it's better than nothing, and it allows me to continue. And then this one, we're going to try to put in the right pocket, right center pocket. Oh, even though I didn't, that counts as a bank shot and a kiss shot. So that was dirty as fuck. Now this one, I'm going to try to put in back left. None of that matters what I say. It's not
You
like
can
you
go
have to call
ahead
it.
and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this does, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes on the part of the Sheminis, so what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yannai's household would repay the Aniyim ultimately again with new produce, 8-year produce. So the Gemara says, so they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice to Rabbi Yochanan. There's something about it, obviously, that
Garbage.
to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, yeah, you see, often it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? You connect done. Now I'll say that. Interestingly enough, look at Rashi. Y'all seen up inside. Just do a couple of Rashis. Y'all seen up. Then there, Rabbi Yochanan said the members of the house of Rabbi Yannai are acting totally fine. Rashi says the chivim that he shaita lo havu hanach be'en.
Get it. Right, I'm going to have one of the dirtiest shots of all time right here. Oh,
so sometimes that forbidden
almost.
upon the previously permitted item. So, for example, the concern over here is if this looks like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, then even the 8-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a recipe.
So if I want, I could just put this in and not get any points, but it just means it's harder for you to get points, and then the last shot has to be a trick shot.
Therefore, this does not look like you're you're doing commerce with
But-
sheep produce.
Oh, that was
And
blind shot. That's great. That ended it.
revolves upon the
Excellent.
8th-year produce.
All right, we'll do
That's
one
the
more
idea.
normal game.
Therefore, again,
And
halacha
then-
l'isa, and therefore, again, the sanctity will not devolve upon the 8th-year produce. This is very interesting. This is to connect them to Eslan.
Baby,
And in
baby.
a similar case,
I'm telling you right now,
Eslan zone. Eslan zone is the halacha is a person goes to a
I'm not your biggest enemy. Your biggest enemy is something known as the 8 ball. Because the last 2 out of 3 games, actually, it's the cue ball.
Makes sense. Listen to this.
Are you going to accept my invitation, or are you going to just jerk yourself off raw?
Raisa says, "Nosam Rachel Abarda." Let's say Reuben goes to Rachel. Rachel is a son. Right? Reuben goes to Rachel.
Oh, what a shot. Get in.
He gives her this, and he gives her a
BS.
payment, right? But he doesn't have
Table's
a
open, big dog.
Or he has
That's a
relations
miss.
with her, but
I can
doesn't
tell you
pay
right
her.
now.
What's the halacha?
It's
Esmana
obviously a miss.
for Hamlet's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. It's obviously a
Garbage.
If he
My
gave
man.
her, let's say he gave her a lamb.
Already putting up a big
And he didn't
score.
have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon. Why?
That's a miss, though. Everybody knows it. People are celebrating in the streets of this miss. I know I'm celebrating in the streets because you missed.
No restrictions on it.
Oh,
Which the Gemara says.
wow, what a trick. He psyched out the crowd. That was beautiful.
Ultimately, they didn't pay her anything. And if he didn't pay her anything,
No way anything good happens here.
If he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning
Are
of the
you
statement
serious?
that says that
Are you serious?
Doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, "Ella, hachika."
My man might sweep the table, folks. I want him to.
If he gave her, let's say he gave her the
That would be
and then
great.
only afterwards. In other words, let me tell you this piece outside.
He's got a
This is what
chance.
I'm saying like this. When does something become an S-nut, an S-nut or a harmless payment? When there's transactional immediacy.
No
Pays
way.
her, relations. Right?
No
Or
way.
relations, pay her. In other words, when there's
No way.
immediacy,
I'm in his head,
that's when
baby.
it's an S-nut. If there is a lack of transactional
No.
immediacy,
No way he
then
hits
the
this
payment
shot.
does not
No way
become
he hits this
status
shot.
of S-nut zone. And what that means practically is that it can be
He
used
can't even get the
let's say,
ball
for
there.
some type of sacrificial or temples. So watch this. So there's Ella cover. No salah, if you gave her the sheep, the Afrikach Ba'ala. Now what does it mean? The Afrikach Ba'ala. Rashi says, Achshav Ella the Achazman.
Easy
Doesn't have
shot.
relations with
That's
her.
one.
Rather again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. You know, the days are today and have relations with her.
Easy
now,
shot.
so
This is
for
2.
tomorrow, again, as opposed
I'm
to
dedicating
payment,
this to Joe Rogan.
but Achar Salah, that's not a mutter. Oh, excuse me. Oh, Ba'al, the Achar Kaf Salah, or for that matter, he has relations with her. And then
Easy
he
shot.
pays her.
Here's 3.
That's not a mutter. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the S-nut is going to be mutter. However,
Easy
the
shot.
Achar Kaf
This is for Joe Rogan, baby.
So what we're saying is as follows.
Here's
That
4.
essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an S-nut zone, there has to be a
Big dog.
Once there's transactional immediacy, in
I
other
don't know
words,
if I can hit that
payment
one.
relations, then the lamb, the sheep, the payment has the status.
There's a chance,
ultimately
though,
of a harvest. Now, again, remember, just to
that I could hit this shot
So remember,
for an unprecedented 5-0. Oh, dog.
People came to the opener because they felt, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little bit strange. This practice.
Oh, your fucking ball is just so close,
Why?
but yet
Same idea.
fucking me so
There's no
badly.
transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, the sheep produce, and after the 8th
All right,
year produce
folks.
remains totally fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit.
He's got to hit one of the most difficult shots of his career.
So again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays her.
Trey's way.
But within his it's her sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example of ultimately for sacrificial purposes, right? So he pays your sheep.
Not
Right?
what he
And
wanted
let's
to
say
do,
he pays
baby.
you on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, he has relations with her. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment. And therefore
This
it's not
bitch is looking
permitted
like
for persecuted temple.
Rabbi's
It
way.
lacks transaction immediacy. I understand. But when he does have relations with her, let's say on Wednesday, right?
Give it to me.
He has relations with her on Wednesday.
Oh, babies.
So why don't we say that when he does have relations with her,
This is a tough shot, though. I dedicate it to Joe Rogan. I'm not good at these shots, dog.
But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday,
I dedicate this shot to Joe Rogan.
Fuck
Fuck yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. I put Trey's way in his place.
Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting, but what's the case? This is very interesting. What happened?
Yeah, baby. I'll let you practice some of that trick shot.
She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So the Gemara is saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as
Folks, if you're watching at home, that was one of the greatest comebacks in the history of human
she offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harlot, a pious zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a faker. She's a zona, and she's offering up carbonos. Let's say it's important to make them.
Trey's-way, do you like the Beatles?
And we all live with inherent contradictions.
Oh, go fuck yourself, dog. How don't you listen to the Beatles?
There are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly.
They're not that big?
The things that I don't do well,
It's definitely not what?
or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well and that I'm righteous.
Oh, I got you. Well. All right.
Righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal.
You're a creative person. I'm sure you can figure something out. Okay, so what's your favorite band?
Most of us are not there. Sometimes we feel hypocritical. Sometimes we feel like a fake because here,
No matter what you say,
I'm doing this. I'm getting stuck on it. I'm doing this. Because of that, I'm doing this. Right? It is hypocritical.
Okay, I'll let that slide because that's a great pick. Do you have a favorite Bruce Springsteen song?
Such is the nature of life.
Fuck yeah. Have you ever seen the music video?
That even though the zona is a zona, she also brings covers.
You haven't seen the music video of your favorite song of Bruce Springsteen?
Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner.
Do you know who Courtney Cox is? She was on Friends. She's in it. She's like a younger woman, and she gets pulled up on stage, and then she dances with Bruce Springsteen. It's pretty baller.
The animals are she already offered it up. So you might say, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack.
Yeah, it was before she would. She had done like maybe small roles, like a commercial or like. But yeah, it was like her first big role.
Right, acquire this as of today. Right, then
and then from there, and then she did a couple other small things, and then she got on Friends. She was on an episode of Seinfeld. She played one of Jerry's many girlfriends.
So essentially, gave her a gift. And then she has every right to offer it up. However, the look on the Lakrim in the action is enough.
If you're ever check out the
but if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of
music video for Dancing in the Dark, it's pretty amazing.
As of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So
it's one of those before they were famous.
It's from Tuesday. Okay, we're gonna have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, hey, you must see a card. I could shuffle it up as a card. After all, the ish is based on published on Rahman. The Torah says if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about the erech, valuation. Right, so we'll go ahead and consecrate.
Do you know who the drummer of the E Street Band is?
Just like your home, you own it.
His name is Max Weinberg. He used to be the drummer for the Conan O'Brien Tonight Show and the Late Show, Late Night with Conan O'Brien. He's very talented.
You could only be makdish something that is yours.
Yeah.
In the realm of personal growth.
I think you can see him in that video too.
We're sometimes make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. And secondly, it's good to have people who look up to, aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what this person's focus are, their abilities are. The Ribbon Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You consecrate that doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that Hashem only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me someone else to do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual things that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess that, and we're honest about it. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. To only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our purpose, in our power, within our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. How dumb was the case? This is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so we're going to give this to the zone of the sheep out right? And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, the schedule's to be here tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a card, whether you need dinner, whatever it is, then where's the shop? And I give you the right to acquire it. So it's interesting how the edges is that's fine. So the Gemara says this. So everyone says that's the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why this? Besides that, it's totally interesting. We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with the Rabbi, this Shmita transaction. The idea that's kind of happening over here is that something can only be invested in a limited status when there is a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shmita case, and ultimately we see it by the Eslam zone and by the Harlot case as well. Let me just get further into this Harlot case. So by the Rothschild, it's very interesting. So let's say, same thing, Ruben gives Rothschild, moving its zona, the sheep on Tuesday. The dia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish. She consecrates it. She didn't offer it up as a partner, but she's makdish. So what's the status now of the animal? Kevon Damar, Amirasul Rabot, Mishlasal Abro, Kimandak Vivasivani. So to be seen essentially, making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. Therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but it's gone, the animal is gone. The makdish ultimately then, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she is makdish? Again, because let's say, where the shine is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the dia occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslam Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the dia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday, she's makdish. Wednesday, the dia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an Eslam somehow or not? So much of the case shall be Rabbi Eliezer. We can answer Eliezer. So let's say going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right? And you might say, Rabbi Eliezer, Shekhatna Behikri Basa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Eslam Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time that the dia occurred. Dafka Hikri Basa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. About Hikri Shaso, low. But from the Eliezer statement, it would appear that if she is makdish, if the animal is still in existence at the time that the dia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslam Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Eliezer is fake to me by the truth is, this after this Shaila is Mamish Shaila of Eliezer himself. So the Gemara says, no. Mifshat Shikah Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Basar, Dafka, Baki Shasam, Lo, that Isra Shasbia. So Rabbi Eliezer said that the only time it doesn't become an Eslam is when the animal was offered up before the Bia. Because by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated it. If the animal still in existence at the time of the bia, in which case halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an eslan zona. Of dilma, hikivasa pshitale, vibishasa musafre. I mean, maybe obviously if she offered it up and it's falling as this kind of of course it's not going to be categorized as an eslan zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. To which the Gemara says taken. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, I will say, what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with eslan zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an eslan zona, as a harvest gain, must be transactional immediacy, which means bia. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed bia and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered to be an eslan zona. If he deposited an animal for payments, now the bia doesn't occur until later on. As soon as she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up as a bona fide cargo. If she's not vicious, she consecrates it. And so the animal is still in existence at the time of the bia, and the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the paper, that's the color. Okay, that's analyzing it. So when it was like the second issue again was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards, so ultimately again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means it's used for consecrated purposes, or meaning, Gemara is the kasha. I don't understand this. Gemara says, or meaning, Ba'ala v'akakach masama, ativim kind at shalosh shonim esnana asa. The Rabbi says if he has relations with the same, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the girls late. Right, so he pays her late. Right, 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it's still the awesome. And I'm not stuck, I'm not just low pasture. So listen, that consciously just important. The rights that we quoted before on some page number 62, he said that if there's relations and then payment, that's another estimate, it's not transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says that there's relations even if it's 3 years later, ultimately it is still awesome. And I'm not just low pasture. It's not a contradiction. Had the Amar is Ba'ali li the Talasa, had the Amar is Ba'ali li the Talastan. So I said this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we're talking one case and another case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep. And he identified the sheep versus have relations with me for a sheep. The Talasa, Hokama Bilayat Lohavi Eslan the Nekashtakins. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there is transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. The other fellow is that my hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Moving goes over to Rothschild. He says, have relations with it's up to Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her 3 years. 3 years, now look at this, it has the status of a harvest payment because there's transactional immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep for the fight for possession, to which the Gemara says, the zone of honest okay, so kind of is actually interesting, but ultimately the thing of the sheep was only written by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need the sheep for 12 months. So think that the son is not Jewish. You guys know another possibility is the old numbers on the Israel, it's talking about a Jewish harlot. If you don't, they call you the Chatzir. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in the Chatzir. In which case, again, ultimately, this can Chatzir she requires it. That's in a second. If Kai the Chatzir, Bala the Akakaf Nasala, Hakamman, for example, I understand. If it's in a Chatzir, in ours, then she requires it. In ours, he had relations with her, and then ultimately, again, dedicated to only dedicated to her. It's already in a Chatzir, she already acquired it. What are you talking about here? You might say, in other words, she acquired it before Pia. So this is like apparently not a case of Eslan Zona because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Pia if the sheep is standing in her Chatzir. Which the Gemara Psicha, the Shadri Nehemi Akotiki. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So when it comes to the halal, right here, this sheep is not supposed to be. Remember, what is it supposed to be? You're supposed to be essentially like a guarantee. That in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really require the sheep initially. She marries the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amrullah, and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. And if not, shakli the aslan, take this sheep, ultimately again, as the Holy fine. Not saying that she like this. Also, needs help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling the essence of this watch list. Let's say again, let's say even employees, donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Now Rashi points out over here. Rashi, these workers are non-Jews or they're Amir artists, which is unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They see why this is important to learn. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? Okay, so actually before we get to this. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's the payments or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So listen, now the Gemara says, to do this, she doesn't have to be worried. Base 63. Listen, here's this interesting about this. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akum or ameh aretz, he has to be concerned maybe the akum is going to go by yayin esna, right? Or maybe ultimately again the ameh aretz is going to buy shmita produce or ma'aser sheni produce includes milat and he doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Chevra, do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Lomishum Meiser, right, if you look at Rashi, it's actually the last one, the last of the long lines, not Rashi. The Ha'ilu, those Safiluni, the Elapiti, we don't, Ruben is not the one giving them right? We're just giving them money. And so here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on you. It's not on you. So therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now what? Contrast how the following is. Sound of Yola, base 63, second line down. In Allah, stretch them. Su the Ichlos, Vani Polea, Su Shtu Vani Polea. And he says to the workers, donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pick up the tab. All. Now this is a problem. Then we have the problem. Then we have a problem. Now why is that? Look at that. She gets in the problem for us. Habihu Lokia Habisu Mahilo, the Hashtal Solid National, the issue of the kids because he's in the tab. Now it's like he's purchasing and providing these negative covers. You see the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, whatever they do. If he says, go eat, go drink the tab, then ultimately that is problematic because if he is purchasing and providing these purchasing prohibited items for his purpose. Allah, what do you see from here? He kapara to make it so what you see from here is that Allah this is we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbi case of remember. Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they repaid the poor with 8 year produce. The Rothschild said, not a problem as long as transactional immediacy. So Rabbi said, what do you see from this last piece over here? Amo, ki kapara, the name is kapara. So what do you see here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right, pays the bill, so even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, Allah so this transaction already received, and he is considered to be paid for these the Shemitah produce and the Sheni produce the Aliyos, and it's problematic. Therefore the Gemara says, Halchanami, Kikapara, the Misa Kapara. So to even about Rabbi when they repay a year, ultimately again, isn't that ultimately Shemitah produce? Same with the Gemara, the Gemara Kisto, the Chenteni Hamakipo, the Mishtabim. So no, it's different. In the Ruben case, right, if he's going ahead and telling the workers, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about really purchasing food from the shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. Even the Arthur okay, kindly do it that way. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to you, then ultimately there is transactional immediacy. That's happening. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at actually just a moment. Kindly do it that way. It's actually 90% that you actually left. And then the shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from you because he regularly extends credit. שכבר בו, שחמוקים שישנו הדין הרחני לא לחדרי תוך החליפים. So we'll say, so that's it, there is transaction use. Ruben is not just saying stand home where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore it's considered almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers and laborers whatever they want to use for these items, and Ruben is going to immediately pay for it. No technology, even the Hanafani, the Muslim community, not sending out of because again that doesn't apply in consideration, right? This wasn't like a credit situation. These were people normally business together. Therefore, that case is fine because of that transaction immediacy. You must send the machine back to home now. But again, using that logic, Ruben was to send out his work the same case, though he can go to and pick up the tab. And now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. Then it sounds like what? Mutter. And it should be okay. If that's the case, then it's mutter. Ilafi, at the time Su'u ve'eflu b'dinar zeh, Su'u shesu b'dinar zeh. If that's the case, then the second vice are differently. Instead of making the first case of the vice up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat or drink, make it two different things. What does this do to the Gemara says, that is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? The Chenvanim Hamakipo, the Mishtabim way. When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because this transactional immediately, and it's as if again the Chenvanim already has the money to pay. How about Chenvanim? But shopkeepers who do not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that here should be caught. In other words, better for the price to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one detail different, than to highlight two dramatically different cases. This was the old, somebody shame a people move on the shopkeeper, more exactly. Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to pay? Many bummer about this case. Homer the Chavero. The person says to his friend, "Hey, mother McCoy, leave me from the fussy luck." So what happens? Right, Ruben goes, right, I got it to you. So Ruben, do me a favor, give him money to Shimon, give money to Shimon, and all of my property will be coming from good to you. What's that about? Ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. The Gemara says, so what do you see from here? Now, again, let's even assume that you and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from here? When you ask someone to provide you something with us, and ultimately you're guaranteeing it, the encumbrance, that transactional immediacy, cease to occur right in there. On the level, you're right. At the end of the day, whether the shop extends credit, if it doesn't extend credit, doesn't receive any difference. Even the low miyafit shibude low this. So what's the difference? Rashi as well. Rashi says, "Even though the Yachid should actually third wide Rashi about him, he'll not say, she'll yichei lo miyach ma'os nekach, love kami k'mizu v'lomis." Since Reuben did not go ahead and actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money have been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional needs. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. Shudimota. Shelo yichil emos lekach lav chalik aminu v'lo mitzvah. Sorry. The Gemara says halacha amaychoshish. So that's the case ultimately again. So when we consider that, we should shvius. So the Gemara says oh no milachid should be halacha. So ultimately again, it says the Gemara. Ultimately again, what do you have to be concerned about? Halacha, my choshish, we should shvius. What do you have to be concerned about over here? The halacha and saw that perhaps again shvita produce, but lo miyachid should be halacha, lo miyachid should be halacha. Ultimately, again, same thing. Halacha and saw, because no particular money is actually designated in advance, it does not take transactional use. The halacha can go shevictim lo gira. What's the case? The case over here is where the halacha is advanced the money for the family. Okay, so this changes that. Rashi, Shekin lo, Alapayis Dira the company, Hodem Shishalach Etzlo. The Hashtam the Alapayis Ba'apli Yisrael. So this changes everything. So in the case over here, ultimately, again, when the Rashi says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is where already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. I'm not going to. So the Gemara says as follows. So Afghan says as follows. So again, all of this is all in this same realm of transactional needs. Like that's the thing that's happening right here. So the Gemara says, I'm missing the Shmei to make the absolute America. So Christ said, I said this over in front of the secret of America. And what happened? Amalei, he hustled at the current school history, so we should see that he correct. That's the case. The guy says shouldn't do that. When he says to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay me to someone he hasn't paid. Now, what should it say? It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying out of case of the years that you didn't forget. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper. Then it's a question of saying, I left you $100. How much should we consume? Which the you're right. So you're right. Tony, ultimately, again, a lot of places you're right. Change the prices. The prices should really be the following way. That halacha said, even says today. So case, remember, essentially there are two cases in place. Case number one is where Reuben gives his workers $100. So stop and go out and eat, go out and drink. That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on you. Case two, so we much understanding now, is that halacha said Reuben prepaid the thing. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my worker's going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says that's the problematic. You have to be concerned. If you have access now to prohibited food items, then it's if Reuben is going ahead and supplying with prohibited items. The way that prices should read is Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink, and then I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. That's what the Gemara says. Okay, let's stop over here for today. Oh yeah, everyone, what a God. Everyone. We'll say good morning. It is a great satisfaction to be able to learn with all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip. Thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, for the Shpach of Eretz Yisrael. They dedicated all the Shema Drushos this year. as a support for the soul's troubles for all and Israel. I come close passes for the month of Av. Habarim will tell us, Stephen Wendy Jason, Anna of Israel Jason, Dina Jason, Eileen Roses White, and Stanley Roses White for the drop. We have learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, Bishop of the Yard Tom, Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, Steve Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Anna, the memory of his father, Ben Anna, father, all of Mordecai, and Maria, not so much for the as always. We dedicate our name to Switzerland countries, hospitals, and to the to Shalom home, Shalom and the Karaf and America, and Soldiers make give them success. The whole Nasi. Once the back we have us speaking, we have an exciting back ahead of us today. Today's back is Samuel 63, and we are not on south facing the base 62B. Today, Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 12 lines up from the line. So the verse is as follows. Today, Yana, Yas Shlias Namian, who carved with the Shlias. It's a very interesting piece of here. The members of the household of Rabbi would do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8-year produce, non-Shemitah produce from the following year. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says something very interesting. Yasti Kerishis, called in Smanabir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but halacha, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this does, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the household of the night would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes, and a part of the Shemitah, which Tachach, the often Aniyim, the Shemitah, Achar Abir, and the Shlias. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi's household repay the Aniyim, ultimately again with new produce, 8-year produce. So the Gemara says, so they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice already. There's something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan, another room. Rabbi Yochanan said, yeah, listen up, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? And then done, interestingly enough, look at Rashi, you all seen nothing, sorry, it's two a couple of Rashis. You all seen nothing. Rabbi Yochanan said, the members of the house of the Adonites are acting totally fine. Rashi says, the thinking that he shaita, lo habu hanach ve'en, lo iflife hani v'hani, la chaliten yenu, lo chaylik b'isha shvesa. Let's remember again. We saw yesterday's daf already. When you get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity off on the previously committed for. So, for example, the concern over here is, this looks like one is transacting business, which means the produce. But even the 8-year program that we have, Shemitah sanctification. Now, the Yochanan said that would be a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken on the Shemitah year and only being quote unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition falls upon the 8-year produce. That's the idea here. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not develop upon the 8-year produce. This is very interesting. This is to connect them to Eslan and Motor. And interestingly enough, a similar piece would come up with Eslan Zona. Eslan Zona is developed when the person goes to a Zona and he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, he pays her money, even if he gives her an object, that object is called an Eslan Zona, payment for a harvest, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The sign here. So the first time you guys know what's the sign of this. Yes, let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel's the son. Right? Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately again he gives her a payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter. For hundreds payment, ultimately is mutter to sacrificial use. Which obviously doesn't make sense. You understand. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon. Why? Sheep, even though he didn't have relations with her. So if you didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again, the lamb is a gift. It's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, the Sue, furthermore, the second case, he had relations with her, he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay her anything. If he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't pay her anything, and what's the meaning of the statement in Bryce that says that Allah from the Esna is mutter? Doesn't make any sense. Which the Gemara says, Allah, now this is what it means to say. This is this. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, what we need to tell you is piece outside. So the Gemara is going to say like this. When does something become an Esna, and Esna is on a harvest payment? When there's transactional immediacy. Pays her relations, right? Relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an Esna. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take status of Esna zone. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So what's Ella cover? No salah, if you gave her the sheep, the Achakach Ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the Achakach Ba'ala? Rashi says, Achshav Ella La'achazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some more common sense. You know, if he's here today and has relations with her in 3 hours from now or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. Oh, Ba'ala, the Achakach Nasala, or for that matter, he has relations with her, and then he afterwards pays her, Esnana Mutter. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the Esnana is going to be Mutter. However, Nasala, the Achakach Nasala. So therefore, what we're saying is as follows, that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an Esnana zona, that has to be transactional immediacy. Once you transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the sheep, the payment, has a status ultimately again of a husband. Now, again, keep track of what's going on here. So remember, the household of Rosianai, they would borrow sheep produce from the poor and pay it ultimately again with the produce. People came to the Yochanan because they felt, I don't know, maybe it's like a little distribution practice or something like that, business with sheep produce. So the Yochanan said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th year produce, the 3rd produce, and then for the 8th year produce, it's totally fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit discussing on this. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's he goes ahead and he pays it. Right? We have used I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example of everything we do right? So he pays your sheep. Right? And then let's say give your sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, he has relations. So again, based on what we just said before, that sheep do not have the status of a harvest period, and therefore it's not forbidden for consecrated campaigns, right? There's a lack of transactional immediacy. You must understand, if he's bought out, when he does have relations with her, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gives the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have relations with her, Lechol Allah is stolen on Freya? Obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives you the sheep, can't be labeled as Esna's zone. So we have relations with her, and we don't need this. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should devolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an Esna zona already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says, it's very interesting, so what's the case? This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So we're saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, a pious zona. And also, you might say to yourself, come on, why not let us fake it? She's a Zona, which is nothing that's Kavanas. Yes, it's important. We've met this many times in the past. Those are the things that we all look at consistencies. And we all live with inherent contradictions. And in certain respects, I'm eccentric, and in certain respects, I'm a Russia. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do well. Here's the beauty the things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, are from Shem. Don't take away from the things that I do well, that I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not an orderly thing. You can be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. But most of us are not yet. But sometimes you feel hypocritical. Sometimes you feel fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It is more contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. It is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is zona, but she also brings kavanas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kavanas are reach l'Torah. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner contradictions and struggles more than each other. And when we still push forward to do, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offered up the covenants. By the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this a little bit. What's the case? If he said to the Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then halacha so she did the sharia, right? The halacha b'shaskia u'matara ba'amabudiya. So then obviously it's multiple, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an esron on Tuesday because they didn't have a relationship yet. So essentially gave her a gift. And therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, the law on the lucky in the actual is not in the paragraph. It's very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? So he gives it to us, he's on Tuesday, okay, we're going to have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, how could you not put it up as a partner after all? Yiddish Kiyakish is based on Polish on that line. So it says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about the Erev, valuation. Right, will go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not based on the Shuso, just like your home, you own it. After the Shuso, so to the only thing you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you, in other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could she offer up as a partner? Unless it's kind of weird, it's not you can only do makdish something that is yours, which means in the realm of personal growth, Hakadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us what we're able to do. And sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's not good to have people who aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others, and in the frustrating, we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what this person's proposals are, their abilities are. The Ribono Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate something that doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that His Rabbi only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. You can only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our ability, in our power, within our spiritual achievements. Incredible. El Gamra, so what's the case? El Gamra, This is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives this to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, the schedule's for me tomorrow, right, and just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, right, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car money, you need dinner, whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire a vessel. So it's interesting, and it edges his best. Fine. So the Gemara says that. So therefore, that's the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides that, it's throwing out interesting. We're doing this because you can remember this on with Rabbi with this Shemitah transaction. And the idea that's kind of happening over here is that something can only be vested with limited status when there's a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esmon zone and by the Harlot payment case as well. And we just get further into those Harlot payment case. So by the Rothschild, Kama B'Kisha Somas, very interesting. So let's say, same thing, Reuben gives Reuben gives Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not fishing. She consecrates it. Now, she didn't offer it up as a covenant, but she's not fishing. So what's the status now of the animal? Kevan Damar Amilasum Gavok Muslasum Hadil, Kimadak Basitami. So do we say that essentially making something checkish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to a dish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdashit verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? Do we say that? No. In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but it's gone, the animal's gone. The makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she's makdashit? Again, because I must say, here the shiny is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the year occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an excellent zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the bia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdashit, Wednesday the bia occurs, and ultimately so at the time of the bia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object explain somehow or not? So mercification is Rabbi Eliezer. Because Rabbi Eliezer, so let's say going back to Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right? You must know. Rabbi Eliezer, Shekadma Behikli Vasa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case at the Eslan Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered, right? She offered it up already by the time the occurred. Dafka Hikli Vasa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, is no longer in existence. About Hikli so low. So the Rabbi Eliezer statement in here that if she was not, if the animal was still in existence at the time that the bia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an extenzona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Eliezer is fake by it. The truth is, this shaila is not the shaila of Rabbi Eliezer himself. So the Gemara says, no. Mifsha Pshita Rabbi Eliezer, Yakubasa, Dafka, Bakisha, Solo, Dabisa, Shashia. Because Rabbi Eliezer says the only time it doesn't become an esrog is when the animal was offered up before the bia. Because by the time the bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated it. The animal is still in existence at the time of the bia, in which case, halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an esrog zona. All Dilma, if he thus of Shitale, Rikishas in the Sakha. I mean, maybe obviously she offered it up and it's only going to exist at the time of the of course, it's not going to be categorized as an esrog zona. But in case she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says taken. So we're really not sure. So interestingly, on both sides, what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one, because we're not finished with esrog zona yet. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an esrog as a harvest payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately it is not considered to be an esrog. If he deposited an animal with her payments, now, and the via doesn't occur until later on, she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up, it's a bona fide carbon. If she's not dishing, she consecrates it, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the via, the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the taking, that's the under. Okay, let's analyze it. So when he was the second day surgery was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter and used for conservation purposes, or meaning marries the kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, for him, Ba'ala v'akakach masana, hafilu mikhan ashalo shonim esmana asa. But the Rabbi says if Reuben has relations with his son, and then he pays her even 3 years late, 3 years late, so he will pay all of the girls late. Right, so he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and we still be awesome. I'm not stop. I'm not this stuff. Well, cash. So what's the next? So just important. The rights that we covered before, that's like phasing the 62% that if there's relations and then payment, that's another full transaction immediately. Here the Gemara says that relations, even if it was 3 years later, ultimately it is still awesome. I'm not having stuff. I'm not this stuff. Cash. It's not a contradiction. Hadda Amar is Ba'ali li, is Ba'ali li, Italasa. Hadda Amar is Ba'ali li, Italastan. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we're talking one case of another case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep, Girashi, Italasa, Hokama Diyoyev Lo Havi Esman Mechashtakinsa. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional use. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately again there is no transaction or use. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. The other level colors that my hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Ruben goes over to Rothschild. He says, have relations with to Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years, the halacha is, it has the status of a harvest payment because there's transaction release. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep for required taking possession. In which the Gemara says, the zone abonas will have them below sheep. Okay, so kind of is actually interesting. It ultimately begin with the sheep was only written by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need the sheep to apply. So it turns out Zona who's not Jewish. You guys know the possibilities. The old number is on Israel. It's not talking about a Jewish harlot. Okay, go on. The Koi Bechatzeh. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in her closet. In which case, again, ultimately there's two closet sheep buyers. That's in a second. I understand. If it's in her chassid, then she acquires it. In other words, he had relations with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it. What do you mean then he gave it? It's already in her chassid, she already acquired it. What are you talking about? In other words, she acquired it before her. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Esnor because she's acquiring the sheep even before Bia if the sheep is standing in her chassid. Which the Gemara says, the shopping and handy out culture. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So, moving comes to Rothschild, right? Here, this sheep is in a culture. Remember, the one's a culture. The culture essentially is what you're going to he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you can take this sheep. So, therefore, she doesn't really require the sheep initially. She requires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amallah, and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. And if not, take this sheep ultimately again as your harlot payment. Fine. Not saying Rav Shesha says like this, but some help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling to the essence of the spotless. Let's say again, let's say Ruben employs donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so that he's paid. Now, the way ultimately, again, he's paying them. Now, Rashi points out over here, either these workers are non-Jews or they're Amir-Hararetz. They're just Jews. Idolaters are Jews. Yes, let us know this morning. And he says to them, Right? So what's the halacha? The Eno Choshesh, okay, so actually before you do this. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's food and drink or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right here, go and drink, go and eat. So we'll say, now the Gemara says, the Eno Choshesh, to do this, Eno Choshesh, he doesn't have to be worried. Some people base 63b. Lo mishum shvius and lo mishum ma'asim, lo mishum yayin ma'asim. Now, what's that? Here's what's interesting about this, right? What's the question here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akum or amei aretz, he has to be concerned that maybe akum is going to go by yayin ma'asim. Right? Or maybe ultimately again the Amaretz is given by Shira produce or Maizushim produce includes Milat out of Yerushalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, do what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, look at Rashi, right? If you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one, the last of the long ones, not Rashi. The heart, we don't, Rudain is not the one giving it, he is giving them money. And it's covered here, this is for the food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Rudain. It's not on Rudain, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now watch. Translate all the following things. Sound of Yom, 63 second line down. The Amalak, said to them, Su ve'ichlu v'ani cholera, Su ushtu v'ani cholera. And he says to the workers, right, donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay, I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Choshish mishum shlias mishum maiz mishum yayin. Then we have a problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at Rashi. The issue of it is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his workers. You see the difference? If Ruben just says, here's 100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. There's nothing to do. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his workers. Allah, what do you see from there? So what you see from there is that we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbinic case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbinic case. Remember, the Rabbinic, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they repaid the Torah with 8 real produce. Rothschild said, now the problem is no transaction immediacy. So what do you see from this last piece of here? Amol, keep kapara, to make it kapara. So what do you see from here? That when moving pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, a local amount of this transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce and the Sheni produce from the Yayinas, and it's problematic. Therefore the Gemara says, Ofenami, Kapara, Dumisa Kapara. So to the other Rabbi and maybe paying is here, ultimately again, isn't that for paying for Shemitah produce? Same thing. So it's the must say, Gemara Kishta, the Senteni Hamakito, in the Shabbat. No, it's different from Ruben case, like when he's going ahead and telling the workers, and we'll just go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. Even the argument that they finally do have it. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to you, then ultimately there is transactional immediacy. That's how it is. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that, just a moment. Finally, it's actually very crossing the left. Can give me some across it. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from the bank because he regularly extends credit. So that's it. There is transaction immediacy. Ruben is not just saying stand where you are. and buy food, buy shrimp. Then go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Uber. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, no funny thing is, therefore it's considered almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers and laborers, whatever it wants, and Ruben is going to immediately pay for it. No funny thing about Hana Kira, Sivan Hana Kani, the Muslim Muslims, Ras Kani. Again, that doesn't apply in Kisara. Right? This wasn't like a credit type situation. When people normally do together. Therefore, that piece is fine because it's not saying that for movies. You must other and we should in my people or not. But again, using that one, even with the same that is what the same case. Still you can go to an office of the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. Then it sounds like what? Then it should be okay. If that's the case, that's not a healthy. determined certain if that's the case, then second rights are differently. Instead of making the first case for myself, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat or drink, make it two different things. What should these two cases be? When is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben. Because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the company already has the money to limited items. But shopkeeper is not extending credit, but that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be called. In other words, better for the rice to go ahead and like two cases that are the same, but one detail different, than to highlight two dramatically different cases. This was the old company should not keep on real started for more effective, even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to the company? The person says to his friend, King Manavakori, Vikni Kon the Fosse Luck. So what happens? So right, Ruben goes, right, I got this to Ruben, do me a favor, give him money for shilling, and all my property will be coming encumbered to you. What's our fault? Finally, it's ultimately again my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. The Mercer says, what do you see from it? Now again, let's even assume that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from her? When you ask someone to go and do something to someone else, and ultimately again you're guaranteed that encumbrance of transactional immediacy sees what the life you're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't receive any difference. You must look at it. Even the low miyach today low miss. So what's the difference? So look at Rashi. Rashi says, even though miyach today, look at Rashi. Third wide one. Rashi says about it. Kilach today. So yichei lo miyach lows. Love coming from the low miss. Since Reuben did not go ahead and actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money have been set aside for that, therefore again, that lacks transactional needs. Because it does ultimately again, it should be mutter. שלא ייחי למוז וכך לאו חליק ממנו ולא ניסה. I'm sorry. The Gemara says, on my kashish. So that's the case ultimately again. So what do you need to be considered? That you shouldn't shrieks. So the Gemara says, so ultimately again, it says the Gemara, ultimately again, what do you have to be concerned about? My kashish. You should shrieks. What do you have to be concerned about over here? That perhaps again shrieks. Ultimately, again, it's the same thing. Because no particular money is been designated for advance, because not through transaction use. What's the case? The case over here is where the Balatan is advance the money to the family. Okay, so this changes up. Shaking low, Balatan is the family. Hold them, Shishalach. Etzlo. The Hashtam the Rabbi's Ta'apli Yisrael. All these changes everything. So in the case of the rear, ultimately again, when the Brisa says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take derivative things, it's literally like he's supplying them with derivative items. I'm not done off. I'm moving it up to the so the Gemara says as follows. So again, all of this is all under this same realm of transactional needs. Like that's the theme that's happening here. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm missing the Shmaitik to me. So I said this over in front of the Siddiq of Narigo. And what happened? Amalei, he huffy, and the credit support the iflu, so you should see by the way, if that's the case, the prices shouldn't be that he says to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay means that someone has to pay. Rather, what should it say? So the iflu, so you should see by the cash. It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Like, I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying that the case of here that we didn't prepay. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper. Then it's a question of saying, yeah, I left you $100. How much did you consume? Which was, I'm going to be right. So you're right. Tani, I'm going to Tani, not even a country. Ultimately, again, you're right. Change the price of food. The price should really be the following way. Yeah, I said, Ruben says today, so please remember, essentially there are two cases in Dyson. Case number one, Ruben gives his brothers $100. So it's never go out to eat, but drink on whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on you. Case two, the most important now, is that Halom myself, Ruben prepaid the food. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my worker's going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Right? Now the Gemara says, that's the concerned if he had access now to these food items, since if Reuben is going ahead and supplying the credit accounts. And the way that person should do this, Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink, but I need a kasha, and I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. That's what we're going to do. Okay, we'll stop over here for today. Oh yeah, everyone, what a God. I'm also a great wishing everyone a wonderful day.
Princess Aphrodite. You told me before the show that you legally changed your name to Princess Aphrodite. Actually, my legal office out that you love just L. Okay, I think that's one of my favorite football players.
Você que morning is a business option to be able to learn overview. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning cheer. To thank our annual Talmud sponsors, also Mishpach Rabbi Yisrael, for dedicating Holy Shul Drushos this year as a support for the Soros Tobos for all of Ham Yisrael. Our Talmud sponsors for the month of Av, Habab Roselda, Stephen Wendy Drazen, honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Roses White, and Stanley Roses White is from the Rothschild. We got learning sponsors, Dr. Evan Faith Wolf, the promotion of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, Steve Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of their father, Ben Adler, Robert Baruch Mordechai, and Maria. As always, we dedicate our learning to this physical teachers, the message from bringing home to Shalom and encouragement to give them success. Once in that, we let us speak in the exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Science Gimel 63, and we are talking about Khan, Science Basin base 62b, the day Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the line. So the verse is as follows: today Rabbi Yana, Yas Shlias Mandarin, who called them the Shlias. So a very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana, they would do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8th year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi says something very interesting. Yasi Perishli is called in Smanabir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the shita technicalities of it, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow shita produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi would borrow shmita produce from the aniyim during the shmita year. That goes on a part of the shminis. Ishkatach to achli aniyim shminis achar adiyah kalifi perishminis. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, you guys also repay the aniyim ultimately again with new produce, 8-year produce. So the Gemara says, "Asu amru Rabbi Yochanan." So they came and they said, so people who mention this practice of Rabbi Yochanan, there's something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said to Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Yochanan said, "Yeah, listen, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Next done, Rabbi saying that interestingly enough, look at Rashi, you also know this starts to a couple of Rashis. You also know, Rabbi Yochanan said the members of the house of the Ananas are acting totally fine. Rashi says the thinking that he shaita lo havu hanach be'en lo ichnife hani ba'ani lav chalit enenu v'lo chaylet kedusha shvius alai. So again, we saw in yesterday's daf already. When you get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity could pop upon the previously committed to them. So, for example, the concern over here is if this looks like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, then even the 8th-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not going to be a problem. Why? Because there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in the Shemitah year and only being quote-unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah produce involves on the 8th-year produce. That's the idea of it. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not develop upon the 8th-year produce. This is very interesting. This is connected to Esman and Mufah. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Esman Zona. Esman Zona goes to a Zona, and he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, if he pays her money, here he gives her an object. That object is called an Esman Zona. So you have relations with her, and ultimately, again, the land is a gift. It's a gift. There's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, you see, furthermore, the second case, he had a relationship with her, and he didn't pay her. Ultimately, he didn't pay her. If he didn't pay her, if he didn't pay her, and what's the meaning of the statement in the Raisa that says that Hamok and the Raisa, the Esna is mutter? Doesn't make any sense. Which the Gemara says, Allah, that doesn't mean to say, doesn't discuss Allah, the Afrikat Ba'ala. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, let me tell you this piece outside. Since we wasn't going to say like this, when does something become an Esna, the Esna is on the part of payment, when there's transactional immediacy. These are relations. Right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate solely. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So once Allah covers, no sorrow, if you gave her the sheep, the Afrikat Ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the Afrikat Ba'ala? Rashi says, Achshav Ella La'achazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. Days of today and has relations with her in 3 hours or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. Baraka Kasala, Aslam oh, Bala, the Akakaknosala, or for that matter, he has relations with her, and then he activates Kesar, Asnana Mukha. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the Asnan is going to be Mukha. However, Nasala, the Akakak, so therefore, so what we want to say is as follows: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an Asnan, so that has to be transactional immediacy. Once the transaction immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the non-receipt the payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest. Now again, remember, just to keep track of what's going on here. So remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and pay it ultimately again with the produce. People came to the Okanam because they felt, I don't know, maybe it's like a little exchange practice or transaction business with Shemitah produce. So the Okanam said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. Transactional immediacy that if your produce has an exchange, right? Whereas somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th year produce, the Shemitah produce, and then for the 8th year produce remains totally fine. Fine. Now the Gemara question is a little bit discussed about this. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's go ahead and paste it. Okay, not moving these off. This is a sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example ultimately of the right? So you pays your sheep, right? And then let's say he gives your sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday he has a relationship. So again, based on what we just done before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment and therefore is not forbidden for consecrated temple use, right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. Whereas I understand, when he does have relations, like let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave your sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have relations with her, Lechol Allah is not fair. Obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives you the sheep, can't be labeled as Esmos and what. So when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively the designation of the sheep harvest payment should evolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an Esmon Zona already passed off Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says, and very interesting, what's the case? She should come up and make Basa. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So the Gemara says that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep should be categorized for harvesting. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harlot, a pious zona. I will say, you may say to yourself, no, what a fake. She's a zona, but she's offering up kavanas. Listen, it's important to admit this many times in the past. So it's important to understand the all the different consistencies and the all the different inherent contradictions. And in certain respects, I'm excited. In certain respects, I'm not sure. There are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do at all. Here's the beauty of it. The things that I don't do well or do poorly or don't do at all are Hashem. Don't take away from the things that I do well and righteous. Yiddishkeit is not an all or nothing. You can be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in others. So obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmony, spirituality, and righteousness in all areas of my life. But most of us are not there. But sometimes we feel hypocritical. Or sometimes you feel like a fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving tzedakah, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right? It is hypocritical. It's more contradictory. But welcome to nature and the human condition. We all have hypocrisy. We all have contradictions. Such is the nature of life. But it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. And even though the zona is a zona, the sheep also brings covenants. You know what? I guarantee you. Those kabbans are leach mikor. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner contradiction and struggles to mother and father. And when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's a pinnacle of the accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offered up the covenants. By the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. she already offered it up. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this a little bit. What's the case? If he said to the Zona, gives her the land on Tuesday, and says, this is yours as of today, right? Acquire this as of today, right? Then halacha and she did the sharila, right? The halasa b'shaskia umatara ma'amah. So then obviously it's multiple, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an esron on Tuesday because they didn't have relations, right? So essentially he gave her a gift, and therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, to eat the law on the left in the afshar, he's not in the pattern. It's very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of yet, right? He was not explicit. He said, if he didn't say that, this is your animal as of yet, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? If he gives it to her, he gives it on Tuesday, okay, we're going to have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he must look at it. I think you have to have a partner. After all, the Ishtiyak is based on published on Rahman. It says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about the Erev, valuation. Right, will go ahead and consecrate his home. On Rahman, and not based on the Shuso, just like your home, you own it. After the Shuso, so to the only thing you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could she offer that as a partner? Listen, it's kind of rich. Remember, this is the most impossible here. You know, you can only be makdish something that is yours, which means in the realm of personal growth, this Bible only asks of us what we're able to do. You know, sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's good to have people who absolutely aspire to do that. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what those person's profiles are, their abilities are. The Rishon only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate and it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that the Father only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than what we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. You only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our power, within our spiritual activities. Incredible. So what's the case? This is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives to the Zona the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, we're scheduled to be here tomorrow, right, and just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, right, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car money, you need dinner, whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it. So it's interesting, I just says that's not fine. So the Gemara says, so that's the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why do we do this? Besides the fact that it's totally interesting. We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with Rabbi this Shiva transaction. The idea that's kind of happening over here is that something can only be vested with prohibited status when there is a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Eslam zone and by the Harlequin case as well. Let me just go further into this Harlequin case. So very very interesting. So let's say same thing. Reuben gives Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not bishop. She consecrates it. She didn't offer it up as a cover, but she's not bishop. So what's the status now of the animal? Kevan Damar and the Russell of the Bob and the Russell of Hedgel, Kiman Gakri Vasivani. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, really the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, ultimately, again, that the act of going ahead and makdashing verbally is the equivalent of offering that. In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being it's gone, the animal is gone. The makdish, ultimately, again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was makdish it? Again, because I must say, here the shayla is, even if she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time there's obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslan Zona because it was no longer in existence. So over here, on Tuesday, she's not patient. Thursday, the Bia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the Bia, the object is still here. So now it is, does the object become so now or not? Show me Rabbi Eliezer. You can answer the Eliezer. So let's say, going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right? You must know. Rabbi Eliezer, Shekhatma Behekli Vasa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Eslan Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time the occurred. Dafka is Vasa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, is no longer in existence. About the Shason, no. And the Lord is indicated here that if she was not fishing, if the animal was still in existence at the time that the Bria occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Aslan Zona. To which the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Elazar was fake to me by it. The truth is, this Shaila is Mamish Shaila of Elazar himself. So the Gemara says, man, Misha Pshita Rabbi Eliezer, that we basal Dafka Nisha Solo, that we said Shasbia, because Rabbi Elazar said that the only time it doesn't become an Aslan is when the animal is offered up before the Bia. Because by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps, again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated the animal still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case, halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslan Zona. Al Dilma, Vasa Pshitale, Vikishasa Musakala. I mean, maybe obviously if she offered it up and followed it at the time of the Bia, of course it's not going to be categorized as an Eslan Zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. To which the Gemara says taken. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, I will say, what comes out in this case over here is, first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with Eslan Zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslan Zona, as a harvest payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment, Bia. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed Bia, or Bia and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an Eslan Zona. If he deposited an animal with her for payment now, and the Bia doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up to a bona fide cargo. If she's not dished, she consecrates it, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of Bia. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the taker, that's the under. Okay, let's analyze it. So we're making looks like the second case over here was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means used for consecrated purposes, or meaning, Gemara is the kasha. I don't understand this. Gemara says, or meaning. Ba'ala the akatach nasama, after come at shalosh shonim esnana us. The Rabbi says that the woman has relations with the son, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late. Like for 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it's still the asr. I'm not fista, well, kasha. So most of that contract is just important. The rights that we put in the whole house on the page 62 said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transactional use. Here the Gemara says that there's relations even if this being used for her, ultimately it is still awesome. I'm not having this cost, I'm not fiscal or kasha. It's not a contradiction. Had the Amar is Ba'ali me, is Ba'ali me, the Talazah. Had the Amar is Ba'ali me, the Talastan. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case is another case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep. And he identifies the sheep. Versus have relations with me for a sheep. Okay, Rashi, the Talazah, Kalkama Diyanev Lo Habe Eslan B'Nehashket. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional use. When he doesn't go ahead identify the sheep, then ultimately again there is no transactional immediacy. Alright, so let's analyze it. I'm gonna love this color set. My copy, I understand. So let's say scenario is Wednesday. He goes over to Rothschild. He says, to Zona. Have relations with me for this sheep. Now, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. The law is all it has the status of a party's payment because this transaction needs it. Just because he identified the sheep, it doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, Shifa. Right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep, but require taking possession, which the Gemara says is zone abundance of the sheep. Okay? So kind of is actually interesting. Ultimately, the din of the sheep was only written by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need the sheep for 12 parts. So talking about a zone who's not Jewish. You guys know that's what it is. We all know the zone is Israelis. We also talking about a Jewish parliament. If you don't, they call you the Chassid. Or interestingly enough, the sheep standing in the Chassid. In which case, again, ultimately was to the Chassid she acquires in this second. Either call you Chassid or the African Nasala, Hakanyama. What was that? I don't understand. If it's in her chassid, then she acquires it. He had relations with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it to her, and then he gave it to her. It's already in her chassid, she already acquired it. What are we talking about here? You might say, in other words, she acquired it before Pia. So this is like the paradigmatic case of estimation, because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Pia, if the sheep is standing in the chassid. So you might well see the Shaki and the Heli Apotiki. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So when it comes to Rothschild, and creates this listen. Right here, this sheep is not supposed to be. I mean, what is a potiki? A potiki essentially is a beginning to it. That in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you can take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amarla, and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. The Imam, and if not, Shakle the Esmanu. Take this sheep ultimately again as your holiday fine. Massive Shesha says like this. What's some help? Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling the explanation. Watch this. Over Adam Nafamara or Paula. Let's say again, let's say Ruben employs donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so that he's paying. The way ultimately again, he's paying them. That actually points out over here. Either these workers are non-Jews or they're Amir artists, which is unknown Jews. Idolaters are unknown Jews. Let's see why this is important to them. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? Okay, so actually before this. So he goes in and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, you do that. You're getting on supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So let's say now because the inofficials to do this, he doesn't have to be worried. Some people are 63. Romishum Shvis, the Romishum Amais, the Romishum Yagomis. And what's that? Here's what's interesting about this. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that Halot he's giving them money. Now, because it's an Akim or Amir artist, he's to be concerned that maybe Akim is going to go by Yanis, right? Or maybe ultimately again, the Amir artist is going to go by Shmita police or Maisushini police, which will not have to be Shamani. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. God doesn't have to be concerned with this because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Hebra, do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one line, the last of the long lines, not Rashi. The heart, you don't, moving is not the one giving it, you're just giving them the money. It's clever. Here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not unmoving. It's not unmoving, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now watch. Contracts are the following things. Sabbath law, they 63b, second line down. They said to them, Su the Ichlu, Bani Korea, Su Shtu Bani Korea. He says to the workers, like taxi drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Choshish Mishum Solution have a problem. And we have a problem. Now, why is that? Because